Where did the time go? So I was just connecting here with Colin. This is our final budget season start for this council. On that note.
I knew that.
On that note,
Yeah.
I'm going to call the meeting to order, and can I have a motion for me to be the presiding member? Cal and Woodward. All those in favor? Motion passes. I would like us to move on to the Aboriginal Acknowledgement, that we would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Tanaha, the Salix, and the Sinix peoples, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to the strength of our community. With that, as we ponder that, is there any late items that anyone would wish to have on the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Charlwood and Woodward, all in favor? Passed. And we have no meeting minutes, no recommendations, so let's move on to the budget for the utility rates. And Mr. McClure, would you lead us in this discussion?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Page. A couple of things. Councillor Lautenberg, you can hear me, correct?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. The one thing that I'm remiss on is that I don't have my pages for you, so I assume that you are here physically. So I'll work with my staff to get you emailed out some copies here in the next 20 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Okay. So a couple of things for me, just as far as the plan or the agenda for today. Going to start off with kind of going through the sheets. And when I say that, Councillor Charlwood, I know you'll get up to speed quickly. And so, but please feel free to ask any questions, and kind of where I'm starting as well is kind of where we ended up last year. And so that'll be a place that at least will get you caught up to speed with where council was last year and then kind of what we're seeing for this year. Going to have Director Innes is going to come and talk to us about the storm sewer, which is up on the screen right now, and I don't know if that's what you're seeing, Rick, or not, but that's going to be after we talk about these sheets. So,
Yeah, I can see it.
yeah, I mean, but it'll be there for a while. I don't know if we are going to put the sheets up. Or these sheets, they're hard to read anyway, so I don't know. I think we'll probably just talk internally, and we'll get Councillor Lockenberg a set email to him. But Director Innes is going to go through, he's going to hear as certainly a resource as I go through some of these numbers that are what we're seeing is happening. But he's also going to speak to us about the storm sewer. And then also just a little update on some changes that the province is having as far as engineers and how work is being overseen. And we have two departments, and so he's going to give us a bit of a update on, we're just in the learning stage of that and what that change means. So he'll give us a bit of an update on that. And then likely, or the plan is that after lunch, we have our Fire Chief Vic Charles coming to speak to us about emergency management and how it kind of connects with a few things. Some of the work that we're doing as far as mitigation of water, how it relates to the work that we are doing now in Mountain Station and the pumping from 5 Mile Creek that we're doing, Anderson Creek. So that'll be the afternoon kind of component. And so there's lots of times for questions. Again, I know for some of you, you'll be very comfortable. You've seen a lot of this. Some, this will be new. So please, I want to just be respectful that people are at different areas of understanding and learning, and that we would make sure that people are comfortable with what we're talking about today. Again, this is sort of that first kind of, here's what's happened here's what we planned for 2021. Here's where we're at for 2021. Here's our first blush at 2022. We will have another meeting because this is sort of also a bit of a gauge on what we see for rates, some ideas that we have, and then kind of getting that direction from council of like, yeah, we'd like to see this, or no, this is what we want. And then we will come back at a later meeting and kind of we'll have a bit more defined work because there's not surprises, but there's some work that's been ongoing because we've been in the stage of getting the wastewater master plan updated. Those have been two documents that we've had, the water master plan and the wastewater master plan. They've been huge guiding documents in the city. slip there. I've got too many other places that I work for. The city has done very well on following through of the plans. And so 2 years ago, we had a water master plan up to date and some of the work that's come out of that. And now we're going to have a wastewater master plan. And we've been preparing for that in the sense that you'll see even in the documents that we've been using that we realize that the STP plan is getting end of life and we need to look at a replacement on that. And that is not surprising to anyone, getting more expensive by the year. And so we'll talk a bit about that. So you'll have these sheets. And what we try to do is have the big letters in the right-hand corner so that we're all on the same sheet because they look quite similar. But that'll be one of the guiding things that will go with us. And so you'll notice that we're starting with D and E, and you may say, "Where's A, B, and C?" And A, B, and C is the water section. So I thought I would start with the sanitary here or the wastewater. So on the wastewater utility, so here, the first on D is basically just a snapshot of where council ended up, what the plan was for 2021. You'll see that it is in the green column of 2021. And how this chart works is that if you were looking, we've got the columns and the rows all available. So that kind of helps us play a little bit of, in this large sheets to kind of, when I'm talking about a number, I usually kind of quote from what section of the document we're in by going row and column. And so column AS, which is green, that's where you've got what we had planned for 2021. And the rows like sort of, for example, 11, 12, and 13, and then 14 is sort of a question that we have is like, what is the cost and estimated replacement cost? So we know that in accounting, you need to set it up at what historical cost is, but then we also kind of get a sense of, well, what's the real cost on this? So we've got an estimated, we got some formulas in there. And again, we try to make sure that we're as best as possible, keeping that in a number. And the reason why is because we found that councils really like to say, well, if we are needing to replace $65 million in assets, what is happening with the reserve? If we don't have any reserve, we're not going to be doing anything. And where's the comfort level for council on how much should be in a reserve? Because we know that things change, things break down. You get a new letter from the ministry saying you need to now do filtration or whatever it is, and we need to have some money to deal with that. And the other plan on that is and as we look on row 45, that's sort of when we talk about what's the percentage increase that we're looking out on the rates. So a couple of things happening here is we have this idea where the percentage reserve is at 15.8, but that number is coming from row 27. So if you're looking at row 27 under column AS, you'll see that there's 10,251 expected reserve balance in the wastewater utility at the end of 2021. That's our expectation. That again is being played against, well, here's what we expect if we had to replace, and based on if we had to replace the whole system today, what would it kind of look like, right? So that's where we've got that. And then what percentage is that at? This has been building because council's been aware that we know that we've got an aging plant. So we're not just building the reserve for the sake of building the reserve. We are building the reserve because we know that we've got an expensive replacement to happen here. So again, another flow through on this, and we talk about this. If you go down, you'll see under column A, you'll see there's A and B. So the way that it works or how we operate this is that we set up what the fees are. And so that's where, again, mostly under column 46, you'll see we got about $4.6 million expected in 2021 for our fees. So that's what we charge, the flat rate and the fixture rate for all of the different commercial businesses and residents. From there, we've got a couple other small revenues. We do have a few properties that are on meters. It's been interesting. It's a discussion I think we'll have, not at this meeting, but the next one. But part of the reason behind that was they were large users. We're noticing, the hospital doesn't do laundry anymore. Not really a large user anymore. Though again, the NDCC haven't had to fill and do the pool. Not that many people shower in there. Not as much of a large user right now. Again, that may continue later. Again, in the same way, the Selkirk College, with all of their new improvements that they did on their building, we're really seeing that their water usage has dropped significantly. And I think that's probably from some automatic washrooms and toilets and stuff like that happening and them improving that. So we've really seen a real drop in water. But we've had, and then the other we have four. The other large user is the car wash. So again, when you think about what this group is sitting here. It's one of the things that we've again, over time, we've been doing some metering on water. We've been on the commercial sector. It's 99% done. And so that is allowing us to get a really good sense on what's happening with water.
Can I ask
So-
a question?
Yes, certainly.
So breweries aren't large water users?
They are large water users, Council Morrison, but we have not put them on a metered rate.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's that whole kind of, we were trying to do the data thing and we had some metered and some not, and now we're getting through our second year of what the meters are looking at, and we've done, and then we'll talk about that even further, because we're gonna have our consultant there, Rory Gallagher, come and talk to us about what he did last year and what he's doing for us now, which is now some wastewater work as well as water work, because we've really seen, even though we had a drought year and heavy heat wave year, we had some of the lowest water usage that we've ever had. And part of that is because we've done a really good job on, again, using the data to say, hey, you've got a continuous leak, and going and saying, hey, you need to figure this out. And so, and then allowing us to work on parties where, hey, you turn off your irrigation system and you're still using 30 cubic meters a day and no one's there. It's like, okay, so something's going on. So again, but using it as a tool to try to work and help people and really kind of focus, it's been very successful. And so I think that those are that valuable work that, again, feeds into us as far as Nelson Next and trying to really, watch our water use, right? I mean, let's find the leaks. That's one of the major things we can do. And we've done a good job on that on our own water system. Again, so you flow through and you'll see that we've got, we're going to be close to $5 million worth of revenue expected in 2021. And then we have operating expenses of about $2 million and a bit of debt. So the A minus B is A minus B to C. So that's line 54. That's where we look at it and we say, our revenues over our operational expenses create the number that then flows back to the top is what's going to get added to the reserve each year. Okay, so you've got your opening reserve balance up, and then this is where it kind of flows to the top again. Okay, and then we kind of do that, and then we say, well, we've got this amount of reserve, and then here's what the capital is going to happen in the year. Okay, so for 2021, and again, I'll switch over in a second, but the one thing here I just wanted to point out a few things. One is that we had about 21 million expected as far as what we thought the STP plant replacement would be. And so when we see the next page we go to, you'll see that after the team has been working with our wastewater group, or urban systems has been on with our wastewater master plan update, that number's increased, and it is still in a place on, depending on what kind of unit we get, where we put it, all those sorts of things. But we just thought it was important that one of our supervisors, Rob Nystrom, was talking with urban, talking about kind of the plans, and he kind of gave us here's maybe not a complete, but a better price that you would be looking at. And so it's significantly higher than what we have had in the past. You'll notice also under column AX that down at the very bottom, and this is the other piece I guess I was kind of missing, but it kind of shows you what's happening to the rate, the difference from each year. And with, our 1.5% and all the things that we're trying to do, it's a $10 increase. We do understand that in 10 years, that's $100, but we're trying to keep that inflationary, sort of thing as we go. But it's also good for council to realize, like, hey, if we were at $766 for the sewer utility in 2021, but the rate now is is going to be $770, you can see that there's a difference of $10. So we're just trying to show council, because it's good talking points of saying, like, yes, we've got a utility here, inflationary increase. What does that mean to you or most of your residents? It means, well, it's about $10. And again, on a monthly basis, that's, getting, pretty low for having all of your wastewater, be taken away from your home. So, so here the snapshot, I guess under that row 30 is where you would kind of see where we had the SCP upgrade, and that's where it's a pretty big dollar amount. The force main, I don't know, I assume that all council realizes that if you drive by the wholesale club, there's a big building there on the outside that has a light on it. Generator's been put there. Oh, yeah. Okay, that is the last pump, very, very, very powerful pump, and from there, all our waste goes out to the sewage treatment plant underwater through the lake. And that's what, when you look at the force main, that $4 million out in 2026, it's getting to a place where, end of life, we've had to have some holes patched on it. Again, part of this whole wastewater master plan upgrade is to get a sense on, do we need to do that? If we moved it, could we maybe run it along the track so it's above ground rather than underground? Because there's one of the challenges that comes, especially in the winter, but all year round, is that it really cools the product as it comes out to the plant, and that sometimes makes it a bit of a difference on it coming in and then having to warm up and that sort of thing. Because that's how our digesters work, is they like warmth, like warm and wet, and so that's one of the challenges we face in having our plant. I can't remember if this group did get a tour of the STP plant.
No.
No, okay. It's something that would, again,
You won't forget?
well, it's in some ways you could say that, but it is quite fascinating to see all that we do and how it kind of works. And again, even for myself going there, I thought it would be a much different than it actually is. If you see how much water is actually coming in and what the product looks like, and it's not what you expect, but certainly the whole treatment process, it's quite interesting, and how we do it, and so that's something. But what I was going to point out, if you've been there, the one challenge that we face is that it is on a very, very small footprint. So that's one of the challenges that we are going to face when we go to look at upgrading the STP plant. Is it's not like you can just say, well, we're not going to use one for 2 years while we build a new one. We're going to have to be operating one while we figure out how we deal or upgrade the new one, or however we're going to do that. And it's a very small footprint, and of course we're right beside the river, so again, it's not like we can just push in a bunch of rocks or fill that in and kind of create more space. So.
Colin. Me. No, you.
Oh, sorry.
So I was like, did I throw my voice? I wasn't quite sure what the acoustics were like at this chair. I just had a question about the railway, the CPR. Do we have a sense of, if we were to go that route, where we would lay that pipe in the first place, and should we not start trying to advocate earlier than later to get that access? Because we've got those, both obviously the pathway desires to get across the tracks, and obviously this sewage pipe as well. But
Yeah.
should we not start trying to figure out how to get that permission?
Well, it's a great question, and it's one I think that will be better answered with the wastewater master plan coming, because I think that that's going to talk about, is there a possibility of not having to go out? Does the plant have to be out there anymore, right? I mean, that'll be some of the questions that'll happen. But you're right. So again, I'm just thinking that yes, but maybe a better idea of like, okay, I think the decision is, or the best plan is to have it out there, then maybe we do have that conversation. Certainly, with technology today, there's also almost, they have a system of being able to actually, if we replace the force main, you could actually replace it for something that would probably last 200 years with these new products that you have, and then it would just be one seamless product that they have like a barge sort of thing, and it just sort of continually flows it out, so there's no seams in it at all. So there is a potential to replace the force main that way. That again doesn't help us with some of the temperature issues, but it would be an option for us. So that's where you've got that as an option. CP is not always the easiest to work with, and anything in their right of ways. I mean, I don't know if anyone's gone for a walk around recently on the work that they've done on near their tracks, all the way through Lakeside Park, all the way down to by the police station. But they totally, kind of chopped everything down, and I sense mostly probably because of the fire risk, maybe for the future and that sort of thing. I get that, but when I see the kind of work and how protective they are of that, it was interesting, because I think that council should have been aware. We are trying to work with some stormwater work with CP, where we've had a culvert that goes underneath. It has storm, goes underneath their tracks, and we've been trying to get their permission for permitting. We've had a very, very hard time getting that, which again, you would think if we get a big storm, bigger than our usual ones, and we have a big problem, that could really affect their tracks. And it's almost been impossible to get them to kind of move forward even on that project. However, they are obviously very knowledgeable of what we're doing. As an example, we did just go out to take some, with the surveyors, just to get a sense of some stuff, and they didn't, had been waiting and for permits, and just said, let's just go take some shots so we can get some information. And later that afternoon, they got a phone call saying, what are you doing? You're on our tracks. What's happening? So it's quite fascinating in some aspects of Hoop, but those are good questions, and those are the sorts of things that I think once we get a decision from council on where we need to go, and if we are gonna have a plant out there, that might be then we get, how do we lobby hard to see if we can have it above ground?
Just to follow up on that, I think we all have heard it's not just going to be the sewer, but as Colin has just said, there's multiple issues ongoing. We're not the only community that suffers from this. It seems that it needs the weight of a regional response. We have a new government in place. Maybe there's some appetite at the federal level to look at some of these ongoing systemic issues across the country at getting participation from the railway to deal with active transportation routes, sewage, stormwater, utilities from here to the other coast. So I would maybe challenge us in a way to see if we can articulate a broader ask in terms of what we need to get good, strong collaboration with the railway on an ongoing basis. Take that potentially to KPLG, maybe to the RDCK, and see if we can articulate and ask the federal government to look at this issue and get us a little bit of movement on it, because it's before any of you guys sat in those seats and did these jobs, the guys before you were running into the exact same problems, and the guys after you are going to be running into the exact same problems if someone doesn't address it.
Yeah, fair enough. We did seem to have a bit of a,
Lots of people.
yeah, we had a bit of a connection, though. There was a bit of a connection down when they had their offices in Vancouver, and so some of that has changed. So
Okay.
again, even that sort of people, but it's nothing wrong with us, finding out what's a good way, or again, as you've talked about, whether it's AKBLG or UBCM kind of motion that goes at future to say, help us work with you. We really just want to work with you. I mean, that's all I think the municipalities would like to do. I know that they're a very large corporation, though, and I know liability is always one of their top of mind things, and how do they engage, and sometimes not, and not letting people near their trains is the way to go. So on this sheet, I just wanted to kind of follow as we looked out at 2036. You can see that the reserve for water is at about 12 million or 14%. And again, that was at a 1.5% increase ongoing for that time frame of 15 years. So I'm just going to ask you now to switch to page E. So that, again, was what we were looking at as council for 2021. So now you'll notice on this particular sheet that the green column is now in 2022, but we still have 2021s, and I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights of what we see happening here. Down under column 48, you'll see that our budget was 4.597, and we're looking like we're very close to what we expected on revenues. But you will notice that under row 50, we had $369,000 expected with connection fees. Now, a lot of that had to do with a couple of properties. Obviously, the Vernon Street build here for the 120 assisted living, that was a big portion of them. And then also, if and when Mount St. Francis is to move forward, there was some other connection fees. You'll notice that that obviously didn't happen or hasn't happened, and we don't see them kind of coming in between now and the end of the year. We think that that's now going to be a spring project, so you'll notice that that's now going to moved over into 2022. And inside that, you'll notice that it's actually gone a bit higher. Part of that is that we are also trying to work with some proponents on doing some cost sharing, on doing some improvements for the infrastructure up in that area. So just showing you as far as revenues and expenses, we're pretty close to what we would expect, and you can see that what's going into the reserve is pretty much what we had planned for the most part. Now, on the STP upgrades, again, we had some money there. Most of that's just work ongoing and some engineering. So one of the things that you will see in a lot of our plans is that there'll be a kind of a smaller, maybe a $200,000, $100,000, $300,000, and then a big. And a lot of that has to do with doing a bunch of engineering work done before we actually take on the project. So you'll see that as you're going on, like, why is there like 50,000 one year and then this amount the next year, however we're doing it. But that's one of the main reasons for that. The lift station. So we have two things going on here in the lift station. One is that if you have driven by the lift station that is at the airport, you'll see the generator that's there. And again, it took us a while to get that generator, to get it into place. And not unlike many situations that you've heard before, trying to get some of the electronic components that we need. So now we've got the generator there, but then to get it connected to the actual pump, which is kind of one of those troubling things, is that it's why we have the generator in case the power goes out. But we've got a beautiful generator sitting there, but we can't get some of the electronics to get it connected. So you'll see that a lot of that's being pushed into 2022. But and again, we are working on it. It is coming, but that's something that we had hoped would all be buttoned up this year. On the other side, there was some funds put in available for engineering on the CP lift station. Now, this was all predicated on the fact that there was an expectation that there would be some movement on the CP property. So when I say that, I'm assuming that council's aware in behind Cal Tire, there's all of those lands. We've seen some, different ideas, or there's been some thought processes that there could be some buildings and that we would connect a government road and there'd be a throughway through there. And so it's been very, very silent, very quiet. So it's kind of hard to sort of engineer or build a lift station if you don't know kind of what potential building is going to be there. So again, that's been moved into 2022, but if you're wondering, what's happened or why we didn't do anything, that's the reason why. So that's lift stations. Most of them we've done a good job of updating them, but again, CP is one that we're waiting on the CP lands, and then the airport lift, again, close to, and just waiting on materials.
Colin,
Sorry. Yes.
and it's not sanitary, but it's storm. Where are we with securing that hole we need on below Rosemont? Has that gone anywhere? Have we done engineering? Is that?
It's a great question, CEO Cormac. I believe you asked us that last spring, and we said that we would be working on it. And I think that as you asked me that now, I'm kind of confident we probably haven't got to it. But we haven't gotten there yet. But it is a key piece that we need to engage on. Yep. Yeah. So that may be part of Colin's conversation. We'll put that in the notes. Maybe even an action item for us to do that. Corporate Officer Witten, that'd be great. So sewer main upgrades, what we, again, haven't had a lot here, and for council here, and maybe for Council Charwood more, I don't know if you recall seeing maybe these big trucks sometimes sitting in our community, and then there'll see steam coming out of the things. So that's called a cure-in-place product, and so what happens is that has been great leaps and bounds in both the technology and the lowering of the cost of doing this work. So basically what happens is if you've had this clay pipe that's been in there for X amount, it will still sort of hold its shape even though it's starting to leak and get cracked. But they have this ability, or they've had the ability, to go and they camera that, and if it's kind of held its shape, they can then almost like send a balloon between different manholes that is a resin type product, fiberglass, and once they get it to each end, then they put it almost like a balloon, and it sort of creates about a half inch of resin inside, and so the clay is sort of there. So not having to rip up the streets to put this in has been a huge advantage, and we've done a lot of work, and again, we will have some more maps for you. We've got some bigger ones up there, but we've got ones you'll be able to hold to kind of see the work that we've done, because this council and previous council should be very proud of the willingness to increase rates as we have, but then to get the results. And when you see how many and how much of our system that we have relined or replaced, it is really quite significant. And I would say that we are far ahead of most communities in our province and what we have done, and we are seeing the rewards of that. Way less call outs for water breaks and for sewer backups and those sorts of things as we've had in the past. And again, with all the trees that we have, you can imagine the roots looking for the most nutritious type of product. They tend to find any of those places and they clog them up. So us doing this relining has been key, but there are certain places where the pipe gets squished or something happens and you can't do that. And so that's where we always need to have some money for sewer main upgrades. One that we've just experienced recently, and kudos to our public works staff, is that at the Hume here, there was a product used in the day that was almost like I don't even know, what would you call it? It's like a paper, but it's a coal paper kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a
tarred paper. And so that has been there for a long time. It's kind of runs underneath the sidewalk. And over time, as it's worn away, the bottom of it is it's no longer there. But because it's also become oval, it's not something that you could reline, or even if you did to reline it, that it would probably blow apart kind of what's there. So if you're walking up past the Hume, you'll notice there's sort of a steel kind of case there and a grate. So if you open that up, you can actually go inside, and there's sort of some cavernous areas. We always talk about taking council on a tour of the catacombs. I don't think anyone's ever actually, but you may have gone, Council Morrison, but underneath the street, right? And you may know where Charlie, like you can see, like there you could see to where the sidewalk is, right? There's quite a gap between where the lower part of the Hume is. Doesn't surprise when you see the photos and where the old roads are. You get a sense of what's happened. But so just recently. Thought was is that we may have to cut through that sidewalk into the intersection and try to get this pipe replaced. What actually ended up happening is that they dropped men into that with shovels, and they hand dug out the pipe and replaced it for about 35 feet, which again to me is shocking that they would actually be able to kind of go down there and kind of coal mine that. But you'll notice that we don't have a huge cut in the middle of that concrete, so we've still got some work to do there, but we were able to solve a problem like that. But this is where that money is there to fund those kinds of that kind of work.
And that, interesting enough, that the reason that's there is because that used to be Ward Creek.
Word Creek, yeah.
That was an open creek that went past the Hume Hotel. So when you go down, the downstairs part of the Hume, that used to be dug out into open sky, not into a
Wall.
embankment.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ward Creek is culverted from there underneath. Back here behind the city, I guess, this building.
Well, it's interesting. We and Director Innes may speak about this just when he's talking about storm sewer here. He just bought a big map from Carolina, but we kind of had our own. But that shows back in the day when they mapped this, because we have these people saying we've got a water problem. You guys must have a water break, and it's actually no. Your property was built on this creek, and here's where the creek kind of cuts right through your property back in the day. Don't get me wrong; we might have blocked it off here or whatever, but it tends to find its way on these things. So, and I get Director Innes to speak about that later. The sewer force main, council may remember. In 2020, we had a major break, and you would have seen the crews working by A&W where we had to do a side pump. Because we've got a low area there, there is a forced sanitary pipe that went underneath the highway and then goes up and joins, and we'll give some maps here that shows you where the system is. So it sort of pumps it up to just past Hall Street, I believe, and then from there we're able to use gravity to start heading it down to the airport lift. But to get it up over the highway, you have to have that pressured pipe, and it was old and it broke. But again, one of the fortunate things is that we were having the highway repaved, and because they were repaving it, we were able to, while they had it unpaved, to go in and dig a big trench in it before they paved over it. So that was very fortunate for us that kind of happened at that time. We were able to replace that, and we've got a brand new pipe now. So this was just the final piece of we had it in place, and then tying it in because it had to go past the new Reimer building. So that's where we had to do that work, and so that's all connected. So that's just the filing of that project, and that's gone well. Again, we had the sewer master plan update. Wastewater master plan update, and you can see that we're about 60%, 50% done, and the expectation here is that we as staff will probably get a document in December-ish, but there'll be a back and forth with staff, which is common, and then the expectation is that come March we'll have a big presentation about what the plan, what we're seeing, what we've been successful at, and what the challenges and what we're seeing for our new potential new plant to happen. So you can see that work is ongoing. SCADA upgrade, council, remember that they approved, we had a failing system out at the sewage treatment plant and at the water station, so we've got that upgraded, and I think that's been a great win. I had noted it last year when I was trying to look at why we were getting, how do we figure out what's happening with some of the alarms that we have, and what kind of, how can I get some data on, where is the system happening? And then what I looked at, it was an access database from 1998 is what we were using part of the SCADA. And you're like, that seems like something that we should upgrade. And there was, from the people that take care of our system, they were like, we were so glad that we, council approved that funds to get this improved, because we were at an ongoing concern that if it ever died to a point, you would never get the information back. So we were able to get that updated, transitioned, and the old information has been saved. So it's just it's really a real benefit for the city. So again, we did not have a major plan in wastewater, as you can see on the dollar amounts. And again, we're a little bit lower than what we had, but that's mostly because of the lift station work. So when we roll into 2022, and I don't know if anyone has any questions about 2021. Nope. Okay, so in 2022, again, not on purpose, but because we don't have the master plan, it makes it very difficult to sort of say with any sort of confidence, like, here's what we should be doing. So we know that plan will come to council. We will have that, but right now, again, we're going to finish up some of the work at the lift stations. So getting this one tied in over here, getting the hopefully, if it's moving forward, the work on the CP lift station. A couple other items here. We're going to do some work for up at the Mount St. Francis area. We've got some sewer work to be done there. And so you can see that we've got a relatively light year. Now, what I was going to point out is if you look at row 30, you can see where number of years and where some of the price tag has gone up on the STP system. Now, we call it upgrade. Is it a new system? But based on what we're seeing, Urban said that, is it Kimberly that's just starting one, or yeah, it was Kimberly. And so their starting point is 40 million, and Urban feels that it could be as high as 80. So anyway, the numbers are staggering, but
And we're not gonna hire the company that North Van had.
well, that was the other conversation we had this morning, is that, yeah, something like what happened with North Van. You're absolutely right, Councilor Morrison, right? So based on that, again, we don't know. And one of the other things we flagged is we do have that force main upgrade coming in, relatively quickly here, but that's a big jump. When we look at what's changed from last time, is that we had looked at we would get a government grant in 2026 to help out with the sewer force main. We were going to borrow 5.5 million. Based on where we see that happening, we could see that would probably happen in 2027. It looks like we would probably need to borrow another 5 million, or again, these are years out sort of thing, but we were just trying to look at what's happening. And if we were to borrow 5 million, you can see that we, at this stage anyway, and this is all preliminary, that having our 1.5% increases going along, we do get pretty low in the reserve in those years where we're doing the building. So you're in a place where you're building it, and then bam, you got 20 million, 18 million in the reserve, and then it drops significantly. So by the time we get to 2031, you're down to about 2.5 million. But you can see, based on this, that even at our 1.5s and with the borrowing and what that related cost would be, we start to build the reserve back up again. So again, this would be something being consistent at a 1.5, and we feel that we could kind of continue in that inflationary. Yes, we're going to have to borrow, I would think. We also believe that there's a good chance there would be some grants available for us. We don't have any grant money in here for that right now, but we're expecting that there would be. But this is, again, one of those sort of snapshots, and hey, if we had to borrow 5 million more because we've got this increase, we're not in bad shape for what we're seeing. And I know council needs some time to digest this, but there's sort of a comfort level. This does also include under column V where we'll do the switchback. So there was a time in the beginning of this council that when we looked at what was happening with the wastewater, we noticed that it was going to hit, some troubled times. And because we've got a significant grant in the water side, we decided to sort of keep the whole price. So the same price that you would be paying for your water and your sewer, it just switching how much was going into each reserve sort of thing. So we lowered what the fee was for water and going into that reserve, and then increased it for sewer because we knew that we had this challenge. Yes, Councillor.
In all of this, I'm wondering, how do we factor in the growth of our city and the usage that's gonna be going up? I'm just thinking of the thing that's going into the hole here, that's gonna be over 100 people. And then definitely development will continue, and pressure on the system will continue.
Yeah. And certainly, that's one of the reasons that's driven us for the work we talk about in water, as we, what is the population going to be? One of our major keys has been, when you think about how much less water we're using now
Yes.
compared to what we were using, we are also really seeing the benefit of the low flow in so many different ways, right? So that's sort of now built into the building, right? So you go to get your water fixtures and whatever, and that's obviously going to affect what's happening in your sanitary fixtures, that there isn't as much happening, right? And us tightening up our system has really helped on what growth looks like, but that's certainly also what we would expect, Council Woodward, from urban on this wastewater plant. Is like, okay, so if you've got now a community that's now 15,000, what kind of plant do you need to have, right? In most cases, I think that we probably have the piping to get it there. It's just, can we treat it, right? Certainly, our consultant, and even with urban, we are looking at our high strength group. And again, that would be something that I think council would really, if it means that you could save $5 million on a plant by working with some of our high strength, to have them do some treatment on site for, say, $1 million, that seems like a wise investment. So how do we work with that? I know that one of our local breweries is looking at doing a centrifuge to really take out a lot of this high strength product that's going in, right? And so I think that's some great news, and we need to work with them on how we make them successful in doing that, because that helps us with what our treatment needs to be, right? So those are great conversations, and those are things that we are looking at, but that's the sort of work that we're looking at. And one of the things that even for our consultant is, we've got some of these bylaws, and it's not uncommon where we just don't go around policing, but we've had a couple places where there was a blockage, and you're like, hey, wait a second, the grease that's coming from here, are you guys actually using your grease trap? Do you have a grease trap? Because you're supposed to have a grease trap. Are you having your grease trap come and collect cleaned, or are you just letting it all go down the drain, right? So there's some work to be done. In the same way that we've done a really good job with water, and sometimes it's a bit easier, this is where our next step is, and where we're sort of guiding our consultant, who's an expert in that field, to start to look at some of those places. And we're going to have him go and do some checks, like, hey, so-and-so, you're supposed to have a grease trap. Can you maybe, I don't know, show me where it is? Show me, do you have any kind of records that it gets cleaned? Is there anything there? So some good questions.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like the development in this town has been steady over the years, but it definitely is upticking now, and COVID has kind of pushed a bunch of people out of cities to come live in a small town. So that trend line could be going up quicker now, and are our systems able to handle it, or is the time for replacement now shortened because of that uptick? It's just a lot of calculations in there.
And I would say that I would hold on to some of that, and when Urban and Director Innes come with their, hey, here's what we're seeing on the wastewater, that you'll get some of those answers. Like, we expect community to be here. The one thing, obviously, in our geography, as much as we can have some density, it's not like other places where you go and they just get to the next farmer's field and they build up, and the next farmer's field and build up. So we have some of that natural containment, but you're right, we do look at some of the density that is happening. And again, I don't know about council, but I was a bit surprised as I was driving around where all these houses were popping up. I don't know if they were all working on just the foundation part in the summer, and then all of a sudden the framing's gone up, but I was like, holy smokes, tie back here, tie back there. All these little 25-foot lot homes going on. I was like, wow, it is something out there. So that again, expectation is that Urban is taking that into consideration, and we'll discuss.
Thank you.
I think the other lens is we are running into our capacity in our current boundaries, and I don't think that's not lessening the number of people here, and I don't see Nelson being able to manage that growth within its current boundaries. So I think we need to start looking at boundaries outside our city. That's what happens to municipalities when they outgrow their footprint. And just living where I'm living right now and seeing how much surplus land is out there, and we're putting 4, 6, 8 units on a single family lot, and there's, parcels out there of 90 acres with one house on it. So, it's, I think that growth needs to, what is our sort of,
Growth strategy.
yeah, because, if we can service, those properties, then they can grow. They're, certainly limited by current services, but if you can provide water and sanitary, and our plant is actually out that way. So I think at some point, a council's gonna have to go, we can't put any more units on a single family lot here, and when there's, acres of undeveloped lands, right next door to us.
So, hearing that, and I'm thinking along the same lines, is this something that we should maybe put up as a discussion piece for our new items when we do our strategic check-in? Simply because having an idea or a sense of where we might do this, or when we might do this, or what metrics or thresholds we need to cross to consider starting to do this, because to your point earlier there, Councillor Woodward, as the pressure comes in on the city and whether we can or cannot service it, it will simply, what is our regional strategy? Because it's just going to simply spill out beyond the border, whether we expand or not. And that scaffolding for that policy out there is not as refined and sophisticated. They haven't gone through the same learnings that we have over the 100-year history.
True.
But I think it's something we should seriously at least have a discussion about whether it's work to be prioritized is a growth management strategy for the boundary itself.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thanks, Cole. Anyway, and thank you, Suzanne and Director Hiddis there for helping us out on getting this. But anyway, this is the document that I was talking about that's very helpful. And again, you can see, what we've done over the last 15 years. There's a lot that's been done. It's pretty impressive. You can see that, yes, for 2021 and 2022, we don't have a lot, but that's again in preparation. But it's because we've done so much that allows us to even kind of look at that. So I've been pretty impressed that we've gotten this much work done. So, but I think it's just a good document as well for council, because when someone says to you, my rates are going up, and you're like, yes, but we've also really, really improved the system, right? You can see, here's all the areas that we've gone in and upgraded. I mean, we've used that money efficiently, and we've done sort of the internal work or the working kind of system to get the product, but now it's like, it's the product treatment that's now end of life that has a big price tag, and again, you get that plant, and yes, it's say going to be 40 million or so, but it lasts for 50 or 70 years. I mean, those are the types of investments that we need to make, right? So,
Question.
Councillor Morrison.
Sorry, just looking at this, I'm sure that Colin Jr. is going to talk about this, but I take it this red line for 2022 is actually the sewer line for Mount St. Francis. And then my question is looking at the diagram, because it's just a little guesstimate. We own that parking lot that's now kind of made into a square. So are we running the sewer line through the back of it?
The parking
I'm looking over your shoulder, so
yes,
I-
yeah.
Yeah, sure. The line that will go up there, yes, is to help with all the drainage up in that area. But what the idea with this is that where the line will be located will allow us to, we've got property that's up there as well.
Yeah.
So the line's being placed, and so we're able to drain, or we'd be able to provide sanitary service to all of that property up there. So by doing this, it's actually gonna give us an ability in the future to take the property that we have that that's sitting up there that we basically largely just have piles of millings on or piles of gravel on right now.
Right.
And that could actually become a piece of property that could be brought to market or utilized for another city-related development. So, to answer your question, yeah,
It just looks like you're running it on the back of what we own,
Yeah,
like, as
exactly,
opposed to on
yeah.
the street side of what we
Yeah.
own, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay. With that being said, I was going to, don't know if anybody has any questions. And again, my expectation today is more of a direction. Like, so I know that I'm sort of spitballing here, and that's what I am doing, or we are doing here for, what it looks like. But is there a comfort level of the 1.5% increase? You can see it's going to cause about, again, another $10 increase to your single-family dwelling for their wastewater component. We don't have a lot going on here. We are waiting on the master plan,
Councilor
so it
Morrison.
would be probably the next, as we get that plan and as we discuss it, it would be more the planning for 2023 onwards that you would get a better sense of what the plan looks like.
So ICI, you're holding it 0 again, so in your estimates here, so we gave them 0 this last year, and we're doing 0 again for ICI,
Oh,
in terms of the increases?
so no, this year we've been pretty consistent with, again, you're thinking that, yes, last year we did not have an increase on ICI, that is correct. But this was sort of that residential side of the 1.5. You were suggesting there that we may continue another year with.
Well, I'm looking just at E, and I'm looking at line 2 on
Yep.
E, and it says ICI rate increase of 0. So I take it we're holding ICI steady again.
Well, again, if you read that, it should say that in 2021, we had 1.5% increase for residential, and you are correct, is 0 for ICI, then ongoing a 1.5. So as we looked at,
both.
yeah, so when you look at,
Okay.
yeah, so when you see 1.5.
Just, I read that and it looks like it's 0 again, but,
Gotcha.
okay.
Because it says on, and again, yes, well, I think that there's a semicolon there, but it says ongoing, yeah,
Okay.
ongoing 1.5 rate increase. I apologize. The whole here would be is that, yes, we did give ICI a break, and that's something, again, that council could ask us to look at what that is. It's not a huge component of the amount that most of us are residential, but what we add here in this particular plan was 1.5, both ICI
For everybody.
and
Okay,
everybody,
thank you.
and that's going out for those years.
Right.
Yes.
Woodward?
So the 1.5, I'm just wondering about, we've seen a lot of cost increases over the last year on supplies, services, all these kind of things. So do you feel like we're covering our bases even with these extraordinary cost increases? and
Well,
supply chain issues?
Yeah, and I guess it's a good question. The one thing you'll notice that we don't have a lot here. Like even when you look at what's happening, there's actually very, very few dollars that would actually be into needing materials, right? You've got a bit of storm sewer work, and yes, we're waiting on electronics, and there could be some timing on that, but in price increases. But overall, I'm seeing that there's probably only $500,000 worth of kind of that work being done, and a lot of that's going to be labor, and some is going to be parts, but it's not the factor that you would see in some of the others. I did, note that the last purchase of PVC piping was up 1,000%.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a good question.
Charlie Wood.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up to that, that was similar to my question, is why is it consistently 1.5%, and why wouldn't we even consider giving a note to the inflationary pressures that we're going to start feeling and not increasing that and claiming to do so now rather than
Yeah.
having to do it later and apologizing for it later?
No, and I hear you, and I guess that's where we've really kind of prided ourselves on, having the reserve ebb and flow, because it's not supposed to just kind of grow, but you see it growing because then you're going to put all this
To pull
money
it
in, right?
down.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
so that's where we try to kind of flatten it and try to be consistent and allow that system to kind of allow us to for me anyway, it's always amazing even by changing it to a 2% what that compounding effect has. The 1.5 even has a good compounding effect. And,
Yeah, fair
and again, good questions, and we can certainly, that's one of the rings that we come here at the end of the day is like, yeah, we'd like to see a model of what it looks like if you had twos for the next little, give me 2% for the next 3 years and then 1.5s or something. That's the sort of work that we're asking for council here. But on the face of it, one of the challenges is, like I said, is that in the current year, and again, in the smoothing of what we've got here, we don't have a large expense, and you are kind of waiting until 2023 or 2022 to get that master plan to get a sense on what does that future
enough.
look like. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just, again, happy to run scenarios for council and bring it back.
And as a taxpayer, the smoothing is what we like to see at the end of the day, right? So
Well,
I
it's helpful,
understand
right?
that you're
Yes,
addressing that.
I think it's
I
helpful,
appreciate that.
right? Yeah.
Yep, thanks.
Because when it first happened, there was a 100% increase.
Yeah.
And then like a 50% increase, and then it was ongoing like 6% for a long time. And with the work that we've been able to save on the relining work and some of this other cost pressures coming down, having that kind of inflationary flattening has been helpful. But you're right, Councillor Woodward, and you're both right. Like when you see, hey, inflation's at 4 or 5%, but again, I'm noticing we're not planning on doing a significant amount of work
yeah.
compared there, and you're kind of hoping that there will be some
This year, in 2022.
In 2022, that's right, yeah.
And you're saying, wait till the master plan, and then I think you're, for those future years. So I think we're saying we're comfortable in 2022 at 1.5%. It may have to be revisited
Yes.
next year when we have the master plan.
Yeah.
But
again,
I think we're just saying we're likely expecting it'll,
Yeah,
right? Why not
Yeah.
just own that?
yeah, you could,
Red rec.
for sure.
And I totally agree. And like I said, when I look at where we flow, even where we go, we get a little bit low. We're at 2.5 million even on this scenario with a $40 million plant. And then we start to grow again as we go out. But again, if council wants to direct like, hey, I'd like to see what it looks like at 1.75 or something like that, I can certainly run those scenarios. So if you can just give us that feedback by the end of today, that helps us to come next time and have that's because the next time we come, it's the hope for what's the change going to be.
So let's hear Councillor Renwick's input here. Get her hand up.
Yeah, this is a little different, and if this is not the time or place, let me know. It's not a big deal, but,
And maybe the mic
sorry.
recorded.
So we all get our water and sewer bill, whether you're residential or ICI, except ICI gets charged per fixture.
Correct.
Now, is that in lieu of, metering? Because there's some people out there that they're not quite, why am I getting charged per fixture? If I've got 3 people going to the bathroom and they use one toilet, what's the difference if I got 3 toilets or 1 toilet? It's the same thing. And I have a hard time explaining that.
Yeah, there's a few things that go on when we talk about this in our system. A lot of it has to do with we're very capital intensive. So to get your pipes realigned, or if we have to do something on your ICI area, which tends to be in a certain spot, the size of the pipes, what it would mean to rip that up and to take that on. That's where a lot of times, even when we talk about water and sewer as they're in combination, our operating costs aren't really the factor. It's the capital component of what we're doing here that really seems to drive, what's happening. And again, when I say that, and we've done the ICI metering, and we can look at, and I think that that's sort of where we're leaning towards on data. But remember, when we talk about a lot of this, we need a certain amount for capital anyway. And as an example on some of these, it may be like, well, hey, I don't use it as much as the person next door to me. But for me to be able to do is the capital work, which is the significant amount because of our operational costs are relatively small, I would probably still need a base rate. So for example, say I'm charging, let's say $500 for water or $500 for sewer. I probably need a base rate that's about 80%. So our fixed costs, our capital, that's about 80%. So now I'm going to have you a bill for $400,000, but now your usage amount's only going to be that $100. So the person next door that's got 3 toilets that's using it all the time, his isn't going to go up to maybe $200, and yours, because you only got 1 toilet, it's only going to drop down to say $25. But I still need to get the same amount of money to be able to do the operations and the capital. So that's one of the challenges on doing the metered rate, is that there's a lot of hope for people that I don't use a lot, therefore I'm not gonna have to pay a lot. But I can't, all of a sudden, we set the rate, and everyone says, oh, well, now I'm paying this amount, and there's a variable component to it, because now I don't use as much water, the city doesn't get as much money, but we still have to pay for the capital. Then what do I do? Then it's like, thanks everyone for saving water, but now the meter rate's gotta go up 50% because I still need to get the same amount of money to get the capital work done. And that there's a fixed cost component. So that's where you have a challenge. Now, again, the fixture rate has been something that I've talked about since I've been here, because it's what do people do when they don't have a meter, right? And that's something I think that council may direct us to start saying, yeah, we want to get a study done on what is an appropriate metered rate, both for water and for sewer, that again covers the operational cost and also covers the capital cost. Right now, we've basically done the metering to get data, to find out A, leaks, B, who's using what, because there's a business case that comes with that as well. Because some of these large users of water, depending on what the rate's at, they may have a hard time kind of staying in business. So that's again one of those conversations that council needs to have. One of the things that, again, we had talked about on the work last year that Rory had done, Rory Gallagher, was even though our bylaw has it, but some people still have these once-through coolers kind of being used because we don't charge a lot for water. So they don't use a system for cooling, say their freezers or their walk-in freezers or fridges, or say their ice machines. They just use a system where the water just goes in, goes through the pipes, cools everything, makes your ice, and then it goes right in the drain, right? So they're actually not allowed. But again, it's something that we know that we've got a business community that has been hit very hard, and for us to come along all of a sudden and say, you can't have these, or we're going to meter you, that's where, again, there's an overall plan that needs to be in place on, like, how do we work with you that as these become end of life, that, or you've got X amount of years to not use that. And it's not just, like, say, a restaurant sort of thing. There are other places that have been sold, cooling units, right? So the cooling unit on the top of the building, what do you pay a fixtured rate? You got, not too many fixtures in your small retail business. Well, let's put this in here because it's going to cool your business just by flushing water through it the whole time and right out the drain. And we know that that's not the best use of the water. So those are very good conversations. But it's something that really needs to be undertaken by people that do this work to kind of get on what is going to be a rate. And then from that, there will definitely be those that are win, those that'll lose on that sense. But I just always caution that when we get there, there's likely going to could be a bit of a disappointment of like, oh, I thought that my fee was going to really drop because now I'm getting metered and I was on a fixture before. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, your base rate's here, and now the variable component on what we're going to allow someone to have up and down on the metered rate is where you are now covering what the variable cost of doing the product is.
So inside of that conversation, as we move towards or potentially consider a rate in the metered space, would we not look, or could we not look in the EcoSave program for opportunities to support businesses replacing units like that? Are we able to?
We are doing some of that.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. One of the challenges in trying to keep ahead of councils is that we sort of get this information. We're just now a year into getting the data, and there's great questions here. But it's not like we've had that step back of saying, okay, what does it mean? How do we work with this? How do we figure out? We've been sort of a bit more on let's get the data, let's take a breather, let's kind of work through some things. What does the STP plant look like? Hey, if the STP plant can have a bit of a lower effluent kind of thing, like you said on the EcoSave, how do we solve that problem? Maybe that also helps out, because that's the other thing that's quite interesting is that we think about, well, maybe my metered rate, or maybe I only got one washroom, or I've got this, but are you a restaurant that's not using a grease trap or whatever it is, and you're actually causing me way more, forget the friggin' metered rate, you're killing us, right? You're going to cost me an extra $2 million out at the plant because you're not treating what's happening on site. So that's where, again, I really think there's more work to be done on the data so that when we have that conversation, you're like, okay, yes, you sporting goods store with one washroom for your place. This is a place where we think that there's a rate. Hey, you restaurant, maybe you had chairs, and that seems strange because the number of chairs that's in your establishment. But your grease trap, or you're putting a lot of stuff down the drain. Maybe you have a not just this, but maybe even a fee because you're a high affluent user, right? I mean, that's some of the stuff that you see down in Vancouver, especially with the microbrewery explosion. We have a bit here. I mean, we've got a few, but certainly down in some of those places. And that's some of the work that our consultant has done, was trying to watch through. And my hope is that he's going to come again, report to council out on some of the work that he's doing, both with some of the other finds we found on water, but also more importantly, I think right now, especially with the master plan coming, who do we see? Is there any potential here to work with our high-strength users? We want this business in town. We think it's part of our tourism. We want to support them. But how do you then say to someone else that's saying, I'm paying for this amount, are you paying your fair share, right? So, yes.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
and I bring that up just because there seems to be a lot of inequities in number of fixtures and users. And, you can use a brewery versus a hair salon and that kind of thing, where somebody's paying quite a bit more than the other, but they're using more water, but I'm not, but I've got a few more fixtures. But so, yeah, it has all got to come together.
Yes.
And yeah, okay, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's
In
not
either-
that we're.
In either case, you gotta turn the tap, whether it's once a week or once an hour, and water has to come out of it.
Yeah.
Because we've had this conversation.
We have, and again, but you're bang on. We talk about that too. When you have fire flow, because you've got a sprinkler system in your building, which is great. But we hope that you never have to turn that water on. But we had to, on a capital size, provide a 6-inch pipe of pressured water to your building. That's a capital cost.
Loop the system.
You loop the system.
Yeah.
You hope that it never gets used. It will never go through the meter because you hopefully never gets used. But there's a capital cost that's related to that. And then because you've got that, you get we've put that capital, you're now having a sprinkler, you're getting a break on your insurance, right? So there's so many different little
exactly.
things that we try to
Okay.
include.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add, just on the capital
beat it.
side, so this is assuming for a sewage treatment plant, there's no federal or provincial grants, which would be highly unlikely that
Agreed.
we wouldn't get. Like Kimberley's not building their sewage treatment plant without federal and provincial grants, right? So I think there is some upside on this particular budget.
I agree.
And yeah, I just wanted to, just give it a little bit of comfort that we've probably got to, well, I'm
We're
I'm not sure on
conservative
the,
here. Yeah, that's
maybe
clear.
on the, what we're gonna have to pay for a sewage treatment plant, maybe we have our 20% in here, but there should be some upside on that grant side of this thing.
Yep,
Okay.
I agree, and we were just trying to be conservative, because I
Yeah.
mean, again, if we were at 20-ish, 25, and then Urban says it's 50, that would seem unfair, I think, if we kind of get a sense from Urban, like, we're too low here, so we wanted to give a thumb.
Yeah, I think what this shows is, that by managing our reserves and contributing to reserves annually, it does, put us in a sustainable position and allows us to, to address larger increases or things like that. So all that long work, when I started here, we had 0 reserves, nothing in those reserves. So you can see what a difference it makes when you start to contribute to reserves.
So as we get into the future, if there's an opportunity for recovery, future generations, future Nelsonites will be able to perceive that, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I just, before going to Woodward, I wanted to come back to Charwood for a second, just because on the inflationary side, I didn't hear it talked about at the table, but one of the things that I think we're seeing out there is there's a 38% vaccination rate globally. And there are many places where we traditionally have these things manufactured that they cannot return back to work in the ways that we're returning back to work, being in a privileged position that we are in Nelson. And so that is having huge impacts on areas. And I think, as you were kind of saying before, we have, the flexibility to plan to do things a little bit later or to order things a little bit earlier. And so some of those costs on the inflationary side, I would wonder if we are just going to have to wait it out a little bit. I'm certain things won't completely return to normal, but I don't expect 1,000% on piping to be a long-term effect once the world is able to get back to work.
We certainly agree and hope so, but I also just wanted to note, under row 42, you will see that we start to also build in, we've got, here's a, even if you look at the plant, you're like, well, Colin, that's out in 2027 to 2031. And yeah, but if you look down those rows, you start to see where we've added an inflationary factor. So, by the time you're getting out at 2%, we've got like a 12% increase on what the cost will be for the plant. So again, yes, we got this, but we're also putting in an inflationary factor. So we are having some of it. I don't know all that inflation is there, but we are trying to increase that so that that's also coming down as part of your capital cost. So there isn't a surprise there. So we are trying to incorporate that again, which should give you a bit more comfort level too at where we're kind of smoothing that we are taking into effect. I don't think we didn't do like 4% last, this year and then 2, and then we try to keep it kind of as again, another one that's compounding though, as it goes out on the inflation.
Okay, and Woodward, and I'm gonna warn the table, we're gonna do a bio break at
Yes.
10:30,
Yes.
I was just
which is
curious,
in 10 minutes.
I was just curious,
That's appropriate.
we're building, you were saying there was no capital reserves when you started, and now we're building some comfortable capital reserves. Do we not, as a municipality, have to have capital reserves?
No.
That's amazing, I find that
So-
unbelievable.
Well, they trust that you as elected officials make good decisions and build those.
But
And
you could have a council that's just totally not for
Absolutely.
that, and
Let's spend
There
it.
are.
and hopefully,
There are.
Yeah.
So,
one and generally what happened, it's the opposite side that the electorate punts them out of office when they implement a 5% or a 10% or a 50% increase. And I think successive councils here, and I think a lot of credit goes to Mayor Dooley. When he first became mayor, he really focused on the, I guess, called it nuts and bolts and infrastructure and not the sexy stuff, and said we need to take care of that, and that council, quite a diverse council, all stood behind that. And like Colin said, we had 50%, 33%, 50%, and then ongoing 9% for probably 10 plus years to get where we are. Yeah, like this council's reaping the benefits of 1.5% where from that earlier work.
thank you.
But is that planning and then acting on the planning? And even for urban, the urban's like, wow, you guys said in 10 years you should have all of the galvanized gone. You guys actually did that because that's the hard part.
Most, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the city owns. The city owns has been replaced, and then now all of a sudden you've got sometimes connections from people's homes that still have the galvanized.
No, I mean in terms of municipalities, they'll even do the plan, but
Yeah.
implementing it when it results in those larger increases, they tend to struggle. And we're again super fortunate that we have, the Nelson Hydro that generates that additional revenues. If we didn't have the water license reserve fund paying for parks and police and fire and all those capital projects that we fund through that, the other communities don't have that, so their general taxation is having to pay for that. Then their water and sewer fees have to go up for that, but but on the flip side, we don't have any major industrial that most rural communities have.
Okay.
So that was kind of where I thought this is a good time for a break. The one thing that I will tell Councillor Lottenberg, I didn't get your emailed stuff, but we'll do it here at the break. I'll get someone to send you the information. Oh,
I just have been taking screenshots and
okay. So thank you. No, that's brilliant. Thank you so much, Corporate Officer Winden. Appreciate that very much. That's great. Okay, so that's good. So he has that. So if we have a break here, and we'll come back and we'll talk water, and then we'll have some storm sewer chat.
Can we have a motion to recess? Renwick
Always
and
loved
Morrison?
recess. That was my favorite time at school.
Okay. Go off until you hear the bell, guys.
And the other unfortunate
Good
thing we
winner.
have is our water system is gravity.
Okay, so I will call us back from our recess.
Did Colin get to go out to the playground? Did you get on the monkey bars?
No, Cal took my lunch money.
Cal!
Okay, can I have a resolution to reconvene? Renwick, Woodward, all in favor? Passed. Meeting is back in order. Colin, would you carry on with your presentation?
Okay, thank you. Actually, I might just start with the topographical one here, just because there was a bit of a conversation just about, gives you a sense of water and yeah, you know, kind of gives us a lay of the land sort of thing and where things are coming down. So thank you, Dr. Innes, and to your crew there for getting us this. A couple of things. You get a sense on, you know, where the drainages are coming from and kind of where they sort of flow to.
How tight we are. as a
Yes,
city.
totally. And again, for those that got a bit of an understanding of where our 5 mile intake is, that's our main water source. You can see, you know, it's quite a line that comes down to us. And you'll also see that the red line there, and that'll be part of something that you will see out in some future years here where we are planning to twin, I guess, but update or replace, but it would be sort of, I think that we would obviously keep the old one, but the goal here on the red line would be to bring that the 5 mile down in a different way. It'd be a bit more accessible. I think it's going to follow the road in a lot of ways. And also part of that is that we believe that there is power generation opportunities off of doing that. And again, we are a bit, the 5 mile is such a valuable source to us, and it has been in place for a long time, and so this is why we have it on the books. We'll see it in the numbers here shortly, but that's kind of where we're at. You'll see also, if you go the other way, there's a kind of a red mark, the proposed Cottonwood extension. You can see where we are at Sellis Creek, and we would have worked on that last year. Council would have remembered the trail being closed for a while. Well, we had that Sellis line, and then so that Sellis line, you can see how far it actually came. And again, sort of hard for me. I don't have a hard time with the whole hydrology piece of, you know, how high the water is and the fact that water will go all the way down and then go all the way up to the reservoir by itself, just by that whole gravity and the pressure. Anyway, I find it fascinating, especially when you look at it, you're like, how can that even be possible? And if you ride your bike or drive on it, you're like, this is pretty freaking steep. How's water going uphill? But so we were able to do that last year, which was a real win for us. And for council and the public, a reminder that we did get a $6 million, 100% paid grant to do this work. And this is one component, was getting it from, you can see there, from Sellis all the way to the PRV to Stibbs up to the Mountain Station Reservoir, and we have it come into a building now before it goes into our reservoir. The extension there is some work that Director Innes is working on, and you can see, I just visually didn't realize where the intake would be for, if we were to get approval to go on from the creek there. It's Clearwater, but I'm not sure exactly. Am I correct on that, Director Innes, that where we've got the proposed creek intake, is that where we have, it says Cottonwood Creek, but for some reason I think it's Clearwater that we were trying to I didn't, sorry, I apologize. I didn't leave you with the copy. This one here, I didn't see if it says Cottonwood, but I thought for some reason it's Clearwater, but I don't.
Yeah, that is to take on Clearwater Creek.
Okay, so we say Cottonwood there, but it's Clearwater. So just to the right of it, you can see water line coming down there. That's Clearwater. And now we used to at one point in time have a water license on it, but I guess it lapsed. And so we've been trying to get that back. Now, again, there's also some concerns about bull trout, so that's one of the reasons that we may not. However, you can see how far we went last year. It's actually not, it's just a kind of a shorter hop even to get to Clearwater on that, but that's sort of in place. And so this was, again, that whole, what happens at 5 mile? What happens if we have more people coming here? How do we get this additional water? And the fact that we've got this now as a pipe that's going from Sellis all the way up to get our, and it's out of the creek, so it's not out of the lake, so we can get we have a bit of a filtration deferral right now because we have some of the clearest water, best water coming. But you can see it's not that far to get there. Now that would cost some money, but this, if we had clear water, then if you didn't have 5 Mile, then you would have to have this as a backup. So it's one of those dual systems. Yes, Councilor Woodward.
So I'm wondering, the proposed Cottonwood Creek here, would you hydro possibly off of that? 'Cause
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. For some reason, I'm thinking not, just because of the drop may not allow for it. But that's a good question.
I think they did look at it, and I think there is opportunity. In fact, I think our grant that we got the 100% did talk about generation. I think it's low. It's not the normal high pressure generation. It's low pressure generation. I know that when Alex was here, they did look at that.
So, before we move on from this one, I think I'm going to twin this back to our conversation at their last meeting about fish habitat and riparian zones, because some of the reporting I've seen that the Rod and Gun Club and others in the community have done speak to the sand and the silt and the stuff that goes on highways and how that gets into that creek and how that has impacts on the bottom part of Cottonwood Creek. So if we're looking at what kind of information we have to understand that riparian ecology down in Cottonwood Creek, and we're looking at potentially conflicts with bull trout or bull trout habitat up here, I would wonder how we could link that together to understand from the lake to the mouth of the creek at the bottom, if what the entire ecology is supposed to look like, because it may in actuality support our case to get access to that. It may not, but I think we need to have an understanding of all of the impacts that are up there, and need to bring MOTI to the table to understand what they're doing up there, because it's my understanding they're all playing a role, and that's why we aren't seeing the restoration of that creek on the lower end of it anyway. Does that make sense? Sounds
Well,
like-
kind of. Again, one thing here I think is we've got a bit of a typo because it says proposed Cottonwood Creek, and that should be Clearwater. And so Clearwater,
Cottonwood is
I apologize for that, Councillor Page.
here.
It does say Cottonwood, but it should say Clearwater.
So this isn't it's not gonna take an intake from
Yeah.
where the highway is?
My understanding is not. It's kind of
Okay.
before that, and it's where Clearwater comes down. So that's just a
Okay, sorry.
no. Okay, and so just to turn your to the left again, you can see where we've got the lake intake, but then what we're working on right now is sort of that 2021 water line. So you may have seen that up at, if you were going out to Sabota Road, we've got the kind of control building there, but we will, by the end of the year, complete the pipeline that went underneath Anderson Creek and is now getting connected up to Mountain Station. So they've been kind of coming down from Mountain Station, but the expectation is by the end of this year that pipe will be connected. The challenge has been on the control building itself. Again, problems with parts and that sort of stuff. So again, just kind of an overview on kind of our water system, and this is at the high level. And some of the work we'll talk about as well is if you've got this proposed intake for the lake and what that kind of means. We've had some good discussions about it, but there's also some more studies that need to be done on, even if we do pump up to the lake. It's one thing that if we did that, would we around us, and we wanted to think about, hey, sprinklering and that sort of a question. You might be able to bypass it with just raw water rather than treating it maybe before it goes up there, because that's one of the challenges that we face. Is
Maybe we
that
should wait for Len to be
fair?
part of
Fair
that
enough.
part of
Fair
it.
enough. Okay, but
Councillor
I'm about to jump all over it.
Councillor Morrison.
Questions on the
Yep.
bigger thing.
Sorry.
Yes.
And I'm holding mine upside down so I can read it. Can you comment just on this proposed 5 mile intake in 5 to 10 years? Is this the idea? I mean, there's only so much water in 5 mile coming down from 5 mile.
yeah.
Are we twinning it? Are we then going to close the current 5 mile line? And do we end up, if we follow the red line, we're going downhill, so we've got some pressure. Is it enough pressure to take it uphill to get it back to Mountain Station?
Yes, and do hydro.
Ed.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, enough hydro generation. This is the big one here that we had looked at. And so we know that we need to replace the existing 5 Mile. So we've got that in the budget, and we'll see that as we look at the numbers. We've had it in there to do that replacement. So that's still a ways off until we kind of finish up the work that we're doing right now as far as the control building and the secondary sources now going into the reservoir. And that's where we're going to be finishing up. But it's coming pretty quick here on that proposed 5 Mile. But the existing one, we would probably just keep it, maybe not flow the water through it, but say, for example, you had a problem with the other one, that you could open it up. So it kind of allows for a twinning, but only twinning on an emergency use, I guess, if that makes sense. This one here will be a lot more accessible for us to kind of deal with. The existing 5 Mile line has some pretty rough terrain that it goes through.
Yeah.
I thought we-
Supplemental.
Go ahead.
Who owns that?
Well, my understanding is that I think that this sort of follows the road, and we have some permission to have right away. I think that's where the plan would be. So you're going through the park, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just to clarify, I thought you had to use sort of both to keep water going through them to the reason, or is that not
Yeah. Again, my understanding was
partially run water through both, or you have the options, or do you flush one if?
Yeah.
I assume if it's sitting there for years with no water through it.
Fair enough. It's a good question. I don't know, Director, if you've got a point on that. I just know that the one that we have is
Yeah, it's
old.
more susceptible
Yes,
to
and so this was an
slide
opportunity.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about moving the line to a place where you're able to both monitor it, and if you do have a problem, to be able to access it, because where it currently sits, if you lost a big chunk of line in there, to get in there, it's going to be exceedingly difficult to make any kind of repair. So the idea here, and what Urban's laid out, is bringing it down the Sabota Road right away adjacent to that, and so it's something that'll be accessible. And whereas right now there's actually some pretty steep sections that it runs through, and so yeah, it's an area where it could have let's say if there was a small landslide that was to occur, that you would lose a big chunk of your pipeline, and then of course 5 Mile Creek is really what's giving us the lion's share of our water, and so it would, depending on when that happens, that could be a major situation. And so by bringing it out here, the idea is that you're taking your pipeline from being in a high-risk location to bringing into a location with reduced risk.
And how old is that water line? Is it 90 years old or something?
It would
100 years
be all of that for sure. I think the original stuff that I read about it, they were using horses to pull
Yeah.
pipes up the hill, and the folks that put that there in the first place, they worked awfully hard to make that happen.
And it's the metal that was used back in those days was quality, right?
Yeah.
And it's unfortunately did the test of time, and I think the water quality as well, right? Because depending on what type of water you have, doesn't that corrode pipes quicker than others?
Sure, yeah, depending on your water chemistry, there's going to be
Right.
different things that'll precipitate out, et cetera. But because of the quality of water we have in 5 Mile Creek, I would imagine that if you look inside the pipe, that you're going to see very little deposit that's in the pipe.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it's the water master plan that we may just have to take a look at, CEO, to kind of get a sense on that. What's what's with the second part of 5 Mile?
Woodward.
So just, kind of running a thought experiment, like let's say fire comes in and, kind of really damages or destroys the 5 Mile Creek pipe, because it's a very, it's a long pipe, there's a lot of exposure there. Could, with what we have now, could our water plant continue to function and service the city if we lost 5 Mile?
That's a really good question, Councillor Woodward. during, during a large portion of the year, you'd be able to get enough water coming from your other sources, which would be your Celis source and your Anderson source that would provide, you know, the water that we need here in the city. But as you're pushing yourself into the kind of that late August window, especially if we've got elevated temperatures going on, which seems to be more what we're getting, if you were to have something happen in that window, it would be very hard for your other sources to be able to meet the demand, you know, based on what we're getting as far as rainfall and that goes on. And so that's where the idea of, you know, let's put this in a place, you know, that's less risky,
Sure.
because it's such an important source for us, and it you know, compared to the other two sources, it produces, you know, through that window a whole lot better than the other ones do. Whereas you know, certainly depending on how dry it can be, Celis can get to the point of where, you know, you're pulling all that water off of the bottom, and your water quality is diminishing significantly, and your turbidity is increasing, and you just got to shut the source off because you're dealing with all of the trouble that goes then with all that additional turbidity. So
Yeah.
so depending on when it happened, I know that's a terrible qualification to throw at it,
Well,
but depending on where it hit in the year, it could have either it could be something that you could recover from and be okay, but if it hit at the wrong point, it could really hurt.
Right.
And considering, like you're saying, if it's because of a forest fire, the likelihood is that it's pretty dry, so we would probably be, you know, in some pretty dire restrictions. Now, again, this is where council had agreed as well to create a emergency water source. Now, again, that would be the sort of situation where we've got the intake out of the lake.
Yes.
And then we've got that filtration system that you would kind of have, you would get that trucked in. It wouldn't just be here immediately, right? But then
Right.
you would get that. And then we would connect that, and that would feed the lower zones, right? So you would probably be able to kind of still keep the other zones up
yeah.
above, but your kind of zones down there from Fairview, I think, to Baker Street here, we would be able to kind of sustain them.
Well, just the tour we went on, I mean, we were up there and we really saw like the exposure for wildfire. I mean, it's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's when. It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah,
And
and
I think like,
there's a lot of truth to that, but again, that work that we've been working
Yeah.
with the park, they've done a lot
For sure.
of cleanup. I mean,
For sure.
if you were on the original one,
Yeah.
we really need to get up probably, you know, next spring and go and see the work that I was very surprised on how much they cleaned underneath on a lot of that slopes that we went by.
right.
Again, don't get me wrong, when you think about what kind of drops off the other side, if it's a raging fire going up, I don't know, you can't stop me from crowning. But overall, and the work that they were doing in some of the other places, I think there's a lot of positives happening for trying to diminish the effect of the fire that's going on, which is, again, a huge partnership with the park and the city and others. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they know it provides our water.
Yeah.
And they will defend it. They won't let it burn like they let it burn in other areas. They will, they'll
We work hard on that.
yeah, they'll hit that really hard at the beginning. They're not going to let it get out of control. And we had the fire up Whitewater. What was that fire called? Back in, what was it?
2004.
05 or something. What's the?
Fire back here?
Yeah.
04?
Yeah. So, and that was almost in our watershed. And I think it's the risk on the water system as much is the silt and stuff that you get into the into the system and potential for slides and all those things probably as much or more than actually damaging the pipe. It's the damaging the watershed. Yeah.
Okay,
So if we
just want to acknowledge that Mayor Dooley has been able to join us. Do we
Right.
want to swap chairs around here, or
okay.
Thank you.
But
should
where
we
Rick is
recess
sitting
just to
would be your
reconvene, or
paperwork if
we
you
just
want.
change the
So if you want to just
the
grab
chair,
one,
or-
head back in the chair.
That's a great, look at that map. Great map.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Really see how Nelson's like this alluvial fan of like all this runoff from the creek here. The whole town is built upon.
I pushed Rick.
But
in-
so much, we added so much too, right, over the years, like on the edge there.
But it just shows you how massive the mountains are too, Rick.
Yeah,
How much higher up it is to go.
it's astonishing. Good job, Keith. Thank you.
I think it's your worship now.
Oh, right.
Thanks very much.
Worship Junior.
Thanks, Councillor Page.
And I think, Councillor Charlwood and I were talking at the break, so just in terms of maybe that zone and what's, how much of the water system is covered by that emergency intake in the event of a drought and how much more capacity that gives us.
Yeah.
I think were questions that she was interested in.
Yeah, and the one here that, and we usually provide it, is also just, you got that snapshot of where we're doing on the water, kind of get to Mount Station, but I got another map that kind of shows you the different zones, and so we'll get you that one. Again, the councils have it, but I mean, it's a good visual to kind of understand, because we will talk about where we, on the residential side, where we've got a zone where it's only residential, and we've got a number of homes, so it gives us a good sense of water in, water out, and kind of what a home is using, sort of thing, so we'll get to that. I will try to get you that map today. If not, the next time we meet, we'll make sure you have it.
That's fine, yeah,
Yes.
that's great, thanks so much.
Okay, maybe move a bit quicker on the water, just on, because we kind of, hopefully, people understand sort of that flow of it, where we kind of start at the bottom and look at our revenue sources, and then whatever our operating expenses are, and then that revenue going up into the start of the reserve, and then whatever capital plan that we have. And again, not much has changed on here as compared to the last one. I just, again, was wanting to provide it as a starting point, so I may even just quickly move it from page A to page B, if you could, please. And the difference between B and C is just that we were looking at what was happening if we actually lower the increase in the rate. So that'll give, even for council, give a sense on what that difference looks like when we talk about kind of changes in reserves or revenue sources. So for 2021, again, if you go down to row 63, you can see our revenues from fees, and again, we're right on as expected for that. Same kind of conversation about metered revenue, we're there. You'll notice, as we discussed, in the same as for the wastewater utility, we had 454,000 expected in connection fees or other fees. You'll see that we're projecting it's only going to be 90. Again, that goes back to the connection charges for those large developments. And so as we see that they're not coming on, those are being pushed into 2022. Operating expenses are, again, pretty close to what we would expect. And so our contribution to the reserve is in line here with what we were, well, not exactly what we were thinking because of the lower revenue on the connection fee. So you'll notice that it's we had budgeted about 1.3 going in. We're about just over $1 million. So the difference being that we don't have that connection fee yet. So if we go down, I'm going to go and just talk about what's happening at our phase 2 here of the $6 million grant that we got, and that's to get Anderson Creek Extension and then the Anderson Creek Pump Station. You'll notice that although it looks a little bit odd, we do know that the piping is going to get done. That is coming in way under budget, which is a good news story. That's why if you're looking, hey, well, there's $2 million there and we're only going to be 1.2 approximately by the end of the year, but the pipe will be done, there's big savings. And it's like, yes, it is, except that the control building cost has gone through the roof. So so what we kind of
Already
gained,
spent.
well, yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we didn't get to push out some things there. And because the control building, again, my hat's off to our supervisor of capital, Rob Nystrom. He actually found someone as a buyer of the building that is up there. So it's actually going to be sort of dismantled and put on a flatbed truck. And I'm not sure which community purchased it. Sorry. But we had another municipality, which is kind of one of those things we work with people when we say, hey, we've got this building. Is anyone interested? And so we're selling it and it's going to go on a flatbed and it's getting trucked off. So again, kind of that reuse, recycle kind of on a building. So you'll notice that place is getting cleared. You'll notice some trees have been changed. If you've gone up to Sabota recently, there's some trees in the area. They put in some more phase power, 3-phase, because we've got these huge pumps that are now going to be there to be able to take the water and pump it from there all the way up to Mountain Station. Mm-hmm. So that part of the work, we're getting a good chunk of it done this year, but a lot of it is getting pushed into 2022. And again, mostly on waiting on a parts and that sort of thing. So you can see that we've had some good success, but not, again, the line will be complete, but also the pressure there on the pump station itself. The emergency source. So again, council may have remembered that.
Just overall, are we on budget then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The emergency source. You're saying, well, wait a second. I thought we had the emergency source, but I think that council may remember that IH came along and said you didn't put it out far enough in the into the lake, the intake that we had. We had it too close to shore, so then we had to pay to get it moved out a bit further. So anyway, it's all good to go now. Just as long as we don't have any emergencies, we're fine. We don't want emergencies.
Bigger
Anyway.
fish out there.
That's right. That's right.
Grind in the pump.
Yeah. In the same way we talked about before on the SCADA upgrade, we did, so obviously there was a split. We had the work being done in the SCP plant, but we also had work that had to be done because we had the same system for the Mountain Station reservoir. So again, it kind of talks about, how much water is coming in and out, what sort of level of the chlorine or the hypochlorite is going on inside the system. So that's been upgraded, and so they're very pleased about that. The vegetation management and Mountain Station reservoir. So Director Innes will speak about this a bit later, but from Mount Poly, which again, the mine there, that kind of caused a ripple effect of how many other places do we kind of classify as a dam. So the province has come along and said, our reservoir is basically a dam because of the where it sits, how much water it is, and then sort of the flow that comes down from it. So we've had to do some modeling. We've had the province come and say, you need to do some work. And one of the works that they want to do, which again, I was a bit surprised at myself, is that they want us to kind of clear from vegetation, the front of the dam, including pulling stumps, which again, I kind of thought, wouldn't that be something you'd want to almost have there to kind of hold the land? But that is some work that needs to be done. We are hoping to get our own arborists are looking at it to do some work. Now again, different than another proponent in the city here, we weren't allowed to do some work because there was a nesting period. We are not in a heron nesting, but we have a nesting challenge. And so we do have a window now that we can go in and do some clearing, and we are going to attempt to get that done because the province has mandated us to get this sort of front of the reservoir cleared. And so if you're getting some calls or you're wondering what's going on, the reason that we didn't do it there was because we had a bird nesting window. That is now over, and we will hope to get that taken. One of the challenges we do have is a sort of a steep and tough terrain, and can we get almost like I don't know if it's a feller buncher, but almost a rig to be able to go in and take the trees and get it out. So, and also the stump removal. So there's some planning going on. So you'll notice we hope to get some work done so that the director can say, yes, province, we're not quite there, but we got this part done. So we expect to have some trees and some clearing done with the expectation that springtime we would kind of clean up the rest. So that's why you're seeing a bridge of it into 2022 as well. Okay, so water line replacement. One of the big major projects that was done was 4th Street. I don't know if the council had a chance, but so you'll notice now that, and it was quite impressive to me to see the work that our crews do, the experience that they have, the understanding of the pipe that comes down the roadway, and then the different connections that come off of it and how they're connected. It's actually really quite fascinating to see how it works. The other part that was, again, very educational to me is the crews knowing that when they're taking some of the copper pipe out, so again, when we've got our large distribution line, so I think it's 6 or 8 inch that we put it in there. I want to say we upsized it, that's the reason we were in there. And then off of that, we now, if you've got it open, you put in the new poly and we get it to your property line. Whatever happens from your property line to your house is now your responsibility. So yes, we sometimes have to connect to someone that's galvanized or copper or whatnot into your home. But they have a manner so that they've got the trench where they've got the deep 6 or 8 inch water line being put in, but they also have a kind of a tool that they can go on and connect to the pipe that's going to the house on the other side of the street. So then what they can do is they take the loader and it hooks onto it, and it'll actually pull so they would they disconnect from the home side, they connect their poly pipe to that, and then they come to the other side where they've got the connection that's been coming out to the pipe. So you've got probably a good 8 or 10 feet of paving, and the pipe goes through that, and they'll take the loader and that tool, and they will pull our pipe through the hole so that they don't have to dig a trench to get the line there. Now, it doesn't always work because you might hit a rock or something like that. But to watch the crews go in there, connect this, have to pull it, jerry rig it, get the Vector truck in there, it's really something to see. And to think about how much less they have to dig and pull and rip up, it's really quite something. And to think about all the homes that go on a block. So again, one of those tour things one day. But for me to get out in the field and see what they do there, again, it's impressive, and it's a real tip of the hat to our crews and the experience and the work that they do for us. So that project is a little bit higher than budgeted. But again, pretty much in line with what we had hoped. But so 4th Street's done. If you've been down there, you'll see it's all nicely paved. It's all been set up. We got a new fire hydrant in there as well, and we've upsized the pipe. So yeah. Okay, and so we had some ongoing ICI metering and data collection. We're a little bit late. Some of that will get done with our consultant helping out with some of that. Again, we've had some really good results on that, and look forward to reporting back to council. So again, close to what, I suppose not close, but the projects that we have are
You
online.
leave there.
Oh.
So I'm just looking out on the metering side there.
Yeah.
So if you look out a number of years, then you can see all of a sudden you got 600,000 to 600,000 for 4 years.
Yep.
Give us a bit of an update on where the metering's going and what the purpose is and what the long-term plan would be.
Well, a previous council was wanting to kind of get a sense on what it would kind of cost to meter each home.
Sorry, what line are you working
So
off
he's
of?
working off of
He's off
row,
of,
he's row 50,
57.
54.
Yeah, 600,000. I'm gonna- Oh, I got it. Yep.
Yes.
54.
Yes. And so where where the conversation went was they were interested in the ICI, so that was the one thing that we did move forward on. And it's tends to be in a more grouped area, the ICI. The residential in itself, obviously to be able to go in and put a meter for every single home is not only very expensive, but it goes back to that same conversation that we've had where we have gravity fed water, we've got a fixed cost of capital. My home with 4 kids, 4 in the family, and the widow next door to me, there's definitely going to be a difference in water usage. The problem is that I still need 80% of that fixed cost for capital. So now you've got, again, that whole $500 for water. My family is going to start paying, the $400 base rate idea, and then maybe I'm paying $150, and the widow below me is only paying $50, and then that kind of balances out. The other part that comes with some of this metering that we, when people talk about it, and it does allow for people to have some flexibility on, user pays, but we again have such a high capital cost, so. Even just trying to get the capital, the upgrade of those blocks, you think about, $550,000 for, I guess, basically 2 blocks or so of 4th Street, you're probably only talking about 20 homes, right? And you think about what that costs, that's the capital to get the water to your home. And so when you're trying to deal with the variable cost of how much water gets to get chlorinated or hypochlorite, that isn't as much of a challenge for us because we aren't pumping out of, like, for example, like a Casco that might be pumping out, then treating out of the river, and then distributing. That cost really is much variable. If you've got way less water to be able to pump, you get a big savings. Whereas for ours, because it's all gravity fed, the water ends up kind of going out into the lake anyway, sort of thing. So we don't have some of those challenges. But just one last one, is the other thing is that now all of a sudden, you have to meter if you're going to go that route. Yes, you might, if you're going to get it for information, that's kind of an expensive route to go. because if you're going to start metering now, you've got to read the meters. Now we got to start sending bills. Then we got to start collecting. And so there's a whole, probably person that needs to be hired to kind of do some of that work. So those are all just conversations when we talk about it, but that's why this is in here. On a previous council was wanting to know, hey, what would it cost? What would it do? And so we've kind of kept it in there as something that could be possible. Councillor Page.
Yeah, looking at the time frame, 2027, I'm sure, but I feel confident by the time we get to that, technology will have moved us into a 5G space.
Right.
In terms of, always present cellular meter options at least. So we may not have to run humans around with radios.
Yep.
We list in 53 strategic ICI metering and data collection, but would we consider as we get closer to that target, new builds or strategic residential for the leak detection and all the other benefits that might come from just knowing what's flowing around in the neighborhoods and whether or not we have problems in having data collection points out there for that? That's a little bit higher resolution than what we have at our pumping infrastructure, I guess.
Yeah, great questions, and yes, and we do have some, and I think that there's probably some more on the larger builds. We're expecting people to put in meters, so that it's not like if this unit goes over here to other places, you're putting in a meter. That's part of what your build is here. As far as new residential, we haven't kind of gone there, but there's nothing wrong. We do already have some, like in our data that we have, that we use to kind of get a sense on that. So that's certainly something that we could look into. We tend, to kind of focus on the larger ICI because that's where we're at right now. We don't think contact or ask. I don't know if someone's, on development services side, if someone comes in and says, hey, I'm doing a new build, we don't say like, hey, I don't think we've done it like, hey, do you want to put a meter in for testing? But it's not a bad thing to look at, even for just information's sake, getting more out there while we're doing the build.
Well, just to sprinkle it as data collection points throughout the neighborhoods.
Could you please, Corporate Officer Winton, can you mark that down just as a kind of a action item for me, is to just talk about development services and the conversation about new builds and residential as well, and whether or not there's it's again, not something to consider for sure. A lot easier to put one in when someone's building the home than
Paying all those connection
They're paying for
fees.
it.
well, I mean, again,
would anyway.
so something to consider for sure. Yeah.
So the reason I bring it up is, and I brought it up a number of times before, because we do have sewer and water charges right now. And I think we need to be very open with the community as to why we're doing this process of metering, collecting data, et cetera. But if we're heading down the road of metering homes, we need to be very clear that the community understands where we're going, that we're not sort of slowly slipping this in under the radar.
Yeah.
That all of a sudden you're going to be metered, because this could have serious ramifications for the cost of living in our community if it's not managed and handled properly. Because we're already charging people annual fees for sewer and water.
Yep.
So would there be a transfer to meters? I mean, what's going to happen here? Because I'm concerned about it, to be honest with you, that young families and working people will be, the price of the water is going to be, changing, and it may put affordability as one of the challenges going forward. So I just want us to be clear with the community, while I'm here anyway, where we're going and what the goal is.
Couldn't agree more, Mayor. And that's, again, but it goes back to, even for me, my thought is that where we are collecting now wouldn't change that much. It would, because you would probably, the problem with it, and this is where I sometimes struggle with the value of the capital cost of putting in all the meters to do that, is that if you've only got a variable of 20% potentially, that you're actually going to have a fluctuation, because I need that good 80% to cover the capital costs. I think you'd have to have a real good business case to be able to do that for council. So when we get there, you notice it's out a number of years, and we wanted to, again, it's good for conversation. It's good about, here's what kind of a plan of a previous council is looked at, but that would certainly, for me, would have to have a good business case that we would have to get out in front of, and council say, okay, we want to look at this. Okay, well, now let's get a sense on, what does it mean for not only operationally for the city, but the actual capital cost of putting this in all these homes. Some people have better plumbing than others. We see that even on the commercial side, and what is the actual benefit going to be? And when, again, just to reiterate what you're saying, we're different than other communities where they've got a high variable cost if they are pulling water out and having to pump and treat. Any water that you can save on that really helps on their operational costs. Our operational costs are actually not that high. And again, some of them are even fixed cost in the operational side that you would need, and the capital is the bigger component. So again, that would just be something that when we, if council directed us to do that, I think that the first step would be show me a business case or a study or what it is that you're trying to, to resolve or to get to before you would move forward.
Yeah, because we know there's lots of literature written for many years around the model of conservation.
Yes.
If you go to a model where you can use as much as you want, as long as you're willing to pay for it, so the rich can pay for it, they don't care what the meter says.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't go hand in hand with a robust conservation program, you could be hurting people in the pocketbook. So, Janice.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these numbers, and I keep watching the movement going east or on your page. As I recall, initially when some of these things, when the discussion came around water meters, there was actually some hints that the federal government was putting out that if we didn't move to metering, there wouldn't be any monies for government grants or whatever. So, we have to look at the background of why this ended up on a budget anyways to start with, because it kind of appeared as a result of that sort of feeling that there was an environmental push or whatever it was, and if you weren't putting this in, there would be no federal funding. We, to do this kind of project, for whatever reason, once we get the business case, we're not doing this alone. We're going to need to have some kind of provincial or federal grant money. So I think sometimes it gets lost for, as new people come to the table, what the original reason that this got even slotted into the budget. And now I've been here for 7 years in a row, and every year this has moved a little bit further to the right on this page. So my only hope is that we don't suddenly get some reversal of what has been going on, and that it suddenly has to be done. We do have the time here, I think, to develop the business case that the mayor is looking for, and with all of the other things that you brought up in terms of utilization and use and cost, and whether you're paying by the toilet, as Councillor Renwick talked about earlier. So just wanted to give that background again.
It's a good memory. It's bad that you pointed out I just keep moving it over. So.
And I think it's important. I think it is important to figure out if there's a strategic priority to knowing more about what the system is doing, to having sensors out there in the neighboring communities, in the neighborhoods, just to let us know. Like, we learned so much when COVID hit and the water use disappeared, and Rory was able to identify leaks throughout the system. And I think our whole system needs those kinds of eyes on it. And so where we can have a business case to just strategically have meters throughout the blocks, I think it's going to tell us a lot about what our system performance looks like. And that's going to lower overall cost. And that's what's important to me, because that's going to have the impacts for all the water users.
It's a great point, and like I said, we do see that in our zone so far, maybe I think that we have only residential, but it's a great point, because as I spoke about before, we go along, we as a city got tasked with taking care of our galvanized, and so now we are connecting people to our new PVC 100 and some odd year lasting pipes, but we then get it to the connection to your home and you've got galvanized. It would be good, like you said, to know, hey, there's obviously people that are going to have galvanized. Exactly. And
That's
then that comes back to then the homeowner going, oh my goodness, now I got to dig up my line, to my home. But again, it's that improvement that comes with it. But if you don't have the knowledge, then it makes it, we're just, again, wasting water. And if we've got a residential community or commercial community that's building up and we need to save that water, it makes sense. And you can have a business case for that.
Yeah.
And I'll just add, I think, first of all, just to make sure it's clear, we're not if it would be just a different way of charging for water.
Yeah.
It's not that we would charge any more globally
Yeah.
within the community. That doesn't change, but yes, there might be winners and losers just as on the ICI side. So some of the business case would also include, like, we start to run into serious drought management issues that we don't have enough water for everyone. That might be a trigger that now we have to meter. Now we do need to know if you're watering your lawn or not watering your lawn when we're in restrictions, or you do have a line that's just, dumping water. And, as we found out in that trailer park, that, they were just residential users, right?
Yep.
And losing serious amount of water. So I would say probably that drought side of it is might be a trigger if we start to see more and more drought conditions, and we've tightened everything else up, and it's the residential side where the loss is. And that also plays into, can we get another water source if and that's a lot of communities. If we have to, the only water source we end up being able to access is the lake, and now we have to pump and treat and have a treatment plant, that would be another potential trigger where you'd look at metering residential so that, that you drive those costs down. Because it tends to be, people don't, first of all, realize they have a leak. People don't necessarily, when that toilet's leaking, they don't, necessarily go, oh, I need to deal with that. It's, it's annoyance, but I don't deal with it. And I think, Colin shared how much one toilet can use in water over a leaky toilet. So all those things, like I said, I think will ultimately be on that supply side. If we have to go to a high cost of supply, or we can't get another supply, then we have to manage the demand. And it is just in terms of grants, we do have to deal with that question. Every grant that we put forward, they do ask us what our demand side management side of our system is. So we've dealt with it through the ICI to date, and the work we've done on tightening up our system and all that piece of it. But there might be a point where they say, no, you also need to deal with residential. So
I
all
think
those
what I
are
was
triggers.
trying to go with this was, we were very successful with the rate increase on sewer and water because we did a lot of really good outreach to the community ahead of time, and they understood where we were going. And I think it's important that we continue down that same path, because if you're not in touch with what we're doing here, you might think, oh, I'm paying sewer and water, now I'm going to pay meter fees. So, just so we have a business plan that's going to work for the greater good of the community. And so far, it's worked very well with the sewer and water fees. They've helped us to get to here. So,
But John, I think too, people are, as these summers get hotter and more intense and wildfire seasons, I think people are definitely like absorbing the preciousness of water.
Yeah.
It's not like it was in the 70s or even in the 80s where,
started this.
yeah, when we started, yeah. Exactly.
I mean, now it's, it's serious business, and I think people understand that, especially since like last summer was a clear indication of what our summers will be trending towards. And so hopefully that will be settling into people's consciousness that
But
we have to manage our water really carefully.
it's right to get out there in front and communicate a story of how a Nelson Next home sends telemetry data back to the water public utility.
Yeah.
It's you can gussy that up.
It's a good soundbite.
Telemetry data.
It's a good stuff. I'm going to carry on to the real world.
Yeah, thanks.
Big brother at my house, thank you.
Just wanted to end that.
Totally.
He's in the computer field.
That's what you call
So
it.
just a couple of things for 2022. Again, a big part is to complete the pump station building. So you see the 1.8 there. You do see that we've got some PRV generational, and we are going to get some work done on the engineering component of that. And you can see that's out a number of years. You'll see also a reservoir for treated water. Part of fire flow is another reason why we're looking at this, and my understanding is that we would place this on the site of Mountain Station, so it's not going to be somewhere else, but that's where it would be. This water, the treated water, and again, part of that is I think as we ongoing having these reservoirs help us with the potential situation. And again, I'm thinking more of kind of the days of the Redfish Grill kind of, we've looked at some of our modeling and this is where this is coming from, that having another reservoir of some treated water. So it would be more of like not a larger open reservoir, but likely a big cylinder or a pipe or a building that would hold the water. Yep. Again, we talked about the vegetation management carry forward there. You'll notice in 2022 there under line 49 that we got $1 million, so a step up for our water line replacement. A big component of that also relates to servicing the Mount St. Francis area. So, and again, one piece as we go down, you'll notice that under row 65, we've got again our increase in there, but you'll notice there's a jump up from 454 to 765. So we're in a cost sharing on this work at Mount St. Francis as well. And so you'll notice that's why you kind of see a big jump. Not only do we have connection fees, but we've also got a cost sharing kind of going on for some of this work. And then you'll notice that it really kind of drops back down into what would be kind of expected on a regular year as it goes out. Yes.
So would Mount St. Francis be considered like a high-use new industrial complex that you'd have to factor in? Or would it just be kind of like, part of the neighborhood?
Well, again, everything with the building code, we probably have some of your houses here that are from the 19 whatevers and onwards are using massive toilets that are flushing water. And now when you get to these new buildings, there's a lot tighter. So we are seeing the benefit of that. And even on the use of water and the pressure on our water system, is it tends to be a drop in what the demand is because maybe more units or whatnot, but they're not that same huge tank of water flushing your toilet down, right? So again, my expectation is that the modeling that happening here is that we've taken that into consideration. And then again, kind of interesting, I was just looking there that under row 43, 2028, it's like we're only in 2022 coming up soon. It's like we're looking at another update to the water master plan, right? It's just seems the time is just sort of chugging along. So, but those are things that we consider. You'll notice again too, as we talked about that line 41, not an inexpensive project to take on replacing or I guess twinning or however you want to say the 5 mile line. You can see what the cost is. Not easy terrain, but upwards of $7 million, and look at the big borrow for that. So this sheet shows you what 2% does, and as we go along, you can see that when we're in some of the ICI and after we've dealt with the construction of a replacement 5 mile, that we do get the reserve starts to get down a bit, and but at 2% as we're going along here. And again, you'll notice in 2027 where we switch back from the ratio of having more water going to the wastewater utility and we kind of balance it back out again. You can see there's a jump there in 2027 when you go from 2.8 million to 4.2 million coming in because of the way that we change the allocation of the utility fee revenue that we have. And then just for column C, or the next page for C, is everything's the same. The only difference, if you'll notice, is that on row 62, you're now looking at a 1.5 instead of a 2%. 2% is what we had last year. We did give ICI a break of 0% in 2021. Again, based on our wording, I don't know if it's a bit better. I think it's kind of the same. But we would be saying that in 2022, everybody would get the same increase. So there's no zero. It was just the zero we gave in 2021. But 2022, we would be back giving, if there's an increase of 1.5% or 2%, it would be for everybody, residential, ICI, commercial. So, but you kind of see, and part of it is when we look out, it's all, we sometimes kind of tend to flow, but you can see reserve gets pretty low in 2028, 2029, but then quickly grows when you're like, well, at 2037, we got $13 million. But the other part is that I feel pretty confident by the time we get out these years that there'll be some other things that we'll have to do in that section. So one just has to be careful if you're looking at that far end going, we're collecting way too much money. It's like, well, it's quite possible that something else comes along or that we've got to deal with something. So absolutely.
So we don't seem to have a treatment plant in here at all anymore.
I think it's actually in 2038, Kevin. Yeah.
So that's one thing that is outstanding, as Colin said, we have.
We have deferral at this stage.
Filtration, yeah.
And right now, IH's policy is ground surface waters ultimately need filtration. We don't, we think we have some of the best water in the country, and don't believe it's good public policy to treat really good water because because other people have their water system next to a cow pasture that is, super, things can go wrong as we saw in Walkerton, but that's not where our water comes from. So, but it's still on their books, right? That to meet their standard, you're supposed to have filtration with a groundwater surface source. So that's, as Colin said, those are the pieces as you go out further that can be game changers. I forget what a treatment plant is, not just the cost of the treatment plant, then you have to
Operate it.
staff it, and I think the operating costs were $1 million a year or $750,000 a year just to staff it in a treatment plant.
So again, but part of it was just even a sample of kind of seeing what the effect is on 2% over 1.5%. I mean, on the scheme of 15 years, right, the overall reserve balance only changes by, not even I think it's not even 2 million kind of thing, right? But compounding effect does come into play here for sure.
Sorry to go back to Kevin's point if I could.
Yes.
I know we always look at this as like advocating to interior health or waiting silently, hoping the hammer doesn't drop. Is there an opportunity here to define the system we have as a natural asset treatment plant and somehow put some rigor around what is happening up there as a treatment plant in and of itself, and why we would classify it as such, and then get interior health to sanctify that?
I think we could give it a shot. I think it would be a long shot, but I think it's the concern of what gets into that groundwater source as opposed to, so it's around source protection. And Colin, I know we've been doing a bunch of work on source protection that maybe you want to speak to.
Giving an update on that today?
So, just really quickly, Councillor Page, Urban Systems was working with us on getting a formal filtration deferral. And so we went through all the rigor of showing all of the water data that we've had and how it's performed and how our UV transmittance works up at Manton Station. And so we've gone through all of that and put together a very rigorous document that's been sent to IHA for formal deferral. And so they have that, and they're reviewing that now. And so that's where we've made the case that we can defer doing this because of the water quality that we have. Their look at water systems is very limited in how they look at it, and really for them it's a one size fits all. And I guess I could understand if I was to put on the other pair of shoes as a regulator, it'd be very difficult when you look at all of the different catchments and all of the different systems that are out there. There's a lot of variation that exists out there.
Totally.
And some people can do that better than others. And so for them, it's a lot easier to say, you know what, we've got a round hole and a round peg goes through it, and square pegs don't. And so we want you to have filtration added to your plants. And so I don't see them moving off of that, because from the regulator's point of view, there's a lot more risk in them opening that up. But we have given them a formal deferral, and there is the formal process for doing that. And so we believe that we've presented a very good case for it. However, they could still decide in the future that, you know what, we still have made a decision about how water systems are to work, and I think it would take an awful lot to get them to move away from that. And I think probably part of the problem too is the fact that they've gone and compelled others to go build filters and to take on their water system. So to then sort of shift gears later and to say, oh, okay, well, you guys don't have to, they would probably have some blowback that would come from that. So I think from the deferral end, we've given them a really good case. Hopefully we've made it really easy for them to give us that ongoing deferral. but they still basically hold that over top of us in that, you know, at some point, we can still come and say that you have to do this. And so, I think it would be very hard to get them off of that, but with a strong case about, hey guys, you know, we don't need this, you know, look at how well this is working. I think that we've, you know, bought ourselves more time there, and whether there is a change in the future, that is something that may happen, but I would really see the regulator, it would be hard for them to kind of backpedal where they've gotten.
Well, just for clarity, like I would understand it to be that with a plant, you come with certification, you have employees who also have their certification, so you have that tie-in between design and operation. And what is missing here is, what does a natural asset treatment plant certification look like? What does a watershed need to be certified as, you know, what does it look like when it's a natural asset, right? Like we need to be thinking about how, and I know we are, and I know we're pushing it as much as possible, but we need to give things like interior health a certification, or find some certification that can be accepted by those professional bodies and say, yeah, there is an ecologist that has the proper training and can do this evaluation and can monitor on an ongoing basis, and it is as acceptable as someone who's going to swap charcoal filters out and put in UV systems and track sensor data. I know we're a ways from that, but I'm just wondering if that's a place where we need to draw the owl a little bit more if we don't get this deferral. If we get the deferral, how long does that stay in place? Is that ongoing then?
Until they choose not to.
It wouldn't be definite, it would be sort of,
Yeah, but we've been, I
At
think
least
the
some acknowledgement.
legislation's been in place for about 18 years, so we've been deferring for a long time already.
Okay, well, I'm good there. I just wanted to challenge us a little bit.
And I think when this was looked at before, I think, if I'm correct, they're trying to meet the Canadian water guidelines or something. And I know a professor in one of the Canadian universities looked at how it was being applied in IH and felt they were overstepping, you know, that you can meet those standards in a different way as we are, as opposed to, you know, just, you know, through filtration. So it seems that interior health has a higher standard even than some of the other health authorities in British Columbia. So so I think part of it's ultimately, I think it's pushing government as opposed to the health authority itself in how they regulate it. And I agree, you know, it's not good public policy to spend millions and millions of dollars on something that's, you know, as you say, nature is.
Yeah, to
is
be blind
managing.
to the services being provided by these assets.
Yeah,
Yeah, as we have been in the past.
and
I see a letter to an MLA.
yeah, and it's a wilderness park. You know, the province itself has you know, set it aside to do what it's supposed to be doing, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then just the last document before I kind of end on the water. Like, again, this is just something for council to look at and whether or not we would be willing, I think, to drop from the 2 to 1.5. That's just something for council to consider. You don't have to answer it today, but it'd be good to know if there was a.
Is that your recommendation?
162.
Well, we did notice that at 1.5 that we are still pretty healthy reserve, right? So again, does give, it's not a huge break, but I mean, again, when you think about, you're looking at 378 to 377, like the difference for the homeowner is, you know, $1 savings sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So again, those are some of the questions. Anytime we can give, you know, make sure that we're not taking too much, right, as well is important, but, yep.
Thank you.
And then just,
A couple of questions.
Oh, certainly.
One,
That's a
on your
data treatment plant.
inflation considerations are at 2%. Is that works for you, that 2%?
well, it does. I feel comfortable with it. I mean, again, I understand that, you know, you might, if you're looking at today, that you might say, oh, it should be 4%, but do you do 4% for 1 year and then 1.3 and then, you know, 1.7? I mean, you know, 2 is kind of in that target for Canada, and I figure when I look at where we're at and how we even kind of incorporate it into our numbers to make sure that, you know, what, you know, if it wasn't included as anything, because it is compounding, Mayor, like, so as it goes out, it's 2% on top of 2%, that, we've got something in there that is capturing some inflation, so I,
Just noticing the last few months that prices are, well, you mentioned yourself earlier about the building of that shed up.
yep,
You know, how much the
Totally.
prices have gone up. I'm not sure that the inflation rate that's been put out on the media is actually in line with what's
Yeah.
happening in the real world at the moment.
and we had a bit of this discussion, Mayor, while you weren't here, and part of the conversation we saw is that if you look at what we're doing in sewer, in the wastewater utility this year, there isn't a big amount that actually relates to materials. You've got some labor, we've got consultants and engineers, but so on parts, so I feel comfortable on that. And even on the water side here, again, the building that we're building is we're waiting on parts. I don't know how much, there's probably some inflationary component, but yeah, we got $1 million here of water line replacement. A chunk of that's gonna be equipment and labor. Parts will be part of that. And there probably will be a bit of pressure on that. We were just talking where the price of some of the PVC has gone from $10 to $110. So it's gone up 1,000, again. But we don't expect that to be a continuation, but we feel pretty comfortable with the numbers that we've got for this year, that we're good.
And one other question, you might want to just quickly, and maybe you've done this, I'm sorry if you have. On the very bottom of that page B there, you talk about reallocation of rates
Yes,
further out.
yes.
You've probably talked about that.
We did when we actually,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just so that everybody's aware.
yes, yeah. What we did see is that we had thought if we adjusted the rate, we actually looked at what if we went out to 2031?
Line 76.
Yeah, we played with it a bit, and when we go out to making the change in 2031, we actually go negative in the water. And so we kind of found it here was a place where it's a couple of years out from where it originally was, and it seems to keep both parties in going to be some low reserve, but we're not dipping into the negatives. And again, we adjust this each year, so I know that we've got a larger plan to look at things, but we also know that every year is a bit different when we, again, get this master plan for the wastewater treatment plant. That I think will speak to us in a number of different ways and may change our thinking completely. It may be something that we have to revisit on what the increase should be over time to sustain that. But yes, we did look at that.
Can I just add on that, or is this on the same
Oh,
question?
it's just on the 1% or 2%.
Can I just finish on that split? One thing we are looking at is, do we actually just create Nelson Water, which is both sanitary and
Yeah, just one fee.
and on the water side of it, one comes in, one goes out, so it's a lot of the same product, right?
From your lips to.
And then we don't have to, necessarily, be moving between one and the fees between one and the other, and does that make sense to manage that utility as that larger utility? So that's on the table too, to explore.
Because we are going to have a discussion here about storm, and it's another place where we've been doing some looking at whether or not we should, again, do we, as part of a separate utility, just as a storm? Some locations have that as well, where you've got a fee for connections and getting into a storm, as well as a concerted effort, especially when we've been seeing, we live on a mountain, and when the water starts coming down and rushing, it's, we've got a big grant, but people would have remembered, you can almost get your car buried at the corner there of Front and Hall Street, and now we got these two massive pipes that carry that water through. So we've got other places where we have, challenges, restrictions, and again, dedicating some funds towards it. So maybe you're, as CEO Cormac said, it doesn't mean that we kind of encapsulate it all into one sort of utility that has this breakdown for what each utility inside it, but kind of collects the money together, so you're not having to have this conversation, as you said, Mayor, of like reallocating here or there each couple of years. But also we need to, I think, start to look at adding a potential component to having a storm as well, so that we can start chipping away in the same way. And again, it's my segue into looking at the last page that I gave you guys on water is sort of what we have done. And when you have a plan and again perform on it, you can see what's happened here in water.
Just before you leave that storm sewer.
Yep. We're not going to leave it. We're coming back to it. We have a whole presentation coming.
Just
Yes.
I just wanted to add to the 1.5 and the 2%. like, it would seem, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of uncertainty
Yeah.
in the world, as we know. And so, kind of, you know, if we're just, if we're doing the, like, 2%, we're kind of building in for that uncertainty. Rather than trying to, you know, save, somebody $5,
The dollar.
a dollar. And just rather, and then we don't have to do that big jump at some point if something happens and, oh, I'm sorry, it's gonna be a 10%, but that we're actually like, it's rate smoothing essentially.
It is, and but again, also, because there was a conversation, like, what if we change, what happens if you change the
Yeah.
rate, right? And that's where part of it is like, well, if you look at 1.5, you know, like I said, in 2028, you're down to 1.8 million in there. If you're at 2%, that difference is, you're at 2,068,000. So we're looking at less than $200,000 net difference over, and I'm just looking over a 6-year period kind of thing, right? So I don't disagree with you. I don't think anyone's going to say, oh my goodness, Councilor Woodward, how could you not go for 1.5 at 2? You saved me $1 or so, sort of thing, right? So I know, I appreciate that, but that's sort of where your numbers are looking.
Great.
Anyway, the sheet here, again, it's just previous council from 2005 is sort of where we started making the big change, even to today. You can see how much of our system we've actually replaced and renewed, and it's impressive. And then, again, when you look at, you know, it kind of gets glossed over pretty quick because it's in the 2020 number, but you can see up at the top there, where rail trail, that was a big chunk. Now we've got, you know, again, 1.7 kilometers of water going, a pipeline coming up from the Allen Street booster to the reservoir, which again is grant funded, but again provides all of that water now coming in. So say you did lose 5 Mile, as the director said, you could kind of feed before. Now it's all being treated. We don't have an IHA problem as much, and it's raw water going through and can be, you know, supported. You know, turn it off in different spots. And again, you'll notice other things too that council may have forgot, because I did talk about just 4th Street, but you may have noticed on Front Street where we've got some new homes going in, that's where you see another little section of water that we put in to service those homes on Front Street, which is by SK Electronics. And then, of course, 520 Fall Street, we put in some new servicing there and looping with that new project. The red is for 2022. You'll notice it's focused up at the top end there. One of the work that is also going on is, while we're up there and doing this work, the plan would be to, you know, when you cut open pavement and whatnot, and then you're going to repave, it's good to put in the piping, so that we want to be able to lay the pipe in that area, that if you ever want to get down to the lake, you've already got it buried while we're in there doing the work. So that's one of the other things that we'll be doing in 2022. And the other thing, and forgive me, Councillor Charwood, if you're already aware of this, but the PRV thing, that's pressure reducing valve. That's okay. It's just, you're wondering what we have these for. So when we got this pressure coming down, we'd blow it right out of your door if we didn't have some sort of reducing.
Slow it down.
Yes, we've got a few of those through the community.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't know how we're doing, but I see it's 5 to 12. I think maybe the food has arrived. Yes, and then I know that we've got 2 presentations, one from the chief and one from Director Innes on storm, and the chief at after lunch here as well. So,
Thank you.
Perfect.
all right.
Thank you. Time for lunch?
Thanks.
Yep. Second by Councillor Charwood. All in favor? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Such a cool map, maybe. Visceral sense.
Yep.
Hey, Chief.
There's food, Len.
And by kids, like in their
Got some
20s,
food?
right?
Young, do we have young adults?
Young adults, but there are kids who are in the movement, right? So just to be clear, it would be there. they've had some higher education,
Maybe
and
they're paying for all those GHG emissions somehow.
I just,
flying there.
Maybe they all got a boat. I have no idea.
I can't even,
That was
the
going anyway.
turnaround time.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 2 months, 2 years?
Trudeau, 21 people.
Can't we say that about all planes? All the planes are all going anyways. Yeah.
Trudeau went,
I'll go back.
Trudeau,
anyway, so we thought we'd go.
Like you go when it's, you know,
Yeah,
full,
he was
so
on this
they're
committee,
at least half
and
full, so
yes,
don't go
he
anywhere.
joined that.
Exist?
Yeah.
Because we have that ability to manage all those decisions.
To join this one. But like, to go from here to never getting on the boat to being.
so Justin Trudeau flew over there in the Airbus, 900 gallons a minute fuel.
Yeah, she is.
So,
Yeah.
21 people on the plane.
Flying to
Cop.
COP.
Holidays.
Yeah, Scotch drinking is what he said.
It doesn't
during
look
the
good.
rec meeting. That,
Doesn't look good at all.
so I said, "Are you taking your wife?"
Hey?
And he says, "No." Grace is the only one that really wanted to
Yeah.
go, and he says, "But you know, it's going to be pretty full on." And then there's the Scotch drinking.
Who said this?
Rick, during our
Oh.
rec meeting this week.
Case ready?
Yep.
42.
Okay, folks, we're ready to start again, and up next is Colin Innes.
Colin.
Alrighty.
Moved.
Motion to reconvene, Janice, Cal, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Welcome, Chief. Did you start in that fire department when you were 2 years old?
That's a compliment.
Somebody told me you had 40 years in. 40 years. How'd you do that?
Thank you.
How'd you do for?
I started when I was 21.
Wow.
Really?
You had to be 21 then.
Well,
Amazing.
I would have
Yeah.
been 2.
Good for you. All right, Colin.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. I have put together a little presentation just about our storm sewer system. And right before I dive into this, I was just going to mention one other thing that Colin asked me to bring up. And it's about there's a new thing that's going on right now with the regulation of how engineering firms are being regulated. And traditionally, well, I guess for the last forever, governmental bodies who are doing work, engineering work, you know, for your own governmental body, you're not doing work for others. You haven't had to go through the same kind of registration or level of demonstration of how you're handling your firm. In a firm where you're selling services to others, you have to have a very clear line of showing that, you know, here's who brought in the input for this design, here's who worked on this design, here's who checked this design, here's who approved this design, and here's the, you know, what happened with the design, and we've put it all to bed in a nice package that somebody can come along later and say, hey, you know, we need to find out what happened with that, or why did this work this way, why did that happen that way. There's a really good audit trail that you're able to chase after. Now, yes, and all of this comes out of you know, there's been obviously some terrible things that have happened over the years, and it wasn't necessarily public sector things that were the problem, but what's happened is they've just taken a look across the board and they've said, you know what, it would be a better practice for anybody who's providing engineering services to meet the same kind of standards that a private firm is required to meet. So earlier this year, APEG BC put out a series of documents, and there's, you know, it's quite helpful for public bodies like us that haven't had to go through all of this process before. And the idea is to bring us up to that same kind of standard that you would be able to find in a private firm, again, to be able to show audit trails, to be able to show professional development, and to really record it. Now, it's not that we haven't done these things in the private or in the public sector. It's just we haven't had to make, you know, this very clear
easy to follow audit trail to demonstrate all of these kinds of things. And so really what's come into play is that we've had to submit to say that, hey, we do engineering work in-house. And so, of course, I do engineering work in-house for the Public Works Department. In Nelson Hydro, there's engineering work that's done in-house for Nelson Hydro. And that both of us, they've said, well, even though, we've got a Nelson Hydro and a Public Works Department, you're still city of Prince Albert. And so the city of Prince Albert has submitted for...
Brent Nelson.
Oh, sorry.
And you two have been here for a
Say
while
that
now.
for so many years. Every once in a while it like
For a
slips
while.
out there. Yeah,
They pay him
crazy.
more,
Crazy.
He left there.
Are you
One
a
would
mole?
hope
I
that
left
they
there,
didn't
but
need
something's still stuck
Could
in
go
there.
back.
Maybe there's something that we don't know.
Stealing our secrets.
I like it here lots better. Anyway, sorry. So for City of Nelson has applied for a permit, and we've been given a permit number and that sort of thing. Now, what needs to happen over the next 6 months is that both myself and Scott Spencer need to sit down, and we need to take and put this kind of administrative tracking framework into place to show how we're going to do these things. Now, there may need to be something where we do a little bit of of cross-pollination, where maybe I go and say, okay, Scott, as part of showing our due diligence, I'd like to find out about this project that you guys have done. Walk me through your file and show me what you got. And conversely back and forth. Hey, you guys put in some new water main. Show me the process. And really, it's all about us showing that we've done the due diligence, that there has been proper inputs been put into things, and that we've done it the right way, and that the work is solid. Now, the only thing with that is, of course, there's more administration that goes along with all of that, and some defined paper trails. I think the setup of this will be a little bit more difficult, than it'll ultimately be to be doing the follow through on it, and a lot of that's just going to be growing pains for us. I know for in the private sector, they'll have been doing this for 10 years, and firms will have this very well defined. But for us, both Scott and I are going to have to figure out how we do this, and how we do this in a way that's both effective and fits the way that we actually do business. And so that us submitting the means in which we're going to do that for approval happens, I believe it's in early June of 2022 is when we have to have that all submitted. So we've done some initial work, but this coming winter and into the spring, we're going to have to do a whole lot more work in developing this and getting these processes in place, and so we can satisfy what we need to do under our proper firm registration. And then I probably won't seem like that much of a difference, but up till now, when I approve and stamp a drawing and sign off on it, I have to have my permit number on it and my stamp, and what will have to happen is that there'll have to be also the city's permit that's affixed to that as well, and showing that we have a license to be able to do the kind of works that we're doing. We still don't intend to be selling works to anyone else, because of course we'd have to be insured entirely differently for those kind of things. But this is just they've really wanted this to kind of the level of showing that you're doing your due diligence. They're really looking for that demonstration all across the board, and considering that there has been some things like roof collapses and dam failures and these kinds of things, I can see why the regulatory body is doing that. So, just a little side note. I know that's not storm sewer, but Colin had mentioned that, hey, that'd be a good thing just to let everybody know that this is something that's in the works, and that it's something that's being worked on.
Colin, can I just ask a couple questions? One, have you guys reached out to other munis that probably have larger engineering departments?
Yeah, no, we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
I think that there's going to be more of that. There has been, the one thing that's been really great though is that the APEG BC has realized that, oh, hang on, this is going to be something that's really new for everybody, and so they've provided a bunch of information packages, and actually there's more training that's coming as well. And so I think that'll, number one, be good to get the training, but also through that training process, we're probably going to be meeting other people that are engaged in the same kind of process that we are, and I think that's going to be helpful. So yeah, no, I think trying to get that. There's no point in reinventing the wheel.
Yeah. And I guess Jan's an engineer as well, right? And Peter Sinstead. So do they? No, they don't I know Peter doesn't necessarily do design work. Do they still fall, is it just when you're doing design work that this applies then?
Well, since he is working as an engineer in training, because he's still working towards his designation, so even though he may not do a particular design, we'll have to be showing how we're working with Peter and how his professional development's working and how that's within this administrative package, because he is considered a professional. Even our like our survey techs and even Rob Nystrom with his tech designation, will have to show how all those pieces feed into the work we're doing, because of course we're getting information from those people in order to make a design, and so we need to rely on work that's coming from other professionals, and so showing how this is all tied together is really what the really what the idea is here.
And just as an order of magnitude, I think we looked at this 1 year and doing a fair amount of water work, and I think we contracted some of those out, and I think we roughly calculated we're saving about $500,000 a year by doing that design in-house versus using third-party consultants. So it's substantial on the water side.
Sure. I think that, obviously there's going to be projects where you need that external source, but for where we're able to make use of, when we're dealing with our water system and doing more kind of what I would consider routine sort of replacements and things like that, it makes sense for us to be able to tackle that work in-house.
So Colin, on that note, without getting off page too much here, is that something that could be sold out to other small municipalities that just wouldn't have capacity to get that work done, or maybe not even know you had to do it in some cases?
For the setting up of the
But if we had that
framework?
in-house knowledge, like, could we farm that out?
Oh, as far as engineering services to others?
Yeah, other municipalities that,
If we farm our services out, we'd then be moving into being more of a consultant, and so we'd have to move into a different sort of stream, because we're providing external engineering services, and then we'd have to insure differently as well. So that's something we haven't explored. I think that we'd have to take a hard look at that and see if it makes sense for us to do that. As far as helping, if there's another municipality that's going to need help in setting up a system, I'd be more than happy then to share what we're doing here if that's helpful to them, because I'm probably going to be making some phone calls and seeing what people have come up with as well, because the one really nice thing about being in the public sector is that we're everyone's a lot more eager and willing to share information, and that's a really great thing to have. I know that in the private sector that that's a lot more cards tight to the vest kind of a thing, and that people aren't going to be sharing those kinds of things.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so storm sewer. Bonus marks here for anybody who can ID which catch basin this is.
Drains to drains.
Catch basin? Where?
The cover.
Outside my house, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, wow. That's pretty bonus.
Actually, that's gotta be downtown.
With the fish on it.
Colin, is the presentation up on your screen?
It's up on my screen.
Yeah, I know.
Somehow lost the mouse though. Maybe it's frozen.
It's up there on that
You've
screen.
got two
Oh, here we
screens
go.
going.
We
Oh,
can see it
okay.
up here, so I'm just not sure.
Pipe's broken.
It's, the internet's tubes and pipes.
Yeah.
So will you
Okay.
tell us which one it is at the end of the presentation?
Sure. Well, I want to leave it out there just in case anybody recognizes
All
it in the
right.
meantime here. Yes.
Counselor and IT expert,
Well,
often utilized. Is he billing?
Yeah, $99 right there. Minimum charge, 99.
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
He would have to excuse himself from the meeting.
Oh, that's right, because he conflict of interest.
There you go, see?
Look at that. Keith.
Money well spent.
We get off presenter mode.
Yeah.
We seem to have it on presenter mode.
Okay.
That's him driving the presenter mode part.
I think down below there's some
Doesn't like my.
those icons. There.
He's driving the mouse.
No, that's not it. Click that one again.
It's the share.
Isn't it?
Ah,
Okay. We're up and running. Perfect. Okay, so the city storm sewer system. Now, there's obviously an awful lot of infrastructure and little pieces that go into our system, and so there's catch basins, kind of like what we've got here in our picture, and so there's 866 of them all across the city network here. We've got 867 stormwater pipes, and of course those all vary in age as well as in sizes. We've got 23 outfalls that go to Kootenay Lake, as well as we've got another 32 outfalls that take you into the creeks here in the town. Our system is basically functions as 21 little separate catchments that cover the city itself. And so we've got 645 hectares of urban development that's all being directed into this into our system. Minor versus major. Okay, now the minor system is what most people would conceive of as actually what storm sewers are. The pipes in the ground are what's your minor system when it comes to stormwater management. Now the reason why that is that when you have extremely large events, obviously the water's not flowing through the stormwater system because you've overwhelmed it, and so it flows through the major system. So of course the major system is more your overland flow paths, and so this actually comes right out of our development services bylaw, defining what a major and a minor system are. To really just make it simple and straightforward in what we're talking about, the minor system I'm going to be referring to as your pipes and your catch basins, and your major system is going to be water flowing on roadways. So in 2018, a whole bunch of work was done by SNC Lavalin in modeling our stormwater system. We had gotten a grant from the province to undertake doing the work, and so we had this done. SNC used a product called XP Swim to do the modeling. I guess SWIM was something that was put together by the US EPA, and it's used for calculating flow of water both through channels as well as through pipes. And then, of course, XP Swim is a form of it that's been, had a much nicer interface put onto it, because the SWIM model put together by the US EPA was something that wasn't a very aesthetic or user-friendly thing, and so there's been an add-on to it to make it a lot easier to utilize. So SNC there's a lot of information that gets taken and put into this model, and so we had to give them, here's our pipe network, here's the sizes of the pipes, here's the grades that the pipes are at, here's our roadway network, and here's the grades of our system. So they used LiDAR data. There was a whole lot of information that's put in to build this model. So, models are only models. It's a simulation. It's not necessarily going to be exactly what's there, but for the amount of information that went into this, I think this is actually, you're building a pretty realistic simulation, at least to give you a good idea of the sense of how your system's going to behave under different situations. And so they put together the model. And then they modeled a number of different storm events to try to figure out where are those peak events. And so you've got different kinds of storm events. You've got, very short duration, high intensity events, as well as you've got something where it rains really slowly, but it rains really slowly for 7 days. Each one of these things affects your system differently. And depending on the nature of your system, one event over another is going to have a much greater impact on it. And so what you need to do is run a whole variety of scenarios to see how this is going to kind of perform all across the board to see, how it behaves. The hydrographs that were utilized came out of our City of Nelson subdivision and development bylaw, and so that's something that's in there. And then those were actually modified. So the design rainfall events. So a 10-year rainfall event, and I know even for myself, I would get this, everybody thinks, well, a 10-year event is only something that can happen once every 10 years, and a 100-year event, well, that's something that happens only every 100 years. That's not actually the case. So a 10-year rainfall event is something that has a 10% probability of occurring at any given point in time. You could have you could have a 10-year event one week, and then you could follow it with another 10-year event. But it's something which on average is going to happen about 10% of the time. Now, the 10-year event is what you're designing your minor system. So your catch basins and your pipes are all being designed around that 10-year event or that 10% probability event. And that's what you're using. Your system is to be able to handle that event, and that's a conventional a way of approaching design in your storm system. For your overland systems, it's that 100-year rainfall event that you're looking at, so it's a 1% probability of occurring. And so in our situation here, what that 100-year event is talking about is a situation where on your roadway surface, you've got 15 millimeters of rain that's now flowing down the roadway. So your whole roadway is 15 mils or more of rain that's flowing down the road. So, obviously it's a 1% probability event. This is a big event for us. This isn't something that is routinely occurring. So the hydrographs that we have in our bylaw, are able to take advantage of about 100 years of historical climate data. And there's really good information there. Obviously this is the information that we're having people in designing things, to make use of. But we also know that with climate change, there's some changes that are coming to both precipitation patterns, as well as the intensity and duration and frequency of events that's predicted to be expected to be occurring as a result of climate change. And I think that we're probably seeing some of those events and effects already starting to creep into things. So in order to account for the impacts of climate change, what SNC did is they used the IDF curves that we have in our bylaw, and they used a tool developed by the University of Western Ontario to augment the rainfall curves based on different climate change scenarios to see how is this rainfall going to change over time, and so how is our system, with these changes going to occur over time. And so they modeled three different emission scenarios to predict changes up to the year of 2100. So I think everybody's heard of the representative concentration pathways before, or the RCPs, which of course are used to predict about how, I guess it's about greenhouse gases that are being emitted in time, and how we're using them particularly in this case is how is that going to affect precipitation and your rainfall events. So RCP 2.6 was utilized, and as what they felt was the least conservative scenario, which is looking at a scenario where it's feeling that, hey, you know what, we're as human beings, we're going to really get our acts together, we're going to really drive down these emissions, and so the impacts of this are going to be reduced over time. There's the RCP 4.5, which is kind of largely thought of as an intermediate scenario, and I think in that one it's that. It's sort of looking at a situation where emissions peak around 2040 and then start to decline. And then RCP 8.5, which looks at a situation where the emissions just continue to rise through time. And so that was looked at as being a conservative scenario. So the simulations were run under these various emission strategies to determine what causes the greatest impact to our storm sewer system. Not surprisingly, because we're in an built-up urban environment, really it's those high-intensity, short-duration storms that are the situation that's impacting all cities. You're getting this sudden surge of flow, and that's what creates a lot of trouble. And that's not unique to us. Just about every city here would have, or in Canada and probably in the world, is going to be experiencing a similar kind of scenario. So, what is the outcome of these simulations that were run? So now in this map, this is looking at that 10-year event, or that 10% opportunity. So the 10% of the probability of having surcharge catch basins under our historic, if everything was to continue as it had been. In that event, 19% of your catch basins are going to surcharge.
So what does that mean? Well, water is not going to be able to get into 19% of your catch basins. You're going to have some catch basins where water is bubbling up and coming up onto the roadway surface. Not a huge deal. Now, when you look at how the effects of the climate change start to affect what's going on with surcharging catch basins in this 10% or 10-year event, you can see that depending on the pathway that's selected, that you're starting to get a lot more basins that are starting to surcharge. So when you're taking a look under what was felt to be the RCP 2.6, which is saying we're going to get our emissions act together, well, it's still predicting that about 36% of our catch basins will have that surcharging that's occurring. Under that mid-level event, it's saying that 39% is going to have it, and under the more the emissions are just continuing to rise, it's pushing it up to looking at about 44%. So
I just have to say, it's quite surprising that the bottom end and the top end are close.
Mm-hmm.
So that basically any climate change will have a pretty major impact.
That's correct, yeah.
That's pretty, when I was looking at this, I was like, wow, it really surprised me. There's not a lot of difference there.
No, that is kind of the interesting thing, is that no matter which one of the emissions pathways that you look at, it's pointing us to the fact that we're going to see more increase in surcharging in the basins.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, looking at what's going to happen, so this is that 1% event where you've got that 15 mils of water or greater that's running down the street. So, I mean, this is a very rare event for this to occur. Now, using our historic information, and you would have about 11% of the streets around town would have some of this flooding that's going on. Again, as you go through the various climate change initiatives, the emissions levels, it increases. Now, the thing that I found a little bit surprising here was that it's essentially doubled from historic, but it really, again, points to the thing that no matter which way that you sliced it, that it was still pointing to that, well, you're going to have basically a doubling of this going on at any rate. And so we know that this is coming. So, knowing that, from the modeling.
Just in terms of, does that mean that our streets can't manage that amount of water and we're gonna have flooding onto private property or whatever, or does it mean that 25% of our streets have 15 mil of water on them?
And that's a very good question, because in some locations, okay, well, I mean, sure, you're not really wanting 15 mils of rain necessarily washing down a road, but it's not going to impact really anything. It's in a safe location. Whereas in other locations, having that could be quite an issue. And so that's where, in running this, I mean, and that's just looking at kind of across the system, this is about a percentage-wide. Through the modeling outcomes that SNC did, there was about 180 individual locations that they've identified where, okay, hang on, this at this particular location, you're going to have some trouble. And so this is so in the work that they did, these locations have been suggested for what's referred to as structural mitigation measures, which is a fancy way of saying you need to upsize your infrastructure or take some other approach to trying to limit that flow of water into your system. So with what they've given us, because of course they're, okay, well, you've got a system and you need to have your system work. So really what they've given us is about a bigger pipes scenario and upsizing, so you can take more water in your system. But there are other things that we can look to do to limit, because I mean, we could go dig at 180 individual locations, but as I'll show you here later, that's also very costly in doing so. And depending on where it is, it may not be a big deal that we've got that water or that basin surcharging there. It's more that, now the basin's surcharging and it's flowing into a building. Okay, well, that's something that we need to do something about. Whereas if it's going to surcharge, but, eventually make its way out to the lake, that's something that's manageable.
I just wanted to add to this discussion. FCM just sent out a piece here that talking about climate change in our email, and it points out that here in Canada, local leaders see the urgency up close. Our country continues to warm at 2 to 3 times the global average. So as you go more north, the warming is increased, and we're northern, so
Short soon.
More time on the
Soon,
beach.
shorts.
We just get better weather long term. That's awesome.
So,
Shoveling snow.
so
Can I sound like snowblower?
you can smell your. So it's, just to finish us off here, the result is increasing
Oh, wait.
frequent and severe extreme weather.
Me too.
That can be devastating for communities, business, and lives. So essentially, like, I think whatever we're looking at here, you can bet that Canada will be hit pretty hard comparatively to other areas globally. And as you go more north, it gets worse.
Yeah.
So that's just, and I just, it's one of the, it's sobering. But I think it's you can plan ahead, but you have to take it seriously from right now, which is of course that globally the challenge that people are. Well, we'll see happen at COP26, but
So Jesse,
yeah,
in the fact that so much of Canada is in that high north, is that, do they differentiate between southern Canada, which is
it's just
where the whole population lives?
yeah.
versus-
I mean, absolutely 80% for sure, but as you go up, there's more permafrost melt. The high Arctic is going to be massively impacted
But I meant
so-
if our 2 to 3 times is based on the country as
as a whole. Yeah,
where 90% of the country is sparsely populated.
For sure.
Does it have that 2 to 3 times impact on Nelson or?
but it does give us actually a little bit of leeway to plan ahead like we're doing now.
Yeah.
So it's great. Thank you.
Okay, so in taking a look at all of these individual locations where they've said, either we could upsize certain pipes, and I mean, in some locations you're not having to upsize the pipe very much, and in other locations you're really having to upsize the pipe. There's some work that they've put forward, which if we're able to put where our outlets discharge and we're able to increase the elevation, and so if you've got a thing going on where you've got the lake level that's up and now your system's running into the end of your pipes underwater, you're not able to get as much water out there. That causes effect. Whereas if it was to sit higher, they've got places where even with the same size pipe, but if you're able to give it more grade, and so it's got more ability to flow. So there's a whole bunch of locations where they've said, hey, you know what, you can get in and physically do something to alter it. Now in 20, I guess this would be in 2018 dollars, so I imagine they've moved a little bit, but they had identified within that report $19.6 million of work that you would go and conventionally do in the street to upsize your system, and so. Obviously that's a big number. It's something that working away at over time. Though I think that's if you're working your way towards this, there's a lot of work that can get done there. But there also are some other things which I think really do need to have a little bit of look at rather than us just kind of launching out into the street and starting to dig holes. There's a couple other ways that you can go about achieving some of this, and I think this is where we got to take a look at the key locations in here and really kind of they've done a great job at looking at it on a really big picture and have kind of zeroed us into here's where we think you have problems. And I think where we need to go now is to take the where they've said you should look harder at this area. I think that's where we need now to kind of dive in deeper and really figure out, well, what's the best way to approach this area? Is it upsizing the pipe, or maybe it's adding an additional pipe right beside it that's able to help convey it. There's some other approaches that have been done elsewhere. There's something which is called super pipe storage, real fancy name for. Essentially, you have under the ground at key locations, you figure out in your storm system where that surcharging is going to really start to take hold. And what you do is you're putting in another pipe in the ground that's not meant to convey the water away anywhere else, but essentially to just function like a little storage tank. And so what it does is as your system starts to surcharge to that place, it's able to bleed across into the storage that you've built for it, just to allow you to buffer up that water, to give you the time to have that storm event pass, and then the water is able to flow back out and into your system. Because again, what we're talking about as being the issue, the events that are going to be the big events to us are going to be those short duration, high intensity storms. And so it's about building something that if you can get that water held back, during that 30 minutes when things are really intense, and be able to push back as much of it as you can outside that window, well, now that the rain has stopped and you've got less water coming, well, now you can start to bleed that back into the system, and your system will have the capacity to finally clear it. But it's being able to make it through that window where you need that additional buffer that's in there. Now, I mean, a super pipe is a way to do it. I know when I was in Tokyo, there was actually some areas where there was a whole, essentially a huge vault structure that was underground where, I don't know if you can really find a blade of grass short of in a couple of the parks there. So just about everything would run boom into your system, right? It's got really nowhere else to go. So they have some huge vaults that are underground there, which essentially are just doing the same thing as this. This would be a much more smaller and kind of localized approach to it. Saskatoon has done a bunch of these, and I think I saw there was a couple of communities in Ontario that had moved into doing some of this super pipe storage.
That's a question.
Jesse?
In terms of our geography, we're very steep, so the water is moving really quickly. So and also the storms move fairly quickly through here because of our geography. So you're going to have high intensity and then high speed, right? And I've seen where the water comes so fast it skips the drainage. So these are is SC or Lavalon, have they calculated that in that our geography is so steep?
That is part of this, because yes, all of those grades and the LiDAR
Right.
all that topography was built into the model.
So the speed of the water is built into that too.
That's correct, yeah. So basically, I mean, I guess there's really two ways that you can solve the problem, or a blend of two ways that you can solve the problem. You can either build yourself bigger pipes that can just take all that more water that's coming, or you can do things that really are holding that water back. And like I'm saying, buy yourself keep the water outside of that key window there and have it coming at you slowly. So something like rooftop storage, water hits building roofs, down the roof drains and into the system. Now, this isn't something you could necessarily do everywhere, but in some cases, you could have some rooftops are able to handle, a piling up of water on a rooftop, and the building's designed appropriately, and that's okay. And what you're able to do is put a restrictor plate into their discharge from the building, and so what it'll do is it'll hold that water up on the roof again for that buffering period that you're needing, and then allow the water to come off of the roof. So it's any kind of parking lot storage, whether you've got, again, you're able to hold it back in the parking lot. Rear yard storage, if we're able to get people to, instead of having your roof drains aiming down your driveway and, rain comes off the roof down your downspout, down the driveway right into the catch basin, and then boom into the system. If you were able to get it so it was flowing into the yard and then slowly working its way off of the yard, because it's going to take a lot of time coming through the yard before it's finally getting into the rest of the system. And it's about buying those windows. And so, really it's using a bunch of either upsizing strategy or reducing the speed at which the water is coming for you. Now, these low impact development techniques are really good at this. And the good news is that we actually have these options are already available to folks in our subdivision and development servicing bylaw. And this can include things as simple as rain barrels. A lot of the runoff controls that I typically am asked to look at in developments will be where people are building rock pits. Because of the, controlling the drainage off the site. And again, it's that thing, we're trying to get water, instead of hitting the storm system, it's going into a pit where it's able to soak away and release over time. I know in some jurisdictions, they'll even have areas in town where essentially, kind of like that super pipe where you've got that storage underground, they'll have you put one of those in your own yard. And so you're buffering it before it's releasing off of your property. Because again, if we're able to hold that water back before it hits our system, then it's putting a lot of relief on the demands that are on the system and reducing the amount of flooding that's going on. Other techniques that can be considered that I guess are newer and kind of more outside of your typical engineering hard pipes and asphalt kind of approach are things like green roofs, because of course off a green roof that's going to really change the amount of how fast that water is coming off.
rain gardens, barrows, vegetated swales, anything like that that's holding the water back is key. So, yes?
How do we,
Is there opportunity to use our public green spaces as, you know, whatever, what do they call them? Catch, you know,
Sure.
rain garden or?
Sure, as a rain garden or yeah, and actually that's a very typical thing in most large subdivision design that goes on nowadays in most major centers is you've got soccer fields and kind of big green spaces like that are also built in these areas where it's intended to have that area surcharge during a major rainfall event, and it's all about having, again, it's all piling up in the field and then buffering away, as opposed to just building bigger and bigger and bigger pipes to pull it away.
When I was with the school district in Trail, whatever, 20-something years ago, I know building new schools, we could not increase the flow into their storm system and had to do something on site to again restrict that flow, and we don't have that in our regs at this time. Like, for example, if Mount St. Francis is a go, there's quite a bit of green space up there. Are we planning that building so that it doesn't put more pressure on our current storm system? They manage that on site. Are we starting to do those things?
I haven't seen the design that's come from that, so I don't honestly know what they've contemplated on their end. I would think that they would want to be incorporating this though, because to be honest with you, the cheapest way to control this stuff is to provide a means to hold it on the ground, whether that's in a parking lot or whether that's on a grassed area that you're able to hold it back, rather than building a whole bunch of pipe underground, because putting all of that pipe in the ground is very expensive. Whereas having an area on the surface that's able to hold it is the a cheaper way of doing it. A lot of development and what you're seeking from developers is that whatever the flow off of that site was pre-development, after you've gone through putting all your hard surfaces into place, that you're telling the developer what you want them to do is to do now a number of controls to offset whatever hard surfaces that they've put in there, because of course the more hard surface you put on there, the faster the water's running off of the site. And so if somebody wants to have large parking lots and all these kinds of things, this is where you're saying, okay, do these things to store the water on there, because you need to offset what you've gone and done by making this change to the property.
And building area as well, right?
Yeah, to give you the space for it. Most parking, if you go to any large box store nowadays, most of the parking lots there, you can even see it in how the parking lot's designed. It's basically intended to allow the parking lot to flood before it releases the water off into the street.
But what I heard in the question there was potentially an ability through regulation on a municipal level to restrict or to say that you're not permitted to bring things in. And so what I didn't hear in the answer is, do we have regulations in our existing bylaws that speak to that say that's what we're doing, or is it we're just looking to the developer to follow best practices and hopefully that they're going to be doing that now?
Well, that's something that is in the development services bylaw, okay. And so that is there.
Okay,
and it would be whether, I guess, they make a case that they either shouldn't have to do that or they've done something else to offset it. But that is there, and that is a tool that we have to pull on.
So it's mandatory.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want a building permit to put in a laneway house, as an example, you
Yes.
have to be able to demonstrate that you have somewhere to catch the water from the land that you're taking up for the roof of the house. So
Yeah, and most
already do that.
most
But
of the
on the
sorry.
Mount St. Francis thing, that's a good point that Kevin makes. But at the same time, going forward, if we handle this the same way as we handle the sewer and water piece, where, we demonstrate that we're doing our work as well, it's easier to go to somebody else and ask them to do their work, rather than have them. I always go back to the days when Ernie Mason came in here to a council meeting when we were talking about an unsightly premise, and they showed up with pictures of Donna McDonald's yard, with the trees growing around the outside on the boulevard that were planted, right? And so, Ernie's saying, you fix up your place and I'll fix up mine, kind of thing. So, but, looking back on that, this report, I understand the need to look at this, right? And right off the bat, I thought, 19 million, I thought, how much would it cost to clean up if you only had a flood every 100 years?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question.
Because in our case, like Jesse talked about there, but we're on the side of a mountain and the water's going to end up probably in one space. Maybe that's the space to concentrate on where we'd have this storage.
Put a towel under my door at the shop. It'll be fine.
Yeah, so as an example, Colin, like we did put in several of those settlement tanks in the city already.
Well,
That
there's
was
all,
more to get
Pardon?
the sand, that was more to get the sand.
But they will carry water. That's the whole idea. They fill up with 1,000 gallons or whatever the number is of water, and the sand settles to the bottom, and you go with the vector truck and you clean it out every so often. Like that's the sort of that is a storage unit for stormwater, and if you like if you look at what the Romans did in their time, their diversion of water was really, back in the day, it was very, very simple. It was simple trapdoors that opened and closed and rediverted water in different areas. Like, have we ever looked at that water being diverted on the surface rather than underground, as an example?
well, and that is a really good question, because that's actually where I think that, I think that this work that's been done by SNC has been really good in directing us to where they're IDing problems. But I don't necessarily feel that the solution is just to go in there and start digging and making that physical change with the pipes, because I think that there are opportunities in there for us to do things like that, to say, okay, well, you know what, it is going to overflow and it may wind up in Queenie Park. But you know what, that's something that's happening in a 1% event. Kids aren't going to be playing baseball during that event anyways, because it is going to be raining. And so, it's okay that happens. There's some other
Map here shows like no access to storm sewer, so it'd be interesting, I'm sure you know this, but it'd be interesting to know how those areas that don't have storm sewer, how that's being handled. Like, are we having flooding there or not?
Well, and that's the thing is that part of the challenge at infill is that there's a lot of locations where there just isn't storm pipe that's available there, or you could have to pump to storm. But part of the problem is that we've got a certain amount of our system, which we know through the modeling that's been done of the existing inputs, that we are going to have some challenges with climate change. So, going and hooking all of these properties up to the storm system is probably not a very good, practical, logical way to approach it. And that really, I think that, in a given year, I probably review, in the last little bit, it's probably been maybe about 15 rock pits, for various properties. So, like you say, a laneway house that somebody's looking to build, you need to have a means of handling the stormwater, and it'll be rock pit design that comes in. And, rock pits have a certain amount of maintenance activity that you need to ensure that you do over time, because at some point it's going to silt up. But I really think that it's those kind of things. I think that we're probably better served by doing those kinds of things and getting people to hold the water back, rather than us just forcing it out onto the street and trying to build as big of a pipe as we can to take it.
So, on your map here at the end, you've laid out where the lack of pipes, the traditional infrastructure, doesn't exist. Where I'm wondering is where are those choke points? Where's that water going to run over the surface and end up in a spot, and those 100-year events, those opportunities for use of public spaces? We obviously heard Queenie. Perhaps we're going to do some curbing around there to make sure some of the water gets just through certain connection points and makes it down there. But where are we looking at options on neighborhood levels to capture some of this stuff in those local neighborhoods, so they don't make it all the way to downtown and gum up the pipes? Can you give some examples?
Good question. I guess just as an example, let's say we look at the drainage in the downtown.
Sure.
So within the drainage, it's one of our biggest drainage areas, and when you go through the report, there are areas that are identified in the downtown to be doing some work. But that's certainly not ubiquitous across the entire downtown, and it really starts coming down to it's an individual pipes and basins that we're really getting onto a granular level as to where these things are.
And that's why I think that, what SNC's done is they've taken a look at all of that and they said, okay, these are areas where obviously you got to provide more capacity or somehow reduce the flow. But, here we've identified where these problems are going to erupt. But I think that really where the next level of work is to take a look at it and say, okay, so we're going to get 15 mils of rain. Now, okay, we've got, the street and curb, and yeah, it looks like it's gonna overflow here. Now, should we build a bigger pipe, or this intersection's probably been overlaid with asphalt 3 times? Could we find 15 mils there? Can you white top your curb to get you the extra bit that you need, again, just to keep it, so it's instead of flowing off of the roadway surface and potentially causing damage somewhere, that you're keeping it on there. So I think that, in certain cases, and there probably will be, I think there's probably 1 or 2 locations in the downtown where we're either going to have to do something like a super pipe or upsize the pipe. But I think there's also other locations where we could really take a look at and say, you know what, over time you've paved so many times that the curb's this tall. Well, if you can get a proper curb pipe reestablished in there, now you're not going to have that flow happening again. So I think that really what needs to happen is they've done a great job in kind of drawing us to, here's these segments where you're going to find problems. But I think that what we need to do is take those areas and actually look at it a little bit more holistically and say, okay, can this be solved by, another means as opposed to just, building a bigger pipe in there? And in some cases, you're probably just going to need the bigger pipe. But in other cases, I think that, you might look at it and say, you know what, we're another 2 years away from when we would normally pave anyways. This is one where maybe let's just mill it and get the elevations right. And so we don't have the flow problem in the street because there's enough capacity now in the roadway to be able to handle that event. So I really think that what we need to do is to take that and to really dive down kind of into the next level of it and then figure out what that's going to cost us to do. Because I think that we could just dive into this and start fixing pipes, but I honestly think that would be probably the most expensive way to go about doing this.
So getting into the nuts and bolts of it, I'll try not to dig around in the bin too much.
Presentation? Are you done your presentation?
I largely am here. Here. There we go.
Because we skipped into questions. Just wanted to be sure. Thanks.
When we look at the map that you've provided us here for the sewer, the storm sewer main constructions, the pipes, are we going to start seeing a work plan that's articulated out on a map to those kinds of pieces as well, to start to show, green swales in Lions Park or Queen Elizabeth, or road work that's got to be done? Like, you guys are going to proceed forward now at this point and develop a detailed work plan?
Yes.
That will now then execute over the next 5 or 10 years?
Yes.
To get to that point?
Yeah, no, and that's exactly the right thinking there, Councillor Page, is that's exactly where to take it next. And that's what I was saying, is I really think that we need to take those areas and to really dive down into it and then figure it out. How is it that we're going to solve this issue, and which tool are we going to use that seems the most appropriate to do it? And in some cases, it may be upsize the pipe.
Sure.
But in other cases, I think it might actually be get your roadway elevation back to the right height and reestablish your curb. And that might be the thing that gets us there. You're still going to have water on the ground, but it's just, it's okay if it's not actually doing damage to anything.
Yeah. Okay.
I think just to be clear, this is what I was talking about earlier here.
Yep.
It's kind of setting council up, saying, we've got this, he's got a plan, but kind of looking at, okay, 2022, we really want to have what does the bylaw look like? What kind of funding do we want to request? So there's work to be done. Again, yes, we're going to chip away. We do have the parcel tax that brings us some money, so we are doing ongoing kind of storm work, but it's exactly what you said. It's where we've seen success, get the plan for 5 to 10 years, start executing the plan. And we're just at that tip now where I think it's time to do the plan because of what we're seeing.
John, if I may.
Scott.
Also, I'd like to.
Is that Rick? Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Voice of God.
It's like,
Colin,
that used to talk to God all the time.
Go ahead.
Colin, so we've had SNC Lavalin have a look at this, and I think they gave us a diagram of the problem and a rough outline of a gray infrastructure solution. You've identified a couple of green infrastructure. I'm I'm wondering if we should put some money aside as soon as possible to bring in a specialist who's got some stormwater management on the nature-based solution side. There's a couple of communities that have really been doing some solid work, and I think over and over again, what I'm hearing is we're talking about an order of magnitude cost savings if you can with the nature-based solutions, and I think we've generally talked about that. But if we're going to even consider spending that much money, I think it would make sense to bring in a consultant as early as possible to take the lead and what we might be able to think about.
Just as a
Thoughts on that?
No, that's a good idea, Rick. I'm just wondering if Corporate Officer Winton, maybe you can mark that down as an action item to add it to our kind of our chat when we do in December about kind of some of those things, like whether or not, because of where we're at in the current year, there might be a possibility, depending on where snow happens over the next 6 weeks, where if we've got a bit of savings, that might be council's direction to say, hey, if we got 50 grand or 60 grand or 80 grand, that we could get that work done and kind of maybe take it out of surplus if we end up with a surplus out of public works this year, and that gets us towards a better plan and getting that work done. I think that's a good idea, and something that I think is doable. And I would ask if you can give that action plan, then we'll mark it into an item for us to kind of do a bit of follow up and present it in our that meeting we usually have in operations, just about what the challenges we're seeing for costs and revenue opportunities.
Caught all that?
And Nicole has got a. Are you okay, Rick?
That sounds good. Thanks.
Thank
Right
you.
on.
Go ahead, Jesse, and then Nicole.
Oh, go ahead, Nicole.
It's okay.
I was just going to say, because this work would be maybe under climate change mitigation, I was wondering if maybe there'd be grant streams that might be able to help us do the work. I don't know if grant streams actually do fund that kind of work, but it's essentially climate change mitigation.
Oh, I think that there
Yeah, I would
definitely
think
is,
so.
Council, but part of it is as one of the successes that come and see us when you've had someone provide you a plan of, here's what we're doing,
Right.
here's what we're mitigating, and so to have that part really helps on, here's the work we've done, put it with the application, okay, we'll give you that check mark and, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Thanks, Colin, for that presentation. I have a question around, it's similar to what we've just been discussing, but, we've identified obviously permeable surfaces help us deal with this, and our largest permeable surface is above town. Do we have a sense of how much of this water that we're dealing with is running off the mountain versus just the rain that hits us and then needs to find immediate? Has that research, or is that something maybe that would go into this further research that we would need to do?
Well, part of the, I guess, companion work that was done within the report itself was taking a look at surcharging events in creeks and streams. And actually what it was taking to get the surcharging events going on there is a 1 in 200 year event. And so that's like a 0.5% chance sort of event or whatever. But most of what's causing us our problems in here is kind of less, water that's coming off the mountain and more the water that's falling
Just
on our
hitting
house
immediately.
roofs and our concrete surfaces and that are traveling to us quickly. Because if it falls in up in the forest here above town and slowly works its way down, by the time the rainfall event's over, by the time that water's getting here, the event's passed, the water's left the surface here, and where urban environments have the trouble is it's just that water comes at the system so quickly because it's able to flow so quickly. If you had less hard surfaces and more grass even that was out there, it would really slow down the amount of flow that's able to come off of any particular parcel of land. And in slowing it, because really when you think about it, if it's basically a 30-minute duration storm, if you're able to hold that water back for 30 minutes, which isn't really a long time in the grand scheme of things, you're going to have a big impact on how your system reacts.
So it's doing us a good service up there.
It is
all
doing
of our
us a good
forests.
service,
So
yes.
in that water source protection plan that you're working on, that's sort of one of those natural assets that we want to protect and,
Yes.
and be clear that it's doing some great work for us.
Helping us, yes.
Thank you.
100%.
So Colin, I want to take you back to the sewage treatment plant,
Okay.
right? And one of the challenges we have out there is that storm sewers are going out to the sewage
Yes.
treatment plant. So when I look at this report here, and we're basically playing it's like being in Las Vegas, right? When is this thing going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And like if we have to replace our sewage treatment plant or do a major upgrade to it, part of the reason we're doing that is because of volumes coming into it and new regulations, etc. But if part of that volume is storm water, are we not better to concentrate on getting that off that system
Yeah.
rather than spending? Like we might be able to saw off money of a sewage treatment plant that would help us manage
Yeah.
the other side. Do you get what I'm saying?
I think I understand where
We have a lot of
you're
water
thinking.
comes from our storm sewers that ends up at the sewage treatment plant.
Yeah.
So do you understand where I'm?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, because that's the I think it was up until I think it was 1968 where they even changed some of the building code stuff around it. But for a long time, the conventional thinking is that having your sewage and your storm wind up in the same place wasn't a bad thing, because those periodic storm events would help flush out stuff that's in your system. And now if everything's just being discharged to the river or lake where you are, from a strictly handling stormwater situation, well, that's probably not a bad way to go about doing it. I mean, we know that we don't want to put sewage into lakes and stuff, so that's not a good thing. But annually, we're doing what we call redirects or disconnects, and those are where we're looking at locations where we're discovering that, hang on, this basin is actually tied into a sanitary sewer, and there are locations in town where historically, there wasn't a storm pipe to put the water into, so, well, hey, sanitary one here, let's just drop it in there. But you're right, the thing is that it's a lot more costly to deal with the processing all this water at the other end through a plant, and you need to have a huge capacity in that plant if you're going to be taking on all this water. And stormwater doesn't need that level of treatment. It wasn't dirty to begin with, not in the same way. And so, yes, making that, keeping that out and putting in a really concerted effort to make that separation, and so we're not impacting the other end, I'd say is a really good thing to do, and will ultimately save us on what we need to have as far as plant performance goes in a sewage treatment scenario.
Yeah, I was thinking from a budgeting perspective, if you have 19 million in to do this and you have 21 million in to do that, maybe 25 million will do everything. If you get what I'm saying, if you can.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying, and I think that there is economies to be found there, and I think that's why diving into this is certainly worth our while, and as opposed to just kind of trying to deal with it conventionally. I think it's worth the extra squeeze here to try to find that, because I do believe there's economies to be found there.
Yeah. Without dragging this out too long, I just want to tell you an interesting story. My wife and I were in Ireland a few years back, and we went to the Aran Islands, and they had a huge rainstorm there. We went to rent some bicycles, and the roads were washed out.
Yeah.
And so the guy that was renting the bike said, "Oh, we had one of those 100-year rain events." He said, "The roads will be fixed in about 2 weeks, and if you want to come back, you can ride your bike for another 99 years."
Not next week.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, because I know for some folks, when they hear that it's a 1 in 100-year storm, they really truly believe that if it was to happen, in 2021, that's not going to be for another 100
Exactly,
years
that's
that you're
my
going to see it
point, right?
again.
So
And well, no.
It's kind of a misleading thing to say
Yeah.
1 in a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be.
It's
One
too
could
bad.
happen any day.
Yeah, it's
Should
too
be a
bad.
1%.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't convey it that way. I agree. It
Anyway, thanks, Colin. You're keeping that in mind anyway around the treatment plant and the.
yes.
And just for the councils, particularly those of you that are new, Baker Street is one of the premier areas where all that water's going into the same system, right? So that's on the books too, to be upgraded at one point.
Yeah, we got
And that'll
roof.
be for a future council to have a serious conversation about how you're going to close Baker for 2 or 3 years.
So we're going to see a plan come forward next year, I would assume, on something more to chew on, potentially considering a bylaw and potentially considering a separate service
Yeah,
for next year.
What's in the,
I just don't see us being able to pull it off in a way that would give you confidence to make a decision. When I look at it.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying, like, with this presentation, I'm trying to understand where we'll get to a decision point and what those decision points are gonna look like. So,
Sure, I think that the suggestion of having somebody who's, does a lot of this work, especially in a kind of the, trying to employ new LID technologies to solving it, I think that that would definitely be useful. I know if I was to take this on myself, I mean, with 180, different locations, I mean, in some of them, I could probably very quickly make a determination that, you know what, I think we're just going to have to upsize the pipe here. But I think there's also going to be a whole lot of locations where it's going to be more taking a look at, what's happened and why. Like I can think of a situation just to give you an idea here. There's a property that where unfortunately they had 2 flooding events where the water literally came under their front door, through the house, and out the back door. And of course they sued us. And so, in taking a look at what happened there, I looked at the upstream of there, and I'm like, why are they getting so much water coming down here? And the thing that I put together was that there was another location where a bunch of water had pooled traditionally, and in order to stop that water from pooling, that we had made a connection, put a basin in there. But the only way that you could really tie it in, kind of, in a straightforward way, was into another basin. So, as long as you don't have a bunch of surcharging going on, that could work. What was going on in this situation was water was flowing into one basin, fantastic. Coming up out of the other basin, down the street and through these people's front door. So by me changing how that connection worked, their problem went away. And so, I mean, but that took a little bit of time, because you got to go there, you got to, what's happened, you got to piece together, how are these events occurring, what are you experiencing here? And then it took some time and me figuring out that, well, wait a minute, when did we make this change and when did this problem start? And that's where I was able to pull that together, and we've solved it. But yeah, that took some time on that situation. And so, I think, yeah, so with all these locations, some may be very quick to do and some not. And so, I would see it's going to take some time to put this together to give you anything that's meaningful.
I would just suggest, and taking a cue from you, Mayor, that when we're looking at budgets, that we're making sure that we're budgeting to have that planning work done, whether or not the snow budget lends itself to it, because I think we want to lay down that plan and figure out what those changes are going to be, and if we're going to hire out contracted labor or do it in-house, rather than, I would hate to kick this down another couple of years and get to another rain event. And I'd like to start, I think it's going to take some time to chip away at it anyway.
Yeah,
So
100%.
that's just my suggestion.
Higher thresholds.
Pardon?
Give everybody higher thresholds. Front door, you have to step over.
Let's pave driveways.
Doing Vienna.
But, wouldn't you say this is similar work to, let's say, wildfire mitigation work?
Yeah.
Like it's
on-
in the same kind of ballpark. That we're just trying to get ahead of what's happening so that we're not just hammered the next time a big storm comes in. So it just kind of feels like a planning process that needs to happen.
Yep.
Figure out how to budget it and get it done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Have all the money.
All right, Colin, where are you at now, my friend?
Well, I've finished there. I don't know. You're free. Am I footloose and fancy free?
You're free.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Colin, thanks very much.
Thanks,
And,
Paul. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
From my position, I like to give people as much freedom as they can to understand what you're doing. So sometimes we go on a little longer than we should, but having said that, everybody's learning from this work that you do, and the same will apply like when the fire chief comes or whoever comes to present to us. The more knowledge we have at this table, the better we can help you accomplish your goals at your end. So thanks very much. That was excellent.
Well, thank you.
And I think some of the, Len's presentation, obviously ties into the water system as well. And, if you stick around and be able to answer any questions around this potential for, getting more water up to our reservoir, that would be good, not just for fire, wildfire, but also drought.
Sure. Yeah. No, I can I can certainly, I'm kind of interested in what Len's got up his sleeve here anyways.
What else you got to do?
And you can maybe
He's already crossed all
Hey, he's probably got something. He's got 40 years under his belt, so he's got to have something. Must have done something right.
Gonna go send in his report to Port Alberni.
We'll just have a coffee or a pee break, whatever, just a few minutes here to stretch your legs if you wish. And
I don't think there's coffee there.
get Len set up.
It's empty.
Oh, the coffee's empty? How are we gonna get through your presentation, chief?
Should I,
I know where you live, Janice.
should we get another coffee going? Do people want to have coffee?
I would, oh, Sarah's on it. Thanks, Sarah.
have to blast off at
Colin, will you?
2:30, 25 to 3 to pick up my grandson, but I will come back if you're still, just FYI.
Yeah,
I'm not leaving.
Wow.
Yeah?
Well,
It's gonna be a
Are
couple
you handing
hours.
these out, chief?
Couple hours anyways.
yes,
Can I hand these out for everyone?
yes, please. But in your handout, you can't look ahead.
Really?
Oh,
Don't look ahead.
Don't look ahead?
No.
no cheating?
I know you, I watch.
He's gonna read it.
Donka?
No,
He's gonna read it before he goes. Then he's gonna text his questions to all of us while you're.
Well, I can't tell you what to do, I'm asking not to. Oh, I guess I better. I give this to you?
I'm doing this for you.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Here's a spare.
Thank you, I thought there was one extra.
Rick is not here at the moment.
I'll have to tell you, there's a lot of information in here. I'll
You know, we can put it in Rick's mailbox.
give it to Sarah and she'll, make sure you get.
It's the bottom one, Lon? The bottom one?
Oh, no, number 3, actually, go to date modified, I was just saying.
Right here? Oh, that's
Click up on-
2019 though.
Just click on that, there you go. Oh, it's still there. Anyway, it's the second one now.
Okay.
I'm
gonna- can I pull it over?
Resources advisor role?
Whatever you want. Copy. What's going on?
It's
Oh,
going,
I
it's
see,
going,
I
I
see.
pulled it
Ah, I
over.
see. Okay,
Then also I have it
yes.
included in the
Oh, it
agenda,
is.
if you're okay.
Hey, Kevin,
Heather insisted on
who
helping.
filled the
with this
human
one.
resources
course.
advisor
It's
role?
fun stuff.
And she made
Yes.
it beautiful.
Really pretty.
Oh, we talked about that.
I did see,
It's long. but
okay,
This is a really
so
important topic for you.
Ooh,
now let's just.
Yep.
Okay, so it's, you're gonna see that, but
Yep.
I'm gonna get it up there, so
I have no notes, so
here, I can take that.
this was Collins.
Sure.
What was mine?
Oh, it was.
Let's go. I'll leave it. I'll refresh it.
Some Halloween candy.
Oh, no.
You can turn the first page.
I can turn the first page?
Yeah.
You know, Len, I listened to an amazing podcast yesterday on BBC about the fire in Lytton.
Oh, on
BBC?
BBC?
Yeah,
Wow.
and you know they were talking to people that were actually like there, you know, and the stories were just unreal, like how fast and
Yeah.
like what was happening in front of their eyes. They couldn't believe it. You know, some of the things that, you know, Simon has talked to us in the past about, you have previous fire chiefs have talked about, like aerosol cans exploding and propane tanks flying out through the sides of people's houses. And,
Yeah. Yeah. The wind is perhaps the biggest factor in the whole.
That's what they said, wind. It was like all of a sudden, it was like a wind that nobody had ever heard in their lives before.
Yeah.
Just,
From the heat of the fire?
Sorry?
From the heat of the fire?
Well, sure, it generates some, but more, it's just whatever natural wind is going on. It's the same for structure fires. Wind can make a pretty big difference, but obviously when you're talking about forest fire,
yeah.
huge, or grass fire especially, it goes even faster. And I think in Linton, they had a lot of grasses.
Oh, yeah. And like Lytton's in a wind tunnel anyway. Lytton is in a wind tunnel right in
Yes,
Fraser
right along the valley there, yeah.
Actually, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the Kelowna fires when, when the fire chief was presenting that, they were showing where, like, those plastic patio tables and stuff. They just,
I know.
they were like, they were a little,
Puddle.
yeah, they were a little sheep in the ground. They were
Yeah, yeah.
literally just disintegrated.
Well, interesting with the Kelowna fire as well, you would see that this home would be standing, this home would be gone, this
Yeah,
home would be
yeah.
standing. And they attribute a lot of that to, not exclusively, but a lot of that to those jute mats. You put the welcome mats out in your front door. The embers get in there, start the fire up, burn your front door down.
Really? You know, and the other thing too, we've often talked about different things around building materials and that. Like that plastic siding must be a accident waiting to happen, eh?
So my boss and I got a cease and desist letter from the Vinyl Siding Company, Manufacturers Association of Canada. Because we went public
Really?
in saying that vinyl siding is a joke, you shouldn't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
And the reality is, it doesn't really burn.
Melts.
It will eventually. It melts away, exposing the OSB below it.
Yeah, and it takes off.
So their issue was it doesn't burn. Of course, they used all the correct wording to say that it doesn't cause a problem.
Okay, fine, it oozes.
That's zero protection.
It's useless regardless.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of it in town here.
Oh,
We
you
used to
don't?
get a bit of it, but it went out of vogue pretty quick. But you go to Calgary or Airdrie, Okotoks, or any of those places, all vinyl siding. A little bit of stuff over here and there.
Those subdivisions.
Yeah.
Is that what you're putting on your house, Kev?
Even in,
No, I hope not.
Really?
Jesse,
But now there's neighborhoods.
we're gonna get going, bud.
No vinyl siding, you're not allowed.
yeah.
Which is
No, well,
Oh, just starting in a couple of minutes here. Yeah.
to.
You know what I forget is, what was the numbers on the cedar sheet?
what?
part of our house.
We did the tree trimming,
We matched it.
we've got the electrical, so starting
85
next
was the
week,
initial
Vernon
in
Street
2005.
will be, sections we blocked off, they're actually putting the lights in the trees to light them up, so.
Can you
So
do,
you're-
I shouldn't do this, can you
I
tell
think
me what
it's,
the
next
percentage is
Wednesday
then?
for you, Or Thursday next week where your block, I think, will be.
Okay.
Probably not
Well,
on your
it-
side.
Jump in there?
Yes. So the lights will go ahead.
And wave-
Hopefully go a little
wayfind.
bit higher on some of these bigger trees,
Wayfind.
so yeah, it's gonna look good down.
They're not wayfinding trees.
Oh, it's
By the end
not?
of next week, we should
A
have lights.
wayfinding tree is a tree that you see
It's
in the
about
distance.
16%.
Hides you along the path. These are just festive trees.
You're like,
It'd be beautiful if the streetlights came.
Starting in a minute here. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Because if you
what's
get
the
a
color
put,
temperature?
oh, like 7,000 degrees.
Did the coffee show?
It did, yeah. They'll be beautiful.
Does it? Oh, yes, I'll top mine up then. Keep your stormwater. No. I got it.
Sorry?
Do you need it? Can I put it, can I have it?
That was good. Jeez, so when I get started, everybody walks out. I get Jesse back and then Janice buggers off and Nicole.
We're all having coffee over here.
Kids,
You could use the hammer.
kids in the yard.
Never let them get off.
You almost had it.
Yeah. You gave us an inch, John. We took a mile.
Absolutely.
Just so we can answer the question.
That sounds good to me, that'd be fine.
Good for the last 2 hours or whatever it is.
Yep.
Get like a little reprieve and then all the directions shown up for Bill G. board meeting tomorrow.
Or, oh,
Gotta go with Best Western
She's also.
around 7.
oh, they're all coming here?
More Xanas.
No, I was thinking like in terms of.
Yeah, no, we're having a. We went down. We had the Prestige last time they were in town, and they like. It was a complete gong show the whole time. And this is before the public health orders, but like.
Yeah, it's just so much nicer to have windows.
hoarding?
That
Oh, they're empty. I thought those were full. I thought you were hiding them.
Best Western. There's like the conference room in the basement or.
Oh, I've never been there.
Yeah, it's awful.
So did the bread get started?
It's awful because there's no lights.
Or no, it just got put in the fridge?
No one
Got put in the
fresh
fridge.
air.
I could at least have,
It's already.
What went on today, I have no idea.
and that was
You
confident.
what?
Linda,
What went on today, I have no idea.
They could do something.
That was what's available.
Flour everywhere.
Basement, right?
No, I know there's.
The last
Better
time the
lighting,
board
yeah.
came
Oh.
and went to Prestige,
Yeah, I know.
we had our afternoon, but like nobody set up coffee service or did anything else. And then we had an all-day meeting the next day, and they tore down the room and they didn't set it back up, and it wasn't ready in the morning. And then they put us into the restaurant just to put
Where
us
was that
somewhere. And then when we went for dinner, they were not ready for us. They didn't keep a reservation because they weren't doing reservations, and it was just like you booked a conference room, then you couldn't go to the restaurant with a reservation after your board meeting because they didn't do reservations, and it was just
What was that?
at the Prestige maybe like 4 months ago, like some early summer.
Really good luck.
Yeah, I know. I think it was short staff.
Yeah.
No one was going out. We were probably one of the first times they booked a conference room in forever. So I understand that. So they wanted to do a different venue this time, and Prestige won.
You're not gonna have the
Yeah, because we're.
main meeting that you take.
Sorry,
Right.
Oh no, we're not that far. We're gonna
Yeah.
choose a convention chair, and that's what we'll do tonight. It'll probably honestly just be me and
You need to meet coordinated by Jordan.
you said it.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
I already mentioned that.
Man, are you ready to light a fire under this group?
All right, let's do it.
Got a good job done.
Okay, Sarah?
The problem with going before lunch is that you're the one who's between council and lunch. The problem with going now is I'm between council and their cocktails after lunch. So I'm not sure which is worse.
Well, at least they're awake.
Right. I'm going to start by saying that this is called wildfire resiliency, because most of the times when I'm in front of council, I'm talking about a lot of different things, and everything from all the scope of emergency management, all the scope of Nelson Fire, all the different things we do. I thought, and with the support of Kevin and Colin, that having a conversation with you folks about wildfire, especially given the summer we just had, and not having it be a small part of a bigger presentation, but instead I focus almost exclusively on that, would be very beneficial. So I hope you agree with that. I also usually have 15 minutes or so, and I get a little bit longer to spend time with you to talk about this. So I think just want to start with this piece here. This is an excerpt from a document that I'm going to show you in a few minutes here, but I thought it was an appropriate way to start. Essentially, what I want to do today is give you a little background on the wildfire picture in BC and certainly around Nelson, the steps that we've taken here in Nelson before me and then during my time, and sort of where I see things going forward. I'm not sure many of you were around during these photos,
Cal was.
but I thought it was important to
John's
show
an
these,
island.
and because there's really no trees to speak of, right? And I know there's more historians around the room than I am about the history of Nelson and how the miners used to burn them down to get access and all those sort of things, and how that sort of mining culture went away, and you a different perspective on what the land should look like and entail came into play, which also included firefighting techniques and the choice to not put out fires or to put out fires and to not do firefighting mitigation. And I know we've all learned a lot. I think we've learned a lot in BC in the last 10 years, never mind the last 100 years. And so, very important things. I think, start with here, a little background, because I think that the 2003 provincial wildfire season was, at least in our recent memory, the wake-up call for the province, for the people of BC. And I've listed a few fires there, but we know that there was many other ones, including one near Nelson that was quite significant. And I can tell you that I was here at a time during that fire. I can remember it was like a river of black smoke. I don't know if anybody else remember, like a river of black smoke going across the sky, and they weren't hot, but pieces of a chunk of bark. I remember picking up a little chunk of bark about 1 inch by 1 inch. And I was like, I had never experienced something like that before then. And I can just imagine what would happen if those were actually hot. So I've never seen, like, honest to goodness, the river was doing this, and it was quite something. So we know that that was a summer that they described as abnormally hot and dry. I think we've come to learn that maybe it's not as abnormal as today as it might have been then. Drought conditions, over 2,500 wildfire starts. We know that Kelowna was hit very, very hard. I can tell you that from my department in Calgary, I did not deploy, but we deployed over 100 firefighters to the Cranbrook area to take responsibility for the town itself. Well, the Cranbrook, because again, large urban centers don't have wildfire fighting experience. And so the Cranbrook folks would go out while the Calgary firefighters would man the stations and do structural firefighting. Following that year, most of you will know the Philman report came out that talked about the important things to do, public awareness, talked about Fire Smart that actually hadn't been heard of a lot prior to this time. It talked about the importance of local emergency management, disaster planning, to have evacuation planning, and the importance of fuel treatments. And the goal of this report back in 2003 was to provide the province and regional districts and municipalities information to implement things for the next year's wildfire season. Big aspiration, but and so anyway, locally, so a bunch of the actions that were taken was, let's continue to assess what's the wildfire risk we have around Nelson. Let's make sure we've got our community aware of it. If they weren't aware of it during 2003, the task is to continue making them aware of it. Nelson entered an emergency management agreement with RDCK back in 2004. Following that, they started Fire Smart initiatives and, more meetings with RDCK and BC Parks. And at that time, BC Parks was not doing any real mitigation of their forest. I can remember hearing stories from the mayor and from Kevin about people who would chain themselves to trees so they couldn't cut down. There was no touching trees in the park back then. And also the Nelson firefighters start kicking up their wildfire training skills, because it is very different knowledge and skills that are used for structural firefighting as it is to going in the bush. In 2008 was the first Nelson Community Wildfire Protection Plan under the guidance of, actually it was Randy Breeder, Chief Breeder at the time.
Yeah.
And then in 2010, the department created a sprinkler protection unit. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a while. And they did a bunch of fuel mitigation, did some good work in town and where they could. And they did do some 5-mile access road work. I think that was in 2009 that occurred. And for those, most of you probably, if you've ever been up there, you would be able to see it as you're driving up there. It's fairly early on after you leave the Svoboda Road. Then there's the work they did at LV Rogers, and certainly everyone has seen the work above the cemetery. And that continues to be a good explanation and demonstration of good work that can be done to leave it a forest and yet reduce the wildfire risk. Some of the work that took place after I arrived was we updated the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and with increased grant funding, we were able to do more fire smart activities. Certainly, we did a bunch of aligning of our the RDCK and parks. When we updated our community wildfire protection plans, the park calls it something slightly different. But we started identifying areas of interest, common, areas that both are, all the entities sort of felt were common areas of risk and threat. And so that was a real step forward. I reported to council unrequested that I felt that the existing emergency management program was insufficient given sort of our realities we were facing. And I'll talk about more on that in a minute. But council at that time then included this as part of their strategic planning and asked myself to conduct a full assessment of the EM program and come forward with any recommended changes. 2017 wildfire season, now that's a little closer to memory. And this is a quote that BC Wildfire wrote at the time, or actually this time of year in 2017. And that the summer of 2017 will be remembered as one of the worst wildfire seasons in British Columbia's history. No one's going to disagree with that. 10 weeks of provincial state of emergency, and more land burned than anywhere ever before. It was 1.2 million hectares, cost $650 million to fight it, and evacuation of roughly 65,000 people in that year. So that same year, I reported to council. This would have been just prior to, I guess, the election in 2018. Yes, so this would have been prior to that. And basically, my recommendations were that Nelson is of the size and of the importance and under enough risk that it should have its own emergency management program, that we should have an emergency management coordinator, we should have an EOC, and we should have folks trained to work in the EOC, and have a comprehensive set of plans, and work closely with the RD and CalSAGAR with respect to emergency management. As you can imagine, it was well received at that time, following that summer. In the spring of 2018 then, in response to the 2017 wildfire season, is the Abbott-Chapman report. And so George Abbott and Aboriginal Chief Maureen Chapman worked on both the flooding, because right after the, in fact, we had a very early wildfire season, flooding followed by the wildfire season. It was that close that year. And they again made recommendations. Well, the title was Addressing the New Normal, the 21st Century Disaster Management in British Columbia. And they spent a lot of time talking about the importance and needs for First Nations to be part of the disaster management picture. And that, again, you followed the 4 pillars of emergency management. But importantly, they called for a strategic shift, and largely in provincial government. Not to be outdone, the 2018 wildfire season came along. I don't know if this is similar to the mayor's comment about 1 in 100 years, because I'm not sure what they rated 2017 as, but certainly it was followed by a fire that actually burned more land than the 2017 fire. And another unusual piece was that typically, there's, fires are typically in one or two main areas of the province. In this case, it was throughout the province. It was in all areas. It was quite something. And we can certainly recall the heavy smoke that we saw that year. And again, over half $500 million to fight this. A couple of news articles. Now, the first one there, the 2008 wildfire season, now the worst on record. So now, the articles that all said 2017 is now being erased and 2018 is. The one on the right is actually from this past summer, and it was where Mr. Abbott and Mrs. Chapman spoke about, look, we put things in a report. Had they been followed, had the province stepped up, had the regional districts and municipality, if all these things had been followed, we believe that there would have been a better response to this fire. Certainly, I can't comment on what it would have been or not, but I think my point here is we've had, at this point, a couple of very significant fire seasons. We've had a couple of very important, well-recognized, I would say actually worldwide recognized reports written, and limited, arguably limited difference in our landscape. So the actions that we took following or during 2018 and follow it was to continue to do the actions recommended in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, continue on with our Fire Smart promotions and assessments, looking at, we actually developed a plan. One of the things I recognize is we're, in our Fire Smart program, we're saying to people, hey, clean up your backyard, right? Do this, do that, don't have all these risks around. And so I actually drove around town with one of my firefighters who's very experienced at wildfire fighting and Fire Smart. He's my specialist actually. And so we drove around town and started seeing all these locations that were not privately owned. They're on Crown land within the city. So who's really looking after them? So in essence, I'm saying we're asking everyone else to clean up their backyard when, quite frankly, our backyard wasn't exactly pristine in that respect. So identified 31 different parcels within Nelson, wrote, I'll call them prescriptions. They weren't necessarily prescriptions. Prescriptions are what you need for big wildfire mitigation projects, but these were small areas. It's basically a plan of how they're going to be attacked. Wrote grant applications and eventually got grant funding a year later to start going after these. And we currently have at this point 25 of the 31 areas that have had wildfire mitigation. And some of that work has paid off. I'm going to show you that in a minute. And so there's more things here. We did a joint open house that we did. Most of you can probably remember that. That was from I've been part of 3 wildfire open houses since I've been here. And the one in 2019 actually had, I forget the exact number, it was like 350 people show up. It was a really good, maybe more attendance, really good buy-in. Prior to that, we would have more staff at those open houses from BC Wildfire, RDCK, and City of Nelson than people would show up. And so we had to rethink.
2 record wildfire seasons before that?
Yeah, that's one of the things it takes, right? And so with that, we did a lot. We did joint communications with, again, BC Parks, RDCK, and City of Nelson in terms of reaching out with the community. And one of the things we did in 2019 that you folks would have approved the bylaw related to was, I'll say, updating the building materials and processes that are acceptable for DP3, that's the wildfire interface zone, and the bylaw restricting the planting of new coniferous plants within 1.5 meters. And that really, the biggest intent there was to just educate people. It's just wrong. Don't do it. And we still talk about it. But so anyway, some of the things we had accomplished. On the emergency management front, in 2018, drafted a emergency management work plan. Council then approved the emergency management bylaw. And we started meeting, the formal emergency management planning committee meetings began. We, in late 2019, we got approval for, that was actually you folks then that gave the approval to hire the emergency management coordinator. We designed and now have constructed a EOC that's in the basement of this building. Very, very happy about that. We did a lot of community preparedness efforts, lots of promotions, lots of awareness around the build emergency preparedness kits, do this, do that, all the different things, and YouTube videos, all kinds of things we've done.
Len, can I just back you up a minute to that
Sure.
piece around the bylaw?
Yeah.
When we brought that forward, I honestly not sure it goes far enough. We talked a few minutes ago about materials, like building materials on homes and so forth. And so as an example, if you want to build in the Nelson area, your roof structure has to be stronger than it would be in, say, Abbotsford. Like that's a building code. Why wouldn't we have, you'd almost think people would buy into a code for materials, exterior materials on your home that would be would be more fire resistant.
Mayor, you're getting ahead of me on the presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Wait
Sorry.
for questions,
actually,
people.
it's an excellent question, because that's exactly where I want your thoughts to go to. And in some cases, it's almost as much as your community can tolerate or swallow as you move ahead. One of the things that has been quite challenging is knowing what materials you can use. For example, the bylaw that was passed, it pretty much limits anybody from building a deck in DB3 out of anything besides steel and concrete.
Yeah.
Wasn't necessarily our intent, but the problem is, myself, the building inspector, the planning folks, we're not really, knowledgeable about what materials should be acceptable.
Exactly.
So the grant that I have just submitted, I'm looking to hire a building consultant to give us a list of what things might meet this requirement. Because a lot have a fire rating on them, but I don't even know what would be the right fire rating. If it's indoors, you have a flame spread rating. Outdoors, you would have a flame fire rating. Is it a 30-minute fire rating? Is it longer? What would our expectations be? So I'm reasonably optimistic, given the number of grants I have applied for and the success we've gotten in getting that funding, that we'll be able to take, I believe it's $6,000 I put in there to hire somebody to give us a list of building materials that they think should be acceptable, because I believe the next step after that's instituted for DP3, at some point it should be across the board in Nelson. That we should be looking 40, 50 years down the road and not be building houses with vinyl siding, not that many people are, or cedar shakes, or not that many people are, but that sort of thing. So I think you're exactly on the money on that.
Because even a deck, and I could be corrected here, but to the best of my knowledge, if it's less than 24 inches off the ground, you don't even need a building permit. So nobody knows you're, pardon?
That would be considered patio under the deck.
Yeah, exactly. So nobody knows you're building it,
Yeah.
right? You know you're building it, but there's no other government that knows what you're building or building it out of, as
Right.
an example, right?
Yeah, so I think it is about getting more understanding of what materials could be used, so we can help meet that objective without being so restrictive that either it's not getting done or people aren't telling us about it.
Yeah,
So I think you're right on.
thanks.
I guess the last point I'll point out there is that we were, as a city, not just the fire department, but emergency management, but as a city, we were quite supportive of the treatment that went on the end of Svoboda Road over the last 2 years in the West Arm Park. And that allowed for, quite frankly, the logging trucks to come through town. That was us doing some joint communications, especially around the burning, the controlled burns that would go on afterwards. So it was some really good work done by the parks there. For those of you who don't know Amanda Weber Roy, she's a gem. She's a gem.
Yeah.
And the parks are lucky to have her, and we're lucky that she's there.
Yeah.
She's, yeah, it's so open-minded and this stuff. Oh, yeah, then there's the 2021 wildfire season.
That's worse, that was the worst one yet, right?
So this is, well, as this said, this is the third worst on record. However, what we did learn is that it was very close to many communities, and certainly in the Kootenays here, we know that that was a real reality. There were a number of evacuations, some came here. Yeah, this was, the provincial state of emergency here was for 9 weeks. Previously, the longest had been 10 weeks. And this is not including COVID, right? Because that's a different one. So a lot of property burn. As you can see, 60% caused by lightning, 35% they can determine is caused by humans. We also know that there was drought conditions which led to reduced water supply, adding a lot of concerns for a lot of people, a lot of evacuation orders. We know that,
Glenn?
sorry.
I
Yes.
just want to point out here that, you know, we're, the last, 2017, 2018, and 2021, the province spent over 1.5 billion on fighting fires. And that just is like, that money just goes out and it's gone, you know, it's gone. It's like, it's not investing, we're not investing in anything, we're not investing in infrastructure, we're just trying to survive.
Right.
Like, that is so unsustainable in the long run.
It is unsustainable, and I think the number that I don't have, that I'm sure somebody is working on, is what was the economic loss,
Right.
right? I mean, when you evacuate people, the economic losses mount up substantially quickly. So you're into billions of dollars of economic losses,
Just in a few years.
yes. We also know.
Chief?
Oh,
Chief, sorry, a quick question on that previous slide, if you don't mind going back.
sure.
It says that the cause is 59%, 35% by humans. One thing I want to maybe raise as a potential issue is we did see that there was an intentional, couple of fires were started intentionally.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, given what we've seen in the U.S. and around the world in terms of really disgruntled people kind of expressing, I mean, in the U.S. it's often mass shootings, but really expressing their anger through big events. And I think fire is going to be one when you see the success of how you can really wreak havoc on a community.
Yeah.
I just want to raise that as a potential concern going forward, that, you know, with all this social division we're seeing in our society, it won't take much for an unstable person to start lighting up, and we should always keep that in mind about where our potential risks for intentional human-caused fires.
Is this a public meeting right now? Are people
Yes.
listening to this? Okay. Yeah, I would agree. I think we have a few vulnerabilities, and I think that is one.
Okay.
At some point, I'm happy to talk with council about some of the other vulnerabilities that I wouldn't want to necessarily report in a public forum for those who might want to do harm.
Okay, I'd like to have that at maybe an upcoming meeting, because it's come up for me a few times where I've seen some vulnerabilities that I think we've been lucky so far, but I could see the copycat thing happening if people are like, oh, that really worked. I'm gonna try that. So.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Like I was mentioning, the drought conditions we saw with the heat dome that we experienced. So I put this map on there. I went back into Environment Canada, and although I can't really put the exact dot on that map, I'm sure most of you can. I believe we're in the extreme drought, but we're very, very close to the exceptional drought, is what I would probably argue. Either way, we were in a very serious drought, which has not only the effect of dramatically increasing the wildfire risk, it also dramatically reduces the water supply. And I think Nelson was responsive to that in terms of putting water restrictions in place to assist where possible. The wildfires near Nelson Certainly the Trozo Creek fire was the one that caused me, and I suspect most people, concern. This was not all that far away in terms of traveling here. Fortunately, our winds tend to be from the west one way or another. Not always. They come from all directions quite easily here, but typically it's from the west. So it was actually, this fire ended up actually blowing back on itself. After it creeped its way up to the ridge there and down one slope, the wind actually blew it back on itself. So we were very fortunate. But we were in daily and sometimes twice daily contact with BC Wildfire Service on that. Couple examples in the photos there. One, as Councillor Lautenberg mentions, was the far left there was one that was deliberately set by someone, and that was the one below the Alpine Motel. And yeah, it had potential to be very, very serious, and it's very fortunate. And the mayor and I fortunately had a talk about this very location about 4 years ago, and we worked on some pre-planning with my staff, and my staff deployed it. I would executed it perfectly, and managed to stop that fire before there was any damage to structures. Could have been different. The fire you see there in the center, that was the one down at CPR Lands. Again, in the middle of the summer, things were super dry. If you can notice, that smoke is going straight up. That happened to be in the evening and zero wind. If there had been a strong wind coming from the west, this could have been much more serious blowing towards Baker Street. And this was determined to be caused by a homeless camp on CPR lands.
So going back to the one on the interchange, Chief, I don't know if it's something you said or not, but people are starting to leave. Going back to the interchange, is that something we need to be working with the ministry on to, like, it seems to me that you're better off to have a controlled fire on that once a year and just get rid of that dead.
So I investigated the ability to do a burn on it, and in speaking with the wildfire specialist, he said the problem with burning it off is it grows back stronger and better.
Oh,
And burning it off is not the way to do it.
okay.
Cutting it back somehow is a better way to do it. And following the time you and I had a conversation, I do believe Public Works did have a conversation with Ministry, MOTI, and I don't know
The outcome.
where that resolved. Yes.
Would you not want to plant it with something that would provide some shade and hold the bank a little bit?
Yes, very possibly. Again, there's people who are more knowledgeable than I am on this about which exactly, and you got the slopes of which are the right plants and whether you tier it or whatever you do. But my understanding this is MOTI property, and I don't know what kind of mutual agreement there is or isn't in place. But this area should get some attention.
I know it sounds silly, but other communities are using goats. They'll have a movable fence, and they'll just move a herd of goats along an area like this, and the goats eat it like right down to the root. It doesn't kill the plant, but it does reduce the fuel.
Do that in New Zealand all the time.
Yeah, and it's cheap, and it gets the job done.
Yeah, this is one of those ones I think that sort of crosses over multiple areas of purview. I know myself, I have concerns of it from a fire perspective, but also MOTI has, I believe it's their property, and Public Works may have some role in there. I don't know. It's really one that we pre-identified as being a potential issue, and it was. We should be looking into what the next steps are.
So you noted that one? To set up a meeting with MOTI and
Yes.
start those discussions. I know that's standard for them when you drive around any intersection. I think it's for slope stability to they plant that that grass that looks after itself and.
What I didn't know was if there was any sort of mutual trade-off of who was looking after the land there. Because I know there is, someone does do work, for example, on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
they do cut it, but this is very steep, and so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, and they have Colin and, did meet with YRB and talk about the standards they're supposed to, maintain to, and it doesn't include
Steep slopes.
those type of, that part of it. It's
2 meters, 2 meters back from the edge.
2.8 meters, something like that, along the side, but not on.
The goat idea.
Someone did trim back again up the highway a little bit, just before the interchange on the left-hand side as you're coming into Nelson. They cut that all back this summer.
And I think that was some of the work Colin
Oh, okay.
got them to look after that.
There are a couple of people in, I don't know if around here, but there are a couple people who have this goat herds, and they do this work.
Yes, I've heard of it and saw it. I just didn't
that's-
see it as my place to contract out the goats.
Colin?
But I think it's loud and clear, we're hearing, we should follow up with this, and I fully agree. Carrying on with the, describing our summer has gone by, again, the heat dome, it was early extended hot, dry weather. And drought conditions, I believe they went to level 4 in this area of the province. As mentioned, problems, concerns about water supply. One of the things have done is I set up a tactical operations center in the upstairs of the fire hall. This is, I won't spend a whole lot of time talking about it, but this is different than the EOC. The EOC, looking at big picture, looking at how things are working on a larger grand scale. The tactical operations center, which could also be, in this case, be considered a incident command post, but it's about coordinating all those resources that we would need for, again, evacuations or lots of fire starts in town, because we would have multiple agencies coming and we would have to coordinate all that. So I can talk more about that at another time of how that works, but provide some training and a construct of how that would work. We did a lot of public communications this summer, certainly worked closely with Ginger and emergency management. There was a fair bit of community anxiety. I actually somehow feel that there was more in 2018. I believe we received more phone calls in 2018. It might be because the smoke was around longer. I don't know. But there was certainly a high level of anxiety in the community. Our EOC was at level 1 activation for 10 weeks. And my hat goes off to the fire department staff, because they were prepared to, as they always are, but more so prepared to come to work at a drop of a hat if there was something going on. I know myself and others chose not to go away on a number of weekends we had plans for, just to be here, because the risk was so high and so much going on. Emergency management, we opened 2 cooling centers for 5 days due to the heat. We saw 50 people in that time come in, but that was actually 50 people over 5 days over 2 cooling centers, and in many cases there were repeat individuals in that time. The RDCK had a much busier hands-on summer. They dealt with 6 wildfires of note, 750 properties on evacuation, and that would be the Octopus Fire and the other fires that were dealing with close to communities, and 1,200 on alert. So it's not a surprise that reducing the risk and impacts of wildfire requires a multi-pronged approach. Certainly that's one we're taking here. It's not just fire smart. It's not just wildfire reduction, fuel reduction. It's not just planning meetings. It's not just emergency management in place. It's all these put together. You have to have these. We are doing these things. And I would argue we're doing them as well or better than most places in the province. I'll talk more about that in a minute. So we're doing good work. And it's fortunate, I think it's really important to note that the province has thrown a lot of money at this, and we'll talk about more of that in a second here, but with the funding that we're provided, we're able to do more. We just are. So some of the stuff we're doing is wildfire training of our crews. I won't spend a lot of time on this. It's in the handout there. We do that. We train city staff for emergency management. We've been doing that for a few years now. One of the things we're continuing to try to do is educate our staff that during these very serious events, it may not be business as usual for them. They may be reassigned to other tasks or assigned to do their tasks in a different way. And just having staff be prepared. If evacuation takes place, one of the things we want to do is have our staff be able to be here to help get things done. I mentioned the urban forest fuel treatment. This is a map of it. So far, we've tackled 25 hectares. And here's just an example of a couple. The top picture is part of the interchange. Some good work was done there. And if I went back to that photo initially I showed you, you would see that the tree limbs were up quite high. So when the grass fire went up, it did not ignite the tree. And so a lot of really good work, and we put the signage out there. And again, this is grant funded. This is UBCM, and in a few cases CBT. But we're able to get this done with their assistance. We're doing some joint fuel treatments. Certainly, we're very supportive and been part and parcel of the Sellis Creek treatment, along with the RD and the Klesnikoff. Had a quick conversation with Klesnikoff yesterday. The one that's underway right now is the project up at the 5 Mile intake that some of us were able to visit a couple weeks back. And it was pretty impressive when you go up there and you see the amount of work that's being done, how they're doing it. And not only is it helping from a wildfire mitigation perspective, it's protecting our critical infrastructure, not just the structure itself, but the water resource. And so this will be going on. This started last year in a small way, but really in a much bigger way this year, and it will continue on into 2022. And again, the project manager, she's in the photo there in the very middle with the orange vest on. She's Amanda Weber-Roy, and I can't say enough positive things about her from BC Parks. And there's a number of other staff there. And as you can see, the mayor was able to join us on a couple of those trips. And I wanted to throw this photo in here
Do you
to,
mind adding a little bit there, because there was quite a few partners in that.
yeah, fair enough,
And I
yes.
think it's important for everybody to understand just how much work was done and how much a part of it you were yourself to bring everybody together.
So the partners that we have in place here are certainly BC Park, West Arm Park, City of Nelson, RDCK has a role in there as well. Flynn Row is there, and again, they are separate entities and have somewhat separate focuses, so they were part and parcel of this. Klesnikoff, they did have a rep there that day. Trying to think, it's one of those times, I think the one on the right photo, Selgar, I believe,
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
was there. And a fellow from FEST, the Forest Enhancement Society, who helps to fund a lot of these bigger projects. And there's one more that I'm probably forgetting, but
Yeah, I thought there was- Oh, John Cathro
yes, okay, so that's a consultant. That's a consultant that
signed the prescription.
that we've hired with grant funding to work for the city. He works for the BC Parks and he works for RDCK. So he is the key, and he's extremely good and talented at sort of breaking down these barriers and how can we work together in these things.
And Harold Proctor.
Oh, right, and then Eric Leslie from
Eric
Proctor
yeah,
Community Forest.
Yeah.
Yes, very fortunate to have these people in our community and doing this work for us.
And the companies that did the work were local as well.
Oh, Loki, yes, right.
Loki from Caslow, I think, or somewhere. Oh, from maybe South Socan or somewhere.
That's
Actually, there's a couple of different groups.
Yeah, I think Loki might be Caslow,
Yeah.
but I'm not 100% sure. And these companies bid on this.
Yeah, it's an open bid process, but it's the first of its kind in the province, isn't it, to have all of those joint groups, particularly working with BC Parks as well, so.
Yeah, well, I'll just go to this slide here for a second, because I've not worked in another jurisdiction in BC, so I see what we do as sort of normal and the best way, and there's a lot more we could do. But I keep hearing from a lot of folks, including these ones, that this is not happening elsewhere in communities in BC, and that we are on a number of levels providing a template of how to get some really good work done.
That's great.
So I'm going to talk in a few minutes about how I want to get more work done. But again, hats off to, it's the people in these organizations that deserve the credit for making these joint efforts work.
And we can't forget about the Nelson Youth Corp. They were
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well said. So there's a Nelson Youth Corps that takes on various different projects, and in this particular case, they took on a project. I actually have a photo of them coming up, I believe. And they are on a work training program alongside trained foresters and fuel mitigation specialists, and learning how to do the job. And we actually met with them on a rainy afternoon not that long ago, and we're very impressed with their enthusiasm, what they were learning, and their motivations. So that was really, really good. I wanted to show this photo here because this is an example of what a fuel treatment can look like. The concept that it's going to be a clear cut, or that it's going to be a clear cut, or that it's going to be anything undesirable, it actually creates a much more desirable and usable forested area. And so this would be in an area where it isn't necessarily being harvested by a licensee, although many licensees are working very closely with our partners to do some harvesting of the timber, and yet leaving far more stands than they normally would otherwise, and certainly a fire-resistant type species. And that it's really exciting to see some of the things that's being done, and the willingness by so many, including industry, to help make this work.
and the prescription deals with all those wildlife and values and forest values as well. So when Cathro writes that prescription, it's not just about the wildfire side of it. It's about the forest health, the wildlife. There was a number of wildlife trees they point out that they leave, etc.
So a fire could move through that and not destroy the forest?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And first of all, by removing much of the ground fuel, it's unlikely to move through. But if it did, it's designed not to kill the trees, and to move very slowly and with less intensity.
Right.
Because it's the intensity that causes a lot of the issues with the soil.
Right.
Stay on the ground.
Right.
Keep it out of the
course.
ground.
So just going over Fire Smart campaign, I can't say enough about how much we try to do good work on this front. And again, it is with the support of UBCM and CBT grant funding that makes it possible to do this. We reach out in a number of different ways to reach different people through different means. And sometimes it's also about different things that they can do. And I have to say that the 2020 pandemic that is now getting closer to a 24-month and a 12-month pandemic has put some hiccups in this ability, certainly last year when there was even less community interaction. But what we did is we shifted and went to more types of communications. We still did some Fire Smart assessments. I'll show you the numbers in a minute. And this is an example of, we go out and we actually go to people's homes, we walk around with them and say, hey, this is looking really good. This one's not looking so good. This firewood should be moved. This big juniper bush you have right up against your basement window is going to catch on fire, bust the window, and burn in the house. So you need to remove that. And so we have those conversations, and that cedar bush in the bottom right of the photo is really an example. You see that a lot. Cedars are cheap. They generally go pretty good in this area, and they look good. They burn. we know what the inside of these look like, right? They are brown. And when that ember shower comes, drops that little ember in there, and it goes poof, and the rest of that green stuff, I guarantee you, goes poof as well. Houses close to those things are also going poof. Here's an example of, again, I'll give my credit to Captain Scott Jeffrey, our wildfire mitigation specialist.
And
who
he's
is-
good at that. man.
He's very good at that,
I gotta say, every time I've listened to him, I've been more impressed with
yes.
his presentations and his knowledge. It's just amazing.
Our department is lucky to have everybody we have, but certainly the skills that he brings on this front is very, very valuable. Hats off to Mountain Lakes Community Center. They, over the last few years, they've been really taking some work seriously. Captain Jeffrey has met with them and made some suggestions, and these are some before and after photos of the work that they've done. That's not to suggest the after in the bottom picture there should be dirt, but it's just showing that they've removed
Great improvement.
a number of those plants.
Dirt, concrete, that's it. That's all you get.
Makes our bylaw work easy.
Yeah, that's right.
David,
Sorry, pavers.
And so I did talk about the Fire Smart home assessments. We found, so we do it a number of ways. When we're at booths, we say, hey, we do education, and would you like us to sign up? We don't force ourselves on anybody's property. It just doesn't work. We do media campaigns, call us and sign up or go online and do this. We actually have done a few door-to-door blitzes where out in the interface areas where we've knocked on doors on a Saturday and say, hey, we're going around, we're offering free Fire Smart home inspections. And Keith Page nods his head. I think he's probably been out there with us once or twice going back. And actually, and quite often it's well received. Some people would normally sign up, but hey, you're here, come on and do it. And so that works well as word of mouth to mouth. And it's just, but as you can see, the numbers have dropped off dramatically in the last couple of years. We got really good uptake following the 2017 and during the 2018 fire seasons. And
Chief, what percent of the houses do you think of the buildings have been done, properties in the last 5 years here?
I won't give you a percentage. I can give you a number. It's probably in the neighborhood of 400 to 500 that we've done over the past 7 years.
So 10%.
Yeah, I guess that would be probably about it. Now, that's ones we've done assessments on. That doesn't mean necessarily that any of the actions were followed up on. And one of the things I'm going to talk about in a second here is, again, through grant funding, there is a rebate program that they are supporting where we could offer up to $500 towards following up on fuel mitigation. And in those cases, you can either use that towards hiring a contractor to come in, or if you do the work yourself, then we can do a little calculation and use some of that grant funding for that purpose. So one of the things that we have done is produced a video. I don't know if it's going to work. Do I need to do something else? Oh, it's going. We don't have sound. That's the problem. It's okay.
Is there sound on up there?
Can I turn sound?
Turn it up. Keyboard, top functions.
what a neat thing.
It will be over by time I hit the sound.
Jingle.
Fire started, and they say they're miles away. The fire might be far, but the embers fall like stars. The sparks fly close to home. Gotta be ready when the hot winds blow. Fire smart today. Wind blows sparks through the air to your home, your street, or anywhere. And the fire might be far, but the embers fall like stars. The sparks fly close to home. can reduce the risk of wildfire in our community.
It's just amazing.
I love the little folk song.
So that was
Local music too?
local artists, I say local Kootenai artists,
So good.
and both animators and musician, and
Excellent.
you know, got to give them a certain amount of artistic freedom, and this is where they went with it, and it nowhere on does it say that that's Nelson on fire.
But
There is a bit of a bridge that looks similar to ours,
Put the bridge in
There
there.
are little oranges there.
but the point, the whole message there was, look at, if we do nothing, quite frankly, it's not a matter of if, it's when. You get the Denver shower, and there will be some structures burning, and there wasn't all of Nelson burning. There was some buildings burning. I can see, I've seen this firsthand. That's the way it does happen. And but if you take actions, there's things you can do, and that is about fire smarting your home. And I think that sends a message. So there's actually there's a second video that actually gives you a more breakdown of how to on those things. But again, grant funding. Speaking of grant funding, this is what's not showing on there is one that we're going to be applying to CBT for about $60,000. So we're starting to crowd $1 million worth of grant funding in the last 6 or 7 years. And that's allowed us to do a lot. So those things that people say that we're doing so much more than many other communities, it's because the grant funding has allowed us to do that, and we're taking full advantage of it. I will say that certainly, there's a lot of people, certainly my staff, they put a lot of time and effort into these things, and they do a lot of really good work, including my administrative assistant, who helped to make this whole presentation look so beautiful. Right? We know that this is beyond my talent in many ways. The ones you've seen in the past are little square boxes, and I do put lots of text in them. I don't apologize, because I think they're useful afterwards with text as opposed to a lot of pictures. But anyway,
What's the Fire Smart Economic Recovery piece doing for 2021? Second from the bottom, $4,500, $45,000.
now you're going to ask me to break down these.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's so many grants here, and we have right now. There's about 4 underway, maybe 5 underway that are leftovers from before. Yeah, I seen where it is here.
I think
I'm
it's
trying-
just it's the source, not the purpose.
Right. Yes, that's what it's called, and then it gives you all these things that you can use. And I'm trying to.
I'm just bringing it up because we talk about that at the NAADP, and is this tying into the NAADP, or is this an opportunity for the NAADP to be tapping into funding to push that wildfire preparation, disaster recovery planning piece that we try so hard to get the businesses to uptake?
Yeah, I don't know what the,
So
what
to
the
move,
parameters of the grant were, but
you can go to UBCM grant funding and look for that very one, and it will tell you what's in there. Or if you'd rather, we can send you the information.
I just wanted to know what we were doing. Like maybe maybe that is what we're doing with
no,
Adjourn.
that was for the work that Len's talked about earlier.
Yeah, it's one of those pieces of work.
Treatments and
I-
other work.
I can tell you grants
Video.
are fantastic because they help us achieve things, but the amount of work that goes into grants, and I think CFO Colin can agree to that it's a lot of work applying for grants, and then a lot of work managing those grants, making sure you're spending the money in the right places, and then writing final reports. They're really helpful in funding, but boy, if you say it fast, it doesn't seem like a lot of work, but it is. All right. Plans for 2022. So this is again grant funding. One of the parcels we've identified as part of that urban forest is around Mountain Station. This does not do all of it. It does just over half of it, I believe. Continue on with our Fire Smart promotions, all these various ones. Be part of committees, continue on with all the good work we're doing. This is where I talk about to hiring a buildings materials professional to help us understand what materials might be usable in the DP3 areas and how we might apply that to all the city for those building materials. Just continue to work on things as was discussed earlier, working with Public Works regarding alternative water supply for firefighting. Talk a little bit more of that in a second. Continue to be part of joint opportunities through different BC entities. And fuel mitigations, just continue to look for them. We have some further ones identified, and to work with Public Works and Nelson Hydro to help be part of the solution with respect to ground fuels where they're working and conducting their work. So the fuel treatment areas that are still to come up is the 5 Mile Creek intake. A large portion of the work that we are funding through grant funding should be completed this year. There might be a little bit left for next year, but the rest of the work being done up there by BC Parks will continue on into 2022. I have grant funding for a community ground fuel cleanup effort along the Burlington Rail Trail that was supposed to happen in spring of 2019, spring of 2020. And because of COVID, it couldn't happen. And again, this year, hopefully in the spring of this year, we'll be able to get it done. And the importance here was really about creating a better fire break along the rail trail. And when you go in the spring and you look at all the ground fuel that's there, it's very important that we get that. Plus, I wanted to create an opportunity for Nelson residents to actually participate in some of the mitigation work. And we've already talked about the Mountain Station Reservoir. Okay, some challenges to get into to sort of lead the way into the next portion. And that is challenges that we have in being as effective as we would like. Because with all the work that I just described that's been done for this many years, we still have a high wildfire risk here. Good work has been done, but we still, and part of that is because so much of the land around Nelson is private or park. We cannot, if it were Crown land, we might be able to work with the province and actually get more done, but private land, all we can do is influence what fire smart activities they might want to take on. And right now, the grant funding does not support funding private lands. So, yeah, and mitigation is very expensive.
Is it just a cost thing, or is it a regulation piece just in our situation with the unzoned land that we have? Like, are you speaking that it's the biggest barrier is just the money? Or is it that we don't have the legal tools?
I can only guess at the barriers. I'm hoping to get a better sense of the barriers in the future. But the private land, they can choose what to do or not do. And I think we know that from some of the larger forest harvesting that's gone on towards Selmo, that we have no control over. It's private land. And because it's private land, the province has no jurisdiction over it either.
Does that extend to zoned private land, though?
You can't, if there's zoning in places, there are regulations, that you can put in.
Okay.
On that note, Chief, though, there was good success on Sabota Road with the landowners up there, right?
There was, yes.
And I think what we find is when you get into areas where there's nobody, where people own land that they don't have a house on, it's a little difficult to have that conversation. So Sabota Road was a prime example. People are living there, and they think, okay, I own this land, but my house is here as well.
Yeah.
But when you move over a little bit further this way, you maybe have one person living on 1,000 hectares, and they're going, well, hold on a minute here, but it's a little more difficult to manage that piece.
Yeah, the Sabota Road folks were able to get on some common ground, and they understand their particular risk at the end of a dead-end road, and wanted to do what they could, and they worked closely with Anderson Creek Timber, and they worked closely with BC Parks, and were able to get some really good work done.
So I just wanted, on that note, before it leaves my mind, I just made a note of it here. One of the high-risk areas, in my opinion, for what it's worth, and I've driven out there a couple of times in the last month or so, is Perrier Road area. Because we have the regional district right there against the city with no zoning, but fairly high density in that particular area of Perrier Road. What are the options there of trying to It would appear to me as though that's to be could be a real challenging spot.
Well, I think that's why I list on the list of challenges, it's private land. All we can do is influence. And I'm hoping that we can find some ways to better influence with another plan that I want to talk about here. But yeah, it's pretty limited, and that's the challenge. We can do a lot of good work, and we are doing a lot of good work, but there are pieces of land that we cannot require to do any sort of mitigation on. Also, the limited water supply to manage a large wildfire that were to hit Nelson. I can tell you, in Slave Lake, I ran out of water. And it happens when you have a lot of resources trying to put out a lot of fire. It uses a lot of water. And I ended up, quite frankly, creating a team to solve the problem. And the problem they solved was to take water out of Slave Lake and pump it into the reservoir. Now, one of the differences here, I think the elevation difference there was probably about 100 feet. And but when you have an ember shower and you have multiple lights going on throughout your community, you're trying to attack those fires, it's inevitable sooner or later you'll run out of water. So that's a concern. The ongoing challenge of impacts of climate change. We know this is a reality. The drought conditions we see and the increased fire risk. We're dependent and have been dependent on grant funding. These are large sums of money that are difficult for a municipality to, I guess, step in if there wasn't that grant funding. Fire Smart is voluntary. Not everybody's willing to make a change in their particular residence, in their home. And what happens is if one home gets going, depending on the proximity of their neighbor, chances are it's going to get going too. And so that's the one of the issues about why fire smarting is so important, because it protects not only your home, but your neighbor's home. In fact, a lot of people minimize the wildfire risk as it is, right? They think that somehow wildfire firefighters and city firefighters will somehow put it all out. So they minimize the risk and aren't prepared to do some of the actions we would like to see them do. If there is a fire that creates a lot of embers, and we have lots of starts around town, we have limited resources for a wildland urban interface or an urban wildfire event. And I just want to point out, we have a sprinkler protection unit that was built quite some time ago. It's a fantastic thing. It can protect somewhere between 30 and 60 residents. The problem is where do you deploy that in an urban setting? Believe it or not, in Slave Lake, before I got there, they did exactly that. The firefighters spent all this time putting up these sprinklers on residents' place, and the fire just, blew around. So those places, might have been not too bad. Some burned anyway, but it might have been too bad. But what about the places you didn't get to? So SPUs are really beneficial in a more rural setting where you have spaces between them. It's good to have. I just don't want to give a sense that because we have a SPU that we can stop a fire from blowing in.
So have we considered, I know I probably ask this every year, but have we considered going mandatory for things like Fire Smart in the DP3 area?
So you have Fire Smart, I don't think in DP3 is mandatory. I think they have to consult with us, is the way the wording is. They have to consult with the fire department. So it's it could probably use some strengthening. I have to think, I work closely with Natalie Andreychuk on those things, and she would know where it might end up landing on that. But definitely we should make it mandatory. The key is maintaining it and the ability to enforce the maintenance.
Well, it's got to be renewed.
Yes, and then
Every 10 years or something.
yeah, and then you got to go and assess it and all those sort of things. And so yes, it is important. And I would argue that as important as it is to focus on the wildland-urban interface, many, perhaps even most, of firefighters or wildfires are going to threaten a community the ember shower is the greater risk.
Yep.
And that doesn't just hit the interface. In our case, it'll travel 2+ kilometers, those hot embers. In our case, I believe the whole city is actually at risk.
And I've heard that clearly every year I've sat at this table. And that's why I think it's important that, at the very least, starting with DP3, getting a program in place so we understand what it would look like to go in soft for the first 3 years, get the voluntary that you're going to get voluntary, and then follow up with some sort of mandatory stick at the 5 or 6 year mark and look for some sort of renewal that's going to happen once a decade or whatever is appropriate. And what the funding model is going to be is it's going to be a refundable service fee that people get charged once a year. And if you get it done, you don't have to pay it. And if you don't get it done, you do have to pay it and fund the program that way. But in 10 years, I think it's going to have to be something that we're really looking at for the whole city for that ember fires piece. And it's going to take ongoing constant maintenance. And we probably can't wait around for fire insurance to be the body that is the body that does it for us. So I would like to see us develop something. And I saw you write it down, so I'm hoping that they'll.
I agree with your point, and I agree with your time frame. And I also agree that I don't think, unless things radically change in the insurance front, I don't think we can wait for them either. They've been extremely slow in figuring out how to make decisions and policies that would help everybody involved.
They're not slow in not allowing you to get insurance during a fire season.
If that's the
right?
solution, then that's
Right?
not a solution.
No, I know.
That's-
It's like, that's a problem, that you can't get fire insurance during, fire season. So I think a couple things come to mind for me is, one, look at the area that's reasonable. I think our DP3 area is quite limited is in the size of that area, right?
It is.
So look at what's a reasonable area that we want to, and you might want to pilot it. And I think we need to start getting our landscapers, our builders, the nurseries, those people on side, because my neighbor just finished landscaping, I'm in the rural area now, but cedars everywhere, right? And you're going what landscaper is putting cedars in an area that's at risk here in today's world? So there's clearly education that's quite lacking. And if I'm that homeowner and they say, no, cedars, you don't want to be putting cedars here, but here's plant with this, I'm probably going to go, sure, of course. But if that's not coming at, now we have to come back later and say, what the heck are you doing? And, you planted your cedars and all that stuff. And so I think we need a strong program with those that, are advising people. And certainly there's lots of us, do-it-yourselfers, but again, when I go into the nursery and to go buy my plants, they should be saying, geez, or they shouldn't even be carrying cedars.
Nice little label.
Right?
It says highly flammable, not fire safe, right by the price tag.
It's funny you should say all this, because part of me says, so the landscapers you're talking about, people who are, this is my business, I'm a landscaper. And on one hand, you would say we should educate them. And I don't disagree with that. But my God, what does it take? Where do you have to live to figure out that cedars are the wrong plant to plant? I'm hoping this is public, and I'm hoping people are listening to this, because it is ridiculous.
Juniper and.
Yes, juniper, all those coniferous plants are not the right plants to plant certainly anywhere near structures. And so yes, I think we need to have a program, but yeah, it's hard to believe we have to have a program for those particular individuals.
Well, I would hope we would pilot something in a contained area where we can start to get the legs on it and figure out what teeth we're going to put.
Bylaw piece, I would say, and I don't know if you're able to do, there's not a lot of land left being developed in DP3. So there's so much of it that's existing. So I think you'd have to look at what you could do retroactively. I don't know how that would work, but that would make a bigger difference.
And
whether it's at a time of sale or whether you can do it now or whatever.
And as we know, even though we do have a concrete building, what was covering the front of our building? Junipers, right? Wildly out of control junipers, to be truthful.
All right, I think I want to move into the final portion here. This slide here talks about extreme wildfire seasons. We know they're more frequent fires and they're more intense. And I could add more are happening closer to communities, more are causing evacuations. You can go on and on with this. So prescribed fuel burns is something that we really have to be supportive and allow to occur. And I do believe that the social license is better than it was, say, 15 years or so ago for doing controlled burns. But I think we need to continue to really be supportive of that, where they're using experts like BC Wildfire Service to help conduct that. I'm going to talk a bit more about that. I talk about a partial or citywide sprinkler system and a wildfire mitigation defense plan. And so it's just getting into that a little bit. I'm calling it getting out of the box. That's a circle, by the way. Heather helped me with that.
It's a good joke.
And so,
Staying out of the box.
getting out of the box. I didn't know what other word to use, but it's just about, okay, because we've been doing a lot of really good things for quite a while, and it's not enough. We need to continue doing those because they're good, but it's not enough. As I just said, prescribed burns are beneficial for the reasons mentioned there. They reduce the fuel on the ground. They're done outside of wildfire season, so they can control the conditions. They don't damage the soil. They're light, not intense heat. They move quickly over the landscape. The smoke. Some people will say, well, who wants to put smoke in the atmosphere? The reality is it's far, far less than a uncontrolled wildfire. And it does allow for effective wildfire attacks. So this is something that I've just started getting going. I won't go into all the wording there, but I want you to have it in case you want to reflect on it. And again, I think this starts with credit to the mayor, who met with a senior member of Flynn Row recently, actually had a meeting, and myself and the city manager and the mayor and Councillor Charlwood joined us, and it was actually a smoky day. We couldn't see the things we were hoping we were able to see. But from that meeting, it became a bit of a catalyst for us to meet with Flynn Row, BC Wildfire, to talk about how we might develop some sort of thought process around how we can do things better. And I have proposed, it's only a proposal at this point because it hasn't been stamped or anything like that. I'm meeting with somebody middle next week to go over if BC Wildfire and Flynn Row, if they sat down and go, what would be the ideal defense, landscape mitigation defense strategy that they could put in place so that, one, it should minimize fire, but two, if it did, how could they attack it? Are there enough roads in the right places? Are there helipads in the right places? What other things would they want? Where would they want to do some mitigation work? Regardless of who owns the land, where would they want this to take place? And then once we've built that sort of idealistic plan, I'm going to say a realistic idealistic plan, then let's put the land ownership on top. Okay, now let's figure out how we break down those barriers that have been preventing us or are preventing us from having this, quite frankly, a mitigation/defense plan. And so far, it's seeming to be well received. Again, way out of the box even for those players. We'll see how far they can go, because these people I need to have involved in this are also very busy people who are not just thinking about Nelson, they're thinking about the whole Arrow Lakes area and Kootenay Lakes areas.
That was Tara DeCourcy that we met with.
Yes, Tara DeSarcy, yes.
So when you say pre-planned, so I'm thinking of what happened on the interchange here. I mean, you had pre-planned that, and because you did, you were able to attack it fast in the way it needed to be attacked. Mm-hmm. So it's on a grand scale, you're sort of talking about the same thing.
Yes.
Right? You're basically pre-planning what would happen if it was over there, if it was
Yeah.
over there, if it was over there.
Yes, to the extent possible, recognizing wind is perhaps your biggest
Sure.
feature that you can't control. But if you did have picking some various scenarios, 2 or 3 or 4 different scenarios if a fire came this way. Now, I think it's also important to mention again, as I have mentioned, is that it isn't all bad about where Nelson's situated. And it's, in fact, in some ways, it's pretty good. We're at the bottom of a mountain up against a lake. So even though ember showers can come across the lake, it's not like the fire can come right up to our base of our city. Fire tends to like to go uphill. So we are at the bottom of that hill. Lightning tends to strike in the top third of a mountain. So again, it's not likely that the fire would be below us and then burning up, although there are some locations in town that are like that. So it's not all bad, but when we weigh the potential seriousness of a wildfire impacting Nelson, having this stuff done to the extent possible in advance would be beneficial. But we need the people who are actually going to do the wildfire firefighting to be part and parcel of that. And they have done plans similar to this. They've shared one that they've done around Golden with us. But what I'm talking about is taking away the barriers first is something they really haven't done. So we'll see where this goes. So this is.
So I just want to layer on that. So in my mind, this is one piece of the plan. When Colin Innes was here earlier talking about our water supply, and that's part of our plan. How do we get enough water up to our reservoir to be able to fight from a structural or from do we sprinkler roofs or whatever. That's part of the the plan too. The risk factors, having CP Rail coming through our community, what is their plan? What's the risk of them starting a fire? Where would that happen? So that would be part of the plan. So I think this will be a critical part of how you reduce that risk. You can make places defend. As Len mentioned earlier, our highest risk of a fire coming into Nelson is not that mountain that we're looking at out the window here. It's from the west, and that's all private lands. And figuring out where that place where we would defend our city is probably not on city boundaries here.
Right.
It's out in the rural area there that needs to be protected, and what's the risk. And when we're talking about private lands, we're not just talking about private logging lands. We're talking about private lands held by individuals, and what are they doing on their properties, and how do we, if that's our highest risk, and we know there's a disaster there in someone's backyard, 100 acres, how do we influence that? And that's why not putting that ownership lens on, but at the end of the day going, okay, if we can't get that person to do the right work, then that's a risk. How do we defend against that risk, right? So I see this as actually being able to build this comprehensively plan for our community that hopefully will be that that template for all communities across our province of looking at this, like I said, comprehensively from the railway track to the water system to the the forest lands and private lands around us, and all those factors, right?
Well, and what are the natural asset pieces out there that we want to put in place for infrastructure? Like if you have certain pieces of the landscape that turn from a coniferous stand to a deciduous stand, and if you start to plan for that over a course of a long period of time, put some parkland out there or get some parkland out there over time, like we already know what services the West Arm Park serve for us for our water side of things. It makes a lot of sense.
I had a slide in here. I took it out because it was excessive. I've never had this many slides before, and I thank you for your patience so far. And it talked about landscape fuel treatment and actually identify how you use those deciduous stands, how you use rock bluffs, how you use shaded fuel breaks, and others, natural breaks to actually maximize exactly what we just described. So that's one plan, and that is not, as much as I would love to say that that's going to be ready next spring, it's not. We're going to start on it. It's going to be a bit of a, I'll say a slow process, but it's when we are dependent on others to be part of it. And so I'm hopeful that it will be something that might be ready for spring of 2023, but maybe some, and then we can action it. But like so many of these things, it's a multi-year attack. And having sort of that joint effort in identifying what those options might be, developing the plan, and then how we go about getting it done.
Yeah.
So
one of the, on that call that we had with them, a couple interesting things. I know one of their staff said, actually, I don't really know how to start looking at Nelson, how we would defend the city. There are no natural sort of places to do that, right? So that was a interesting comment from, that Wildfire BC staff. And the other one was they used Logan Lake as an example, and the comment there was, that fuel mitigation work would not have stopped the fire. That's not what it's there for. It gives them a place to, to defend the city. It's a,
Staging area.
well, yeah, so it gives them that, just a bit of a break to, that they can, fight that fire from that place if it was just that, full fuel load, blown into your city without that place to slow it down a little bit and set up your trench to, to fight that war. That's what I heard from them.
yeah, even if it's a matter of just having a place where you can drop retardant, that'll make a difference, right? And so those things are really, really doable, I think. So interesting, Kevin would bring up Logan Lake, because this next slide, I got the red in here, extreme circumstances require extreme thought processes. I have not been a strong advocate of sprinkler systems on rooftops in Nelson, simply because we don't have enough water to supply a lot of sprinkler systems in town. If someone's ever come to me and talked to me about, should I install them? I said, yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, here's how they work, and they create this humidity bubble, and they work. But if you can imagine, if we have 4,000 residents, but actually more structures, but so say 4,000, and every one of those had 2 sprinkler heads on them, and they turned them on, and I need somebody smarter than me to do the math on that. And we're going to do that. We're going to figure out the math on that. But it's a lot of water that's going to go really quickly. And then on top of that, we're going to try to be putting out fires around town. So it takes something. So what I'm suggesting here is that Logan Lake, as you know, besides doing their fuel mitigation, actually had a number of residents that they installed rooftop sprinkler systems in. And with that, it sort of begs the question, is that something that's even doable in Nelson? Can you go from hundreds of residents to thousands of residents and pull that off? I think, given that we've had such extreme wildfire seasons and drought and heat in the past 5 years, suggesting that we need to explore this. It's not my first thought, because I'm not a I am a get out of the box guy, but I'm not this radical guy who would think about another example is, do you put some sort of water cannons up on a rail trail, right? It sounds a little out there, but I think we owe it to our community and ourselves to explore this stuff and find out what could work. And if something won't work, why won't it work? And is it a barrier that we can deal with? Is it money? Is it the fact logistics are so difficult? i.e. getting water from Kootenai Lake up to the reservoir? Is that doable? And if so, what size of pipes can you do it? Is it one large one? Is it multiple small ones? And what's it take? How many pumps does it take? And how many millions of dollars does it take? And weigh that against the impact to our community and the losses we could see there. I believe we need somebody credibly to investigate this stuff and say, it can work, or it can't work, and here's the reasons, or it can work, but here's what we're gonna have to do.
So, from the way you're speaking, it's kind of like we're going to get hit. Like it might be a year, 2, 5, but eventually our luck is going to run out, and we're going to get hit. So, with that kind of thought process, you're kind of saying like we've got to explore any option, any area of the option that we can. It almost seems like this would be like something that you would hire, like a contract hire for somebody to actually build an out of the box plan with all the numbers and everything. Maybe 3 or 4 different plans that could work at different levels of cost, weighed against possible losses.
I think you need an assessment done.
Yeah.
By, again, people who understand this stuff and understand some of the radical possibilities that are out there. I think this is really getting out of the box. And I don't know that any of it's feasible, but I think I've been asked the question a couple times, are these feasible ideas? And I don't really have a strong answer. And so I think we owe it to our citizens to actually know, based on current technology, what is available. I'll say this, that I have very high confidence in BC Wildfire. They will, when you look at all the fires that occurred this summer, and then you look at, certainly there was lots of structures lost. They're in some very tough terrain with very high volatility. You look how many fires actually went in to cities and towns, pretty few. They are good at what they do. And I know that they would do some amazing things around Nelson. But again, I think we owe it to everybody involved to explore these things so we're not just reliant on the good work we're doing and the great work that BC Wildfire can do in these circumstances, but would this make sense? Because there is a circumstance that troubles me and has troubled me over the past, those 3 serious wildfire seasons, and that is when we get a lot of smoke in the air, they can't do their work, and people around us can't spot wildfires. So that's my concern. So I'm saying we need to explore this stuff. I know I'm keeping you guys here much later.
I just want to add to that, and Colin spoke to it a little bit earlier on the water system. So as you know, we've secured the right of way to get up to our reservoir through these recent projects with Interior Health, and that's part of making sure at least we have the capacity to do that if it makes sense. But the other side is, again, looking at it comprehensively. It's not just the wildfire side, it's the drought side. So if we were in severe drought conditions, we didn't have wildfires and we're running out of water, or we lose 5 Mile Creek or something like that, then having that ability to pump treated water out of the lake into our reservoir to have basic services is also a risk that we need to manage around. So this would be looked at in both regards, not just to defend, but also to be able to provide emergency water if needed.
When we've done these water plans, has at any time there been identified features within the landscape where we could consider new reservoirs or new areas to create reservoirs? Like, there's got to be quite a lot of water up in Cottonwood Lake. It's not really feasible to use it, but it's above us. But like, there must be other features in other places where if we were to acquire the land and be able to dam it, it would contain quite a lot of water.
I think the conclusion is the best reservoir is that one sitting
Right
just
there.
there.
Goody Lake.
No, well, I'm just away from the pump.
Yeah, that's your reservoir, and the cost to get it up there and pump it is trying to create that anywhere else is the amount of the size and the amount of, that works when you have a creek or something running into a natural feature but there'd be no, if you had to pump up to, to basically.
No, that's what I'm thinking. There's got to be, somewhere along the watershed, there's got to be another spot where,
Yeah.
a man-made structure would hold back quite a lot of water.
Yeah, I know it's
I
been,
come from
it was on
farming
the work
country.
plan, they did look at it, and, yeah, we just really don't have the terrain to, to find that, other than, like you say, a Cottonwood Lake.
It's gotta be,
Yeah.
Certified and,
Exactly.
yeah, no, yeah.
Get a big rush of water that blows over the thing and we'll have a big tube of water up there.
Len, what's the importance of our airport if we had a wildfire here? I remember being in the room, I think it was our first year, and we had all the players, and Art Westerhog was here. And he made a comment about, if there was ever a fire in Nelson, I'd have those, those small fixed wing that drop. They fought out at 6 Mile a few years ago, and everybody, that was a great entertainment.
Yeah.
But remember that? Yeah.
It's like bombers.
Yeah. But problem is they have to go to Castlegar to refuel. But we got an airport right here. But is it sufficient, or is that something that we need to look at the long term with fire emergency in mind?
Yeah, good question. I don't think I can answer that in a knowledgeable way. I do know it's extremely beneficial for helicopter attack, and it's used. I don't know if the mosquitoes would be usable on there, but certainly worthwhile figuring out. But also, I don't know that they land so close to the actual fire if it were Nelson threatened, but worthwhile knowing. I agree, and that's something that will come up because my other conversations with BC Wildfires about, okay, what are the assets we have that would be advantageous? So, really good question. And I think the last point, a couple last points on this particular slide is, so even if we figure some of these things out, like rooftop sprinkler systems, how would it be deployed? Who would be responsible for it? What's the cost? What are the liabilities? There's a lot that goes with
Going
that.
to work on the day.
Sorry?
Are they going to work on the day?
Are they going to work on the day? Because if we put them in now and 8, 9, 10 years go by, what servicing, there's a lot of questions that go with it. So I don't want anyone to get excited about it. I just think we need to explore it to see what the challenges are.
Go ahead,
I
John.
just have a question about just sort of a general question. I mean, it's a big project. I hear you, Chief. In the DP3, do we have anything about already having sprinkler? Like we're telling them what kind of siding they should use. Are we putting into the building code there that they have to have some kind of sprinkler system? Because I distinctly remember in my head is I used to own a condominium at Braderwood there at the top of Mill Street. And after one round of these fires, even though there was nothing back there that particular year, the strata made us put a sprinkler system. We had to pay.
As rooftop or?
Rooftop.
interior?
Yeah. Now maybe my head's completely gone, but I remember having a.
Well, no,
So
that sounds.
I'm just wondering about so do we? I mean, if it's not in the DP3 building code.
It's not.
Okay, so it's not. I mean, is it something that we suggest for those that are right on the perimeter? I mean, I just have a crazy idea, in my head is that I think about, my house, and as you know, I've got a house and a house. And I would put, he'd be the lucky guy because the sprinkler would be going on his house. Like the 100-year-old cedar house would get the sprinkler, and the new one with acrylic siding would get the overspray. I can see where it doesn't have to be every house, but I remember having to do that up there as part of a fire mitigation, because that's right, those condos are right at the interface.
And so part of the question would be, can we make it retroactive for the existing DP3 area? Because again, there's very few building lots.
Well, there's nothing new being built.
Yeah, so.
But I think you get into, when you're talking about what is the size of the pipe, how much can you get up to the reservoir, and what's the best way to protect neighborhoods of homes? Because are individual units on rooftops the best way, or do you need to create some sort of water curtain that goes down the hill, right? Like,
Right.
so what's the best way to use the least amount of water to achieve the result?
Yeah.
Use the available water that we would have for something like that.
Well,
I
exactly.
think one of my points here now, as I'm wrapping up, is how this aligns with Nelson Next. Because I'm going to say that I believe the work that we're doing through mitigation, fire smart community awareness, engagement, and emergency preparedness aligns with the goals and objectives of Nelson Next. And that, in fact, we're focusing on adapting to our new climate-driven wildfire and drought reality, in terms of building resiliency through, again, adapting, mitigating, and coming up with defending strategies. So it's all about building resiliency, which is really about explaining where this presentation where we've been and sort of where we are and where we might want to go.
I really wonder too about funding from CBT, because I have definitely seen like they have been opening up to the whole idea of climate in the last couple of years, that they need to help fund mitigation and adaptation in our region as part of like, I remember talking to Johnny and you know, he was really like, we're not a political organization, we don't want to get involved in like municipalities and all that stuff, but discussion I had is like, things are changing quickly now, we really need ways of getting resources to our towns, and I think they have responded. They definitely seem like they're more open to it.
There's
Fair amount
$500
of the
million on
money.
the table right now.
Yeah, that Len's been talking about has come through the CBT.
Yeah, and our next iteration, I've already sent an email off to them about hiring somebody and a building consultant to help us with those building materials. They're quite receptive to that. And I think if we develop a plan that says Nelson should be doing this, it's going to cost a lot of money, but we're going to phase this over the next 10 years, I think you're going to see them be really, if we have a reasonable, a respectful, an intelligent plan that isn't just sort of thrown out there, it's actually got some homework behind it. I think another really important part for us is recruiting future firefighters. So I'll point out these individuals here.
Oh, Cal, you're going to be a firefighter?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
The guy on the right.
Prototypical, aren't I?
That's my grandson on here.
Oh, nice. So cute.
which one's your grandson?
He's ready to go.
The one that's not with me.
Yeah, Cal did
You're
it to
doing
my
babysitting
grandson.
on the side
We
too.
got some questions.
I
out
guess
there.
Yeah, a lot
totally.
of jobs going on.
Seemed obvious you're
I have
babysitting.
to tell you that my grandson just he shakes with excitement anytime he drives by that fire hall, because that is just the greatest thing to him. So I talked to Len about it, and that was Papa's birthday present to him. As I took him, Len set it
Oh,
all
did
up.
he get to slide down the pole?
That's what he's doing right there. But,
No, as far as Grandpa could hold them
Oh,
up.
I followed him up. I was gonna say, did he get to slide?
thought you
I
weren't
was
allowed
gonna say,
to
did he
do
get to
that,
slide
yeah.
down the pole? Wow.
But
Nice little
Len was
pattern
awesome.
stained cushion
He
at the
was
bottom.
he was just, he still chats. So talk your ear off about his visit to the fire hall and Chief Len, and
He was brave. He was really nervous and scared, but he was brave. He talked through all that fear to ask questions and be part of it.
yeah, and the staff was great. They were
That's awesome.
The guys were awesome. Yeah, it was great.
So I'll wrap it up with that. I'm glad we did questions as we went. It's always the best way.
Daunting, Len. It's daunting.
Excellent. Good job, Len.
It is, but I'm glad I had this much time with you to talk about this in this much depth. Lots of good things going on, amazing things going on. I think we need to look at more.
So you left there on the recruitment side. What do you need to recruit? Is just keep doing the call out and keep doing things, or do you need other resources to help with that?
I know this is a budget meeting, but I didn't come with that. I use this time to educate. I don't have a list of wants or whatever. I think I think we're better to look at some of those plans. And I mean, the challenge that I face is that, especially that plan with Flynn Row and BC Wildfire, is just my availability, my time. Spread so thin, like everybody, right?
Yep.
But we'll continue to do the best we can.
Okay.
I want to add a bit of a comment. We just recently had the strategic planning session at the NAEDP, and one of the things that rose to the top was just what we were talking about here is resiliency and how
Planning.
aware businesses have become about being already, having your ducks in a row in case there is an emergency of any kind. But of course, fire is the one that's on everybody's mind. So that made its way into the top 4, I believe, I'm not mistaken. Keith, you remember?
Yeah,
It was,
I have the list. It's
it moved
second.
up the ladder. The other thing is, living out in the RD, where I do and several of us do, and we don't have the luxury of a fire service close by like Nelson does. And I have invested in, I've got Kootenai Lake right there. I've got an endless water source. And whenever I have visitors and they see my things up there, and this year I put everything in place, had it all there,
Smart.
just in case, because you don't know, right? I mean, yeah, and that's thanks to my wife, because I'm the guy that, yeah, if there's smoke, then I'll put it up. Then it'll be too late. But it's amazing the people that are around there, or that have come and seen it and what have you, when they ask about the investment, what was that investment? People are willing to spend the money so that they're, like you can have your house burned down and go through that hassle, or you can spend a few bucks and not. And I know I had that talk with Len years ago about sprinklers on the fire on the roof, because the former chief Simon said, "Cal, your house is easy. You should put sprinklers up there." And Len said, "Yeah, and then I have no water." But yeah, I like the idea of looking into that. I think that there's something to that for sure.
Yeah.
So.
But the thing was with NADP is it's a priority, but the people at the top in organizations can't find the time necessarily, and trying to find the tools and the resources to motivate them to get through the disaster planning process is and has been the tricky bit. And that doesn't mean it's not the second highest priority. It's a recognition, as we all know, that there's a bottleneck there, and we need to overcome it as much as we can. But not all sunshine and rainbows.
Right. We even, through the college, looked at providing resources to businesses for a student to do that legwork for them, and still didn't get any uptake with it. It's a bit troubling. The other thing on the economic development front and businesses is, like, if these past summers are our new summers, we will not have a summer tourism season. So how do businesses adapt to not having tourists here during what is normally our busiest time of year, right? Like, we have to build a fall, tourism season or something, because
it'll shift to June and September.
Who's coming to Nelson in July and August if you can't breathe?
Yeah.
Or
Speaking of
anywhere in
business,
BC.
back roads will be open in 10 minutes. We were
I
going.
knew I was between you guys and happy hour.
Okay, just for me to wrap up, it sounds, the way that I sort of took today is that we've got some reports kind of coming, sort of water usage, from our consultant on wastewater and other things. Didn't really get much of a sense from council that the 1.5 that we've got for sewer, the 2% for water, seem to be something that council's comfortable with as far as moving forward on.
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Seems fair. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Shall we move it so it's in the record, seeing as how this is a meeting?
Yep.
You certainly can. That helps us to just focus on bringing forward just more information about, like I said, some of the reporting on what work that we're doing.
So Colin, just before you go there, Councillor Page, I think, made a point, or somebody made a point earlier today about 1.5 or 2. What was the difference there?
A buck
No, dollar a year. That was in the water. We were at.
in the water. Yeah.
2.
No, I was thinking, are we better off with the 2 and 2? That's what I was thinking.
Don't have the same problem in the reserve on the other
I
utility.
think because we're not doing much in the sewer utility in 2022, I'm comfortable that just having a year where we go through and again, cognizant of businesses not having the best summer this year, and so.
But where I'm trying to go here is I'm not suggesting we should, that's a council decision, right? But what is the real difference between 1.5 and 2? When I looked at your presentation today, one of the concerns that I have is if we see this, if we see ourselves dipping into our reserves, we might be better off to be thoughtful at this point in time and making sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position where we might deplete them and have to do something more drastic in the future. Because, we're looking at a new potentially upgrade to the SDP plant. We talked about the storm sewer. And we talked about inflation and cost of materials that are happening as we speak.
And I felt in that presentation that you were on this morning that we are comfortable with a number of things. I think we're conservative on what we put for the funding on, that there's no grant funding for the STP plant, which I think is, I would think that we would definitely get some funding. Again, the difference between 1.5 and 2 this year is not going to really be a factor. I think that we get the report in March, and then we start to spell that out so that when we turn the corner, it's like, okay, now we've got a much better idea of what that path looks like.
Okay, that's all I needed was a bit of clarity on that. So on that note then, if council's okay with what was presented today, would somebody like to move it?
Yeah, I'll move.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. Well,
We can
I'll
move
second.
and
If you
then-
want to move, I'll second and
I'll
ask the
move
question.
sewer at 1.2 and water at 2.
1.1.
And I'll second.
1.5, what did I just say?
1.2.
Sorry, 1.5.
1.5 and
Sewer at 1.5.
and water at 2.
And now Councillor Renwick, your
And my
second.
question was, and are we, what's going on with commercial? They get the increase as well? Across the board?
Across the board.
Okay.
For both
you-
residential and ICI, to flush out the rest of my.
Okay, let's stop for 1 second. Moved by Janice, second by you, Cal, right? All in favor? Good, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it's a long day, but appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn, please. Jesse and Nicole, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, everyone. Have a good, have a
But
great weekend.
informative day.
Halloween, all that good stuff.
See?
Oh.